Beneath the eternal gaze of the Sphinx, where desert winds whisper through grains of ancient time, lies a silence older than civilization itself. For over 4 millennia, the Sphinx has watched empires rise and fall, its half-lion, half-human form carved not only from stone, but from mystery. Egyptologists have long debated its origins, its purpose, and the secrets it guards beneath the sands of Giza. Yet in recent years, whispers of a shocking discovery have stirred the world of archaeology. Beneath this colossal sentinel, ground-penetrating scans have revealed chambers, sealed voids untouched since before recorded history. Could these hidden depths hold lost archives of a forgotten age? Could the Sphinx predate the pyramids it guards, linking to an epoch erased from human memory? As we descend through time and sand, we follow the faint echoes of tools, prayers, and dreams buried beneath stone. This is not just a story of archaeology, it is a story of awakening. Tonight, we journey beneath the Sphinx, into the darkness that may yet rewrite the dawn of civilization. Chapter 1. The Giza Plateau, gateway to the ancient horizon. The Giza Plateau rises from the Egyptian desert like a timeless horizon, a vast expanse of golden sands punctuated by colossal monuments that have watched the slow passage of millennia. Here, the air itself seems to hum with memory, carrying the weight of stones quarried, transported, and raised with a precision that defies the crude tools recorded in surviving history. The plateau is often imagined as the final resting place of kings, Khufu, Khafra, Menkaura, but its significance stretches far beyond tombs. It is, in every sense, a landscape of alignment, a terrestrial map that reflects the heavens. The 3 Great Pyramids, spaced and proportioned with meticulous care, mirror the 3 stars of Orion's belt, a cosmic pattern whose meaning remains the subject of quiet, persistent wonder. At sunrise, the causeways that connect the mortuary temples trace a luminous path to the horizon, as if inviting the departed to join the sun in its eternal journey across the sky. Yet the surface tells only a fraction of the story. Beneath the dunes and the carefully laid stonework lies a shadowed, hidden world, one glimpsed only through the careful eyes of archaeology, geophysical scanning, and whispered conjecture. Ground-penetrating radar and seismic surveys conducted over the past century have revealed anomalies, voids, tunnels, and chambers whose origins remain uncertain. Some lie directly beneath the Sphinx, the enigmatic sentinel carved from living rock, whose own age and purpose continue to stir debate among scholars. These subterranean hollows are not fully accessible, sealed behind layers of sand and official restriction. Their presence hints at knowledge either lost or deliberately concealed, suggesting that the Sphinx and the pyramids may have been built atop a pre-existing network of sacred or functional spaces, already charged with a power the builders themselves perhaps revered, but did not fully create. The Sphinx, with its leonine body and human visage, watches silently over these mysteries. Its face is worn, eroded not only by wind and sand, but, some researchers argue, by water patterns inconsistent with the dry age of the 4th dynasty. Such anomalies invite speculation. Could the plateau have been sacred long before Khafra's reign? A place revered by an earlier civilization whose memory survives only in stone. Ancient Egyptian texts, though fragmented and often cryptic, reference the horizon of the gods and the hidden chambers beneath the sands, phrases that may allude to these unseen spaces. Scholars debate their meaning, oscillating between myth, metaphor, and lost history. Yet every probe, every scan, suggests a real, tangible labyrinth lying beneath the plateau, whispering of rituals, knowledge, or treasures never recorded. In the shadow of the pyramids, one senses the deliberate harmonization of earth and sky. The builders measured more than stone. They measured time itself, encoding celestial cycles into their constructions. The orientation of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, aligned to true north with astonishing precision, hints at surveying knowledge unmatched in the subsequent centuries. Some researchers suggest the layout of the plateau was no mere tribute to pharaohs, but an attempt to anchor human consciousness to the cosmos, to ground terrestrial existence in a cosmic order. The pyramids act as both tomb and observatory, monuments that project the ambitions of humankind into the night sky. From certain vantage points, the causeways align not only with sunrise, but with specific stars. Rigel, Sirius, marking a calendar of divine significance. Beneath this celestial choreography lies another story, one that is almost inaudible, hidden in the hum of stone and sand. Reports of cavities beneath the Sphinx date back to the early 20th century. Engineers surveying the enclosure noted unusual acoustic patterns, empty spaces that did not conform to natural geology. Subsequent geophysical surveys have suggested extensive networks of tunnels and chambers extending beneath the plateau, yet official excavation has been limited, leaving their contents and their origins unknown. The possibility lingers that the plateau is not the beginning of history, but a palimpsest, a surface over which countless generations have inscribed their sacred architecture. Could the architects of Giza have inherited a site already sanctified, a pre-existing center of cosmic and earthly power? Or did they intuitively choose this terrain, responding to subtle features in the landscape, whose significance has since been forgotten? The question of chronology here becomes almost irrelevant, for the plateau exists in layers of memory, each generation building atop the echoes of those before. Geological surveys have revealed bedrock carved into vast platforms, some with features that suggest deliberate shaping, others hinting at natural forms later adapted for ritual use. The ancient Egyptians revered the horizon, the place where earth meets sky, where life and death intersect. It is here, on this liminal threshold, that the pyramids and Sphinx stand as markers of both human ambition and cosmic order. And yet, below their feet, the plateau preserves a silence older than dynasties, an unspoken history buried in shadows, waiting for the careful touch of discovery. Travelers across the desert often speak of a profound stillness on Giza, a sensation of being watched, not by any human eye, but by the weight of memory embedded in the land itself. It is a place where time seems to fold, where millennia coexist in a single panorama. The bustling construction of the Fourth Dynasty, the gradual encroachment of sand, the later passages of Greek and Roman observers, all overlapping like echoes in a canyon. In this way, Giza is less a site frozen in history than a living palimpsest, continuously rewritten by wind, by research, and by speculation. Every stone has a story, every shadow hints at corridors not yet explored, and every alignment whispers of a vision that spans both earth and sky. As one approaches the Great Pyramid, the sheer scale of its construction becomes almost overwhelming. Each limestone block, averaging 2.5 tons, was cut, transported, and placed with precision that modern engineering still marvels at. The quarrying, the hauling, the positioning of stones to such exacting tolerances reflects not only technical mastery, but a profound intent to create a permanent monument, a vessel for the pharaoh's journey into eternity. And yet, the possibility of hidden chambers beneath the base suggests the pyramid is only part of a larger, more intricate design, an architecture of secrecy and memory that extends below ground as much as it rises toward the sky. The plateau is also a space of unanswered questions. Why this precise alignment with Orion? Why the careful positioning of causeways, temples, and subsidiary pyramids? Why the Sphinx, whose face has sparked centuries of debate over whom it represents, when it seems to guard a series of spaces hidden to the modern eye? Some scholars argue that the plateau was designed as a microcosm of the cosmos, a terrestrial reflection of divine order. Others propose that its underground networks were repositories for knowledge, astronomical, ritualistic, or even technological, that we no longer understand. In either case, the Giza Plateau offers more than stone and sand. It offers a dialogue between human intention and the enduring mysteries of the Earth itself. At dusk, when the sun dips beneath the western horizon, the plateau glows with an amber light, shadows stretching across its monumental forms. The pyramids seem to float, half in memory, half in the material world, and the Sphinx gazes outward, its expression timeless, inscrutable. Beneath it, the hidden chambers remain silent, holding secrets of construction, of purpose, and perhaps of civilizations long forgotten. Each survey, each excavation, hints at a story that is only partially revealed, a story that begins with human ambition, but touches something far older, something that predates the pharaohs themselves. In the shifting sands and the echoing voids below, one senses that history is not a fixed sequence, but a spectrum a place where human, cosmic, and terrestrial memory intersect. Chapter 2. The Great Sphinx of Giza, guardian of a vanished age. Beneath the endless sky of the Giza Plateau, where the desert wind sculpts the dunes in slow, deliberate arcs, stands a figure at once monumental and intimate, the Great Sphinx. Carved from a single ridge of limestone, it stretches over 240 feet from paw to tail, a lion's body fused with the contemplative face of a human. Its gaze is fixed unwaveringly toward the east, where the sun rises each day, as if it were the first to witness the birth of light across the world. To approach the Sphinx is to step into a silence that predates memory, a stillness that hums with the weight of millennia, where the stone itself seems to breathe stories long erased from human record. Traditional Egyptology locates the Sphinx firmly within the reign of Pharaoh Khafra. Around 2500 BCE, its visage thought to bear the ruler's features. This interpretation has guided generations of scholarship, placing the Sphinx firmly within the framework of dynastic Egypt. Yet, when one examines the limestone with the careful eye of a geologist, rather than the conventional lens of an archaeologist, the narrative begins to shift. Dr. Robert Schoch, among others, has observed that the patterns of erosion on the Sphinx suggest exposure to prolonged rainfall, a phenomenon inconsistent with the arid climate of Giza over the past 4,000 years. Could this mean the Sphinx predates the pyramids themselves, standing as a sentinel over a world the pharaohs inherited rather than created? The Sphinx's head and body seem to exist in deliberate tension. The lion, a universal symbol of strength, sits coiled and muscular, grounded in a power that is both animal and cosmic. The human visage, though weathered and worn by time, radiates thoughtfulness and authority. Its expression is curiously impassive, yet hints at a sorrowful knowledge, as if the eyes have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations beyond count. Scholars debate endlessly whether the Sphinx is merely a royal portrait, an allegorical guardian, or a relic of a far older forgotten epoch. In the spaces where certainty falters, myth creeps in, wrapping the monument in layers of legend and whispered speculation. Even the ancients themselves recognized the Sphinx as something more than stone. Inscriptions from the Temple of Thoth and later Arab chronicles speak of hidden chambers beneath the massive pores, sealed crypts said to contain the records of the first time. Some accounts describe vaults of stone and bronze, lined with symbols that could reveal the origins of mankind or the wisdom of vanished civilizations. Explorers and archaeologists have probed these legends for centuries, digging carefully beneath sand and rock, yet nothing definitive has emerged. Whether these stories conceal truth, or were allegorical warnings meant to veil sacred knowledge, remains a question that hangs in the dry, echoing air of Giza. Geology and archaeology intersect at the base of the Sphinx, where the limestone reveals both natural stratification and human intervention. Schoch and his supporters argue that the deeper erosion patterns suggest millennia of rainfall far earlier than the accepted dynastic timeline. Others counter that wind, sand, and temperature fluctuations can account for much of the weathering, insisting that the Sphinx belongs solely to Khafra's age. The debate itself illuminates a deeper mystery. What happens when empirical evidence and historical orthodoxy collide? The Sphinx becomes not only a monument but a mirror, reflecting the limits of human understanding, urging us to question the timelines we have long accepted. Legends and myths have always swirled around the Sphinx, bridging the gap between history and imagination. Ancient Egyptian texts hint at the Sphinx as a gatekeeper, a figure tied to the cosmic order, whose gaze maintains balance between the earthly and the divine. Later, during the Arab occupation of Egypt, chroniclers describe the Sphinx as the father of terror, a creature whose silent watch guarded treasures and knowledge lost to time. Each era reshaped the story of the Sphinx, layering interpretation upon interpretation, until the monument itself became an enigma wrapped in centuries of human projection. Even today, visitors report an uncanny sensation beneath its gaze, a quiet awareness, as if the Sphinx itself is conscious of the questions it evokes. Archaeological excavations have revealed partial clues to the Sphinx's past. The discovery of the Sphinx Temple, adjacent to the monument, offers insight into its ritual significance. Constructed from limestone blocks that match the surrounding bedrock, the temple was likely a center for offerings and ceremonies, a place where priests may have communed with the divine, seeking guidance from the monumental guardian itself. Yet many aspects of the Sphinx Temple remain unexplored or poorly understood. Erosion has obscured the finer details of carving, and centuries of sand accumulation have hidden subterranean features that might hold answers. The Sphinx, in this sense, is both revealed and concealed, a paradox in stone that refuses easy interpretation. Artistic and symbolic comparisons across cultures lend further depth to the Sphinx's mystery. Lions and human-lion hybrids appear in Mesopotamian, Indian, and Mediterranean mythologies, often associated with strength, vigilance, and the protection of sacred spaces. The Egyptian Sphinx, however, is unique in scale and purpose, combining a solar orientation with a monumental physicality that seems almost impossible to replicate. Its gaze at dawn may have been designed to align with celestial cycles, an intentional gesture toward the rhythms of the heavens. Here, myth and astronomy converge, suggesting that the Sphinx may have functioned as both a terrestrial and cosmic marker, a nexus between the earthly and the eternal. Even the physical damage to the Sphinx carries meaning. Its missing nose, fractured headdress, and weathered face have invited endless speculation. Some claim cannon fire from invading armies, others attribute it to centuries of erosion, while still others whisper of deliberate iconoclasm to suppress a knowledge that was dangerous to the rulers who came later. Each chip, each fissure, seems to echo with intent, as if the Sphinx itself has endured the assaults of time not merely as stone, but as a witness to the erasure of memory. Modern technology has added another layer to the story. Ground-penetrating radar, seismic surveys, and remote imaging have revealed cavities and anomalies beneath the Sphinx and its surrounding plateau. Some researchers suggest these may be natural fractures. Others argue they could be man-made chambers, untouched since antiquity. Yet every probe encounters the same tension between potential revelation and persistent mystery. Each sensor reading, each shadow cast beneath the pores, reinforces the sense that the Sphinx is both a monument and a riddle, patiently waiting for the human mind to catch up to its scale. Standing before the Great Sphinx, one is struck by the paradox of its presence. It is both singular and communal, unique in its monumental form, yet universally resonant in its symbolism. It embodies strength and intellect, the physical and the metaphysical, the temporal and the eternal. Scholars may quarrel over its age, engineers may calculate its structural integrity, and historians may argue over the intentions of pharaohs. Yet the Sphinx continues to stand in quiet defiance of comprehension. It does not need to speak. Its silence is louder than any declaration, echoing through the corridors of time. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Sphinx is its gaze. There is a quiet dignity in the way the eyes, worn by millennia, seem to watch the horizon, as if measuring the passage of centuries against a standard invisible to human perception. It seems to remember something the world has forgotten, something profound, something erased by the sands of history, but not entirely lost. Beneath its pores, under the burning sun and drifting dunes, secrets may still lie hidden. Records of a time before pharaohs, before dynasties, before the written word anchored history in permanence. The Sphinx endures, stoic and enigmatic, a guardian of mysteries perhaps too vast for any single human mind to contain. In the end, the Great Sphinx of Giza is less a monument of certainty than a monument of questions. It is an invitation to ponder, to explore, to listen carefully to the stone and sand, and to acknowledge the limits of our understanding. In its presence, the boundaries between history, myth, and imagination blur, and as the desert wind carries grains of sand across its weathered pores, it is impossible not to sense that the Sphinx is still watching, still waiting, its silent vigil, a testament to the vanishing and enduring mysteries of human civilization. Chapter 3, The Hall of Records, Myth, Memory, and Controversy. Beneath the unblinking gaze of the Great Sphinx, a story lingers, a story that refuses to fade, whispering of lost knowledge and civilization swallowed by time. The Hall of Records, as it is known in legend, is said to lie hidden beneath the lion's paw, a subterranean vault containing the secrets of a world before memory, a world that modern historians insist never existed. Yet the myth persists, threading through the collective imagination with a quiet insistence, as though the sands themselves remember truths that have been buried, both literally and figuratively, beneath layers of stone and history. The first serious account emerged in the early 20th century, not from archaeologists or Egyptologists, but from the enigmatic readings of Edgar Cayce. Known as the Sleeping Prophet, Cayce claimed that in trance, he accessed visions of a lost civilization, Atlantis, advanced, spiritual, and ancient beyond reckoning. In these visions, survivors of the flood that had supposedly destroyed Atlantis encoded their wisdom beneath the Sphinx, creating a repository of knowledge meant to endure until humanity was ready once more to receive it. Cayce spoke of chambers filled with papyri, stone tablets and inscriptions, chronicling science, religion, and art from a world now vanished. To the skeptics, these were merely dreams, fanciful stories conjured from imagination. Yet for those attuned to the echoes of prehistory, the idea of a hidden archive beneath one of Earth's most enduring monuments offered a tantalizing possibility, a bridge between myth and memory. Interest in the Hall of Records intensified in the late 20th century. In the 1990s, a series of radar imaging and seismic surveys of the Sphinx Plateau revealed anomalies that defied easy explanation. Rectangular voids and linear corridors appeared beneath the lion's paw, cut sharply into the bedrock. Some measured just a few meters, others suggested much larger spaces, their dimensions lost in shadows of uncertainty. Geologists argued that these could be natural fissures, the result of centuries of erosion, subterranean stress, and shifts in the limestone foundation. Yet others, including independent researchers, noted the regularity of certain voids, their angles and alignments reminiscent of intentional construction rather than chance. The debate remains unresolved. What was found beneath the Sphinx, if anything at all, cannot yet be declared either miraculous or mundane. The Egyptian authorities, concerned for both preservation and safety, placed strict limits on further excavation. The Sphinx, already fragile from millennia of wind, sand, and human interference, could not be risked to satisfy curiosity. In imagining what might lie beneath the stone pores, one is compelled to step into a liminal space between fact and possibility. Cayce's descriptions spoke not only of chambers, but of libraries, their walls lined with shelves of knowledge, each artifact a testament to a civilization lost. Some readings suggested scrolls inscribed in a language forgotten to time, a codex of human wisdom preserved for the eventual rediscovery of a world ready to remember. The idea of a hall of records touches on a deep, almost universal longing. The belief that beneath the apparent chaos of history, there exists order, continuity, and knowledge waiting to be reclaimed. Such a place, if it existed, would challenge the timelines upon which mainstream Egyptology rests. It would suggest that Egypt, the cradle of pharaonic grandeur, inherited knowledge from a precursor civilization whose sophistication rivaled or exceeded even the wonders of the pyramids. Yet for every claim, there is caution. The limestone beneath the Giza Plateau is riddled with fissures, fault lines, and ancient cavities formed naturally over millennia. Seismic surveys, while precise, cannot conclusively differentiate between organic anomalies and human construction. And while Cayce's visions are rich with detail, they remain subjective, unverifiable, and entwined with a spiritual framework that defies empirical measurement. Archaeology demands evidence, physical proof in the form of stone, clay, or inscription. Without these, the Hall of Records remains in the realm of conjecture, a story woven from myth, intuition, and the persistent pull of a mystery. Nevertheless, the myth endures, drawing explorers, scholars, and dreamers alike. Some propose that the chambers beneath the Sphinx were used as repositories by the priests of ancient Egypt, who guarded sacred texts and rituals far older than the dynasties they served. Others see parallels in global mythologies: the subterranean libraries of India, the hidden archives described in Mesoamerican codices, and the cavernous storehouses of knowledge whispered about in Mesopotamian lore. Across cultures, there is a recurring motif: the hiding of wisdom, the burial of knowledge in secret places, to protect it from destruction, corruption, or the forgetfulness of humankind. Could the Hall of Records be the Egyptian iteration of a much older human impulse, a symbolic expression of a collective desire to safeguard understanding against the erosions of time? Physical exploration, though limited, has added to the enigma. In 1991, Thomas Brophy, a researcher using ground-penetrating radar, identified anomalies beneath the Sphinx that appeared to extend horizontally from the lion's left paw. Other teams, including the late John Anthony West, noted differences in erosion patterns on the Sphinx's body and surrounding enclosure, suggesting the monument may be far older than conventional estimates assign. If the Sphinx predates the Old Kingdom, as some theories argue, then the notion of an earlier civilization leaving its imprint in hidden chambers becomes less fantastical and more plausible. Still, mainstream Egyptology resists such reinterpretations, emphasizing the absence of direct excavation and the risk of conflating geological formations with human handiwork. In contemplating these subterranean mysteries, one senses a rhythm of secrecy and revelation, a quiet dialogue between human ambition and natural concealment. The Sphinx itself stands as a sentinel, half revealed, half hidden, guarding what may never be fully known. Each radar blip, each echo in the limestone, is a voice from the past, murmuring of civilizations whose stories have been erased or forgotten. Even if the Hall of Records is never found, its persistence in human imagination serves as a reminder. We are drawn not only to what has survived, but to what has been lost, to the gaps and silences where history and myth entwine. There are those who argue that such quests for hidden chambers and ancient archives are more than archaeological exercises. They are spiritual journeys. The act of searching, of mapping the invisible, mirrors an inner exploration. The pursuit of understanding humanity's place in a continuum that stretches far beyond the limits of written record. The Sphinx, in this sense, is more than stone. It is a symbol, a marker of thresholds between the known and the unknown. Its paw, poised above the plateau, may or may not conceal scrolls, codices, or tablets, but it undeniably conceals the questions themselves. In the quiet heat of the Giza desert, as shadows lengthen across the plateau and the sun sinks behind the horizon, one can almost feel the weight of anticipation. The Hall of Records, whether literal or metaphorical, embodies the tension between revelation and concealment, between history documented and history imagined. It is a story that refuses to close, insisting that memory, even if half forgotten, persists beneath the surface. The legend endures because it touches a deep chord in the human psyche. The yearning to uncover what was deliberately hidden, to remember what was thought lost, to reconnect with a wisdom older than civilization itself. And so the Sphinx watches on, silent and unyielding, while beneath its paws, the earth keeps its secrets. Rectangular shadows linger on radar screens, unexplored corridors beckon in dreams, and myths of Atlantis whisper across millennia. Whether these anomalies are natural, man-made, or merely reflections of our longing, the story of the Hall of Records remains alive, a subtle pulse beneath the sands of Egypt. Perhaps one day explorers will descend, brushes in hand, and uncover chambers that have not felt the touch of humanity for thousands of years. Or perhaps the voids are meant to remain unknown, a quiet testament to the limits of human knowledge and the enduring power of legend. In either case, the Hall of Records persists, not as a certainty, but as a question, an invitation to wonder, a memory half remembered, waiting in the shadows. Chapter 4. The Dream Stele, Thutmose IV's vision. Between the weathered paws of the Great Sphinx, partially swallowed by the drifting sands of Giza, lies a slab of polished granite, its surface etched with words that have endured more than 3 millennia. This is the Dream Stele, carved by the hand of Pharaoh Thutmose IV around 1400 BCE, a document of both ambition and devotion, a bridge between mortal desire and divine presence. It is more than stone and inscription. It is a whisper from a past that was already ancient in the eyes of its creators. Thutmose, still a young prince, recounts a moment suspended between sleep and vision. Exhausted from a hunt, he fell into slumber in the shadow of the half-buried Sphinx, its face lifted eternally toward the horizon, enigmatic and silent. In his dream, the deity spoke. The Sphinx promised him kingship, provided he would clear the sands that had long concealed the monument. The words carved into the stele convey obedience, reverence, and perhaps an unspoken awe. Here, ambition and faith converge, the prince's personal aspiration entwined with the enduring authority of the god Sphinx. What strikes the modern observer is not only the story itself, but the context in which it is presented. By Thutmose's reign, the Sphinx was already ancient, its origins obscured by centuries of neglect. The monument's creator, if such a figure existed within recorded memory, had been forgotten. Its original purpose, whether as a solar symbol, a guardian of sacred knowledge, or a monumental representation of kingship, was lost to myth and sand alike. Yet, despite this erasure, the Sphinx remained potent, a figure whose silent authority demanded recognition and ritual. The Dream Stele records an act of revival, a deliberate effort to reconnect with a past whose meaning had grown elusive. Archaeologically, the stele is remarkable in its placement and preservation. Nestled between the Sphinx's forepaws, it transforms the space into a narrative tableau. The stone speaks to the viewer almost as the Sphinx itself might, as if the monument were both witness and participant in Thutmose's vision. The text, meticulously inscribed, recounts the dream in formal hieroglyphs, blending the personal voice of the prince with the ceremonial language of the divine. It is a careful performance of legitimacy, a visual and textual contract that binds the mortal king to an eternal, inscrutable power. Modern scholars have long debated the motivations behind the Dream Stele. Some interpret it primarily as political propaganda, a device through which Thutmose IV legitimized his rule. After all, ascending the throne in Egypt was rarely a matter of chance, and divine sanction was a powerful tool for consolidating authority. Yet the stele's enduring fascination lies not merely in its political function, but in the subtle acknowledgement it makes of temporal fragility. The Sphinx, already half buried, represents the erosion of memory itself. Even in a culture as meticulous in record-keeping as ancient Egypt, some truths slip beyond the reach of history, leaving only hints, fragments, and dreams. The language of the stele reveals this tension. Thutmose's words speak of the Sphinx as a god who remembers, who observes, who makes promises. I am your servant. Let me act according to your will. It is a voice at once intimate and ceremonial, acknowledging human need while deferring to the unknowable authority of the monument. For the modern eye, the stele seems to encode both reverence and anxiety, a recognition that human ambition is fleeting, and that even kingship is contingent upon forces beyond comprehension. The dream itself, as recorded, is an invitation into a liminal space. Thutmose lies in the desert, half-conscious, suspended between the tangible world of sand and stone and the immaterial realm of divine encounter. The Sphinx, silent and inscrutable, becomes a medium through which time and memory converge. There is a subtle suggestion that the monument, though partially lost to the elements, retains a voice of its own, a voice that transcends dynasties and dynastic records. The stele is, in this sense, both a testimony and an act of preservation, an acknowledgement that the monument's significance predates even the most revered pharaohs of the New Kingdom. Excavations and surveys have confirmed the Sphinx's long history of burial and renewal. By Thutmose IV's time, centuries of drifting sand had concealed much of the statue's body, leaving the head and upper torso visible. Clearing the sands was both a practical and symbolic act. It was an attempt to restore the monument, to reconnect it with the sky and the ceremonial landscape of the Giza Plateau. Yet there is an irony embedded in this restoration. Even as Thutmose reclaims the Sphinx from the desert, the monument's origin remains hidden. The act of excavation becomes, in effect, a dialogue with oblivion. The Dream Stele also invites reflection on the nature of memory itself. In the shadow of the Sphinx, human ambition is measured against endurance that far exceeds any mortal lifespan. The prince's dream, recorded with careful precision, reminds us that history is as much about imagination and interpretation as it is about fact. Here is a king, speaking across centuries, trying to anchor his fleeting life to a monument whose meaning is already veiled. His dream is both a personal encounter and a cultural mnemonic, a reminder that monuments are vessels for memory, even when the events they commemorate are lost. Artistic and architectural studies of the Sphinx further illuminate the relationship between the monument and the Dream Stele. The Sphinx itself is carved from the bedrock of the plateau, a seamless fusion of form and geology. Its colossal scale, over 70 meters in length, 20 meters in height, makes it impossible to overlook, a presence that dominates the landscape. Yet its face, worn by wind and sand, suggests that time has already begun to claim even the most carefully sculpted details. The Dream Stele, in its polished granite, mirrors the Sphinx's permanence, yet its inscriptions attest to a temporal fragility, a record of a moment, a dream, a human plea that will itself one day become memory. Some scholars suggest that the stele may also hint at a continuity of worship older than the New Kingdom. The careful placement between the Sphinx's paws, the invocation of the deity's voice, the ritualized language, all imply that the Sphinx had been an object of reverence long before Thutmose's dream. If so, the stele does more than record a prince's ambition. It serves as a link in a chain of devotion spanning generations, perhaps even centuries, of which we can see only fragments. The monument's original meaning may be irretrievable, yet its enduring authority is undeniable. In contemplating the Dream Stele, one cannot avoid the tension between human intent and natural forces. The Sphinx is both guardian and enigma, its massive form shaped by artisans yet slowly reclaimed by the desert. Thutmose IV's dream, committed to stone, is an attempt to impose order upon this wilderness of time. It is a testament to the desire to connect with something beyond oneself, to anchor fleeting life to enduring presence. And yet, the stele leaves us with questions that have no answers. Who first envisioned this hybrid of lion and man? What was the original purpose of the Sphinx before memory faded? And even in Thutmose's time, did anyone truly understand its significance? Or was the monument already speaking in a language half forgotten? Walking among the remnants of the Sphinx today, one senses the layers of history pressing in. The Dream Stele remains, partially sheltered by shadow and stone, its inscriptions still legible, still evocative. It is at once an artifact of royal ambition, a record of human devotion, and a fragment of memory reaching back into the depths of a past already ancient. The narrative carved into its surface resonates across centuries, inviting modern observers to step into the silence between dream and reality, between devotion and destiny. In the end, the Dream Stele is both revelation and enigma. It preserves a story of vision and divine encounter, yet it points toward a history already shrouded in obscurity. Thutmose IV's plea, his promise, his vision, all speak across the ages, reminding us that the monuments of Egypt are as much about absence as presence, about questions more than answers. The Sphinx remains, eternal yet weathered, its gaze fixed upon the horizon, while the Dream Stele murmurs of dreams, kingship, and memory, a faint voice that has survived millennia, inviting us to listen and to wonder. Chapter 5. Early excavations. Auguste Mariette and the Forgotten Chambers in the arid heat of 1853. The French archaeologist Auguste Mariette arrived at the Giza Plateau with a methodical purpose that few of his contemporaries possessed. Unlike the treasure hunters and fortune seekers who had trampled Egypt's sands for centuries, Mariette approached the monuments with a careful precision, armed with notebooks, brushes, and the meticulous temperament of a man convinced that the stones themselves might speak, if only one listened long enough. It was in this spirit that he began what would become one of the earliest systematic excavations of the Great Sphinx, a colossal figure that had slumbered beneath centuries of wind-blown sand. Mariette's records reveal a moment of quiet revelation, as laborers cleared the sands that had, over generations, buried the Sphinx up to its shoulders. They uncovered not merely the weathered face of the lion-headed guardian, but also traces of human intervention. Stone blocks, set with deliberate intent, masonry walls that seemed to form enclosed spaces beneath the surface. He documented what he called sealed shafts, narrow corridors of limestone that descended into shadowed depths beneath the Sphinx Temple. These corridors, his notes insist, were unlike the known tombs of the pharaohs. They were compact, enigmatic, and in some passages, almost impossibly narrow, as if designed to discourage intrusion. Mariette's fascination was tempered by an unmistakable reverence. In a letter to his superiors, he wrote that Egypt guards her dead well, a phrase both literal and metaphorical, hinting at the unseen chambers that might lie beneath the stones. Unlike the pyramids, whose internal passages had been explored, sometimes crudely, often violently, the Sphinx's subterranean spaces remained enigmatic. The cryptic shafts he documented vanished almost as quickly as they were recorded. Later restorations, carried out under the auspices of modern authorities, filled them in with limestone blocks. The corridors themselves were erased from the landscape, leaving only the faint impressions of their existence. And Mariette's own maps, now fragile with age, became some of the only witnesses to what lay hidden below. By the 1920s, the Sphinx had once again captured the imagination of explorers. Émile Barrès, a French engineer assigned to the conservation of Giza's monuments, undertook extensive clearing of the Sphinx's enclosure. Unlike Mariette, whose methods were conservative, Barrès approached the task with the dual intent of preservation and documentation. He reported discovering further tunnels leading away from the temple, corridors that stretched toward the pyramid complex in directions that suggested a connection between the Sphinx and the royal tombs. Some passages were clearly architectural, lined with dressed stone and showing evidence of precise planning. Others seemed older, rougher, their walls cut unevenly, as if by hands unfamiliar with formal construction techniques. Barrès meticulously sketched his findings, noting the alignment of certain chambers with celestial events, though much of this information would later be obscured in official publications. The reports of both Mariette and Barrès hint at an underworld beneath the plateau, a hidden architecture that has rarely been seen since. Scholars have debated the significance of these early discoveries. Were these tunnels functional, perhaps intended as storage, ritual spaces, or secret passageways for priests? Or were they symbolic, an architectural echo of a cosmology now lost? The brevity with which these corridors disappear from the archaeological record has fueled speculation. Maps are scattered among the dusty archives of Cairo and Paris, some locked away from public view, others lost entirely. Photographs, sketches, and notes exist in fragments, leaving modern researchers to reconstruct what these pioneers glimpsed beneath the sands. Mariette's own writings convey a mix of professional curiosity and subtle foreboding. He describes chambers whose walls were lined with carved reliefs, inscriptions that he could not fully decipher, and stones that bore the faint traces of water erosion, as if they had been submerged in some ancient flood. These observations, tantalizing yet incomplete, suggest a history that predates even the Old Kingdom, a history that modern chronology struggles to account for. The shafts and chambers themselves became a silent testimony to the layers of civilization buried beneath the plateau, an invitation to wonder, and a warning against hasty intrusion. The work of Barrès, carried out some 70 years after Mariette, demonstrates how quickly such discoveries can vanish. While he documented tunnels beneath the Sphinx Temple, many of the passages were later sealed during conservation projects intended to stabilize the monument. Records of these explorations were published, but often with omissions. Certain corridors and chambers were described only in passing. Maps were simplified, details censored, or lost in translation. Today, those who visit Giza walk across a plateau that conceals its deeper secrets beneath layers of restored limestone and sand. The physical evidence of these early explorations is largely inaccessible, leaving only the tantalizing echoes of Mariette's and Barrés's observations to guide the imagination. One of the enduring enigmas is the purpose of the chambers themselves. Mariette speculated that they may have served as ritual spaces, designed to channel energy, observation, or devotion toward the monuments above. Barrès noted that some corridors were aligned with the rising sun at certain points in the year, hinting at an astronomical significance. The meticulous nature of their construction, the precision with which stones were cut and fitted, and the apparent effort to conceal them all speak of a knowledge and intent that modern scholarship has struggled to fully interpret. Were these corridors part of a temple complex, hidden repositories of sacred knowledge, or perhaps even an early system of symbolic labyrinths intended to protect something beyond our comprehension? The records are ambiguous, and ambiguity has a way of deepening the sense of mystery. There is also the question of suppression. Some historians note that certain maps and sketches, particularly those of the more obscure chambers, disappeared from official publications after their initial discovery. Letters between European archaeologists and Cairo authorities reveal a cautious, almost protective attitude toward the Sphinx's underground features. The corridors, it seems, were not merely archaeological curiosities, but potentially dangerous knowledge, their purpose considered too delicate, too sacred, or too destabilizing to be widely disseminated. Whether this was due to political concerns, fear of looting, or an instinctive sense that the plateau harbored forces beyond contemporary understanding, the effect was the same. Parts of Giza's subterranean network became, in practice, invisible to the modern world. As one traces the faint outlines of these early tunnels through the surviving sketches and notes, a pattern emerges. Shafts beneath the Sphinx, chambers hidden beneath the temple, corridors pointing toward the pyramids, all suggest a continuity of design, a subterranean layer that mirrors the grandeur above. The stones themselves bear witness to human labor across centuries, if not millennia, and yet they offer no explanation. The messages are encoded in architecture and alignment, in the deliberate concealment of access, and in the sudden disappearance of records. Mariette's solemn observation that Egypt guards her dead well resonates more strongly with each vanished corridor, each sealed doorway, each fragmentary map. Even today, the Sphinx stands over these silent chambers, a guardian whose gaze has outlasted the dynasties of men. Tourists see only the sun-baked surface, the weathered features, the steady trickle of sand over carved stone. Yet beneath the surface, there exists a network that early explorers glimpsed but could never fully reveal. A labyrinth of history that has slipped back into obscurity. Modern technology, ground-penetrating radar, seismic imaging, has hinted at voids and anomalies below the plateau, perhaps remnants of these same chambers. But each probe, each scan, only reinforces the sense of incompleteness, the impossibility of fully mapping a terrain that was never meant to be entirely known. Mariette's work, Bereza's follow-up, and the fragments of maps and sketches left behind invite the viewer, the listener, and the seeker into a world where every corridor may hold answers, yet every passage closes as soon as it opens. The Sphinx, itself a sentinel of memory, embodies both revelation and concealment, an eternal reminder that the human record is as fragile as sand, and that some truths endure only in whispers, in margins of notebooks, and in the careful eyes of those who dare to look beneath the surface. Perhaps in the silence beneath the plateau, the forgotten chambers still await the patient hand, the quiet eye. The archaeologist willing to move like Mariette and Barrés, one careful step at a time. And perhaps, in their shadows, lie stories older than dynasties, older than even the first kings of the Nile, stories that Egypt guards with an unwavering vigilance, and that the sands, ever shifting, continue to hide. Chapter 6. The Sphinx Temple, Stone of a Forgotten Age. Just beyond the shadow of the Great Sphinx, nestled within the sands of the Giza Plateau, lie the valley and Sphinx temples, silent witnesses to a distant past. These structures are carved from massive blocks of limestone, quarried from the very plateau that cradles the Sphinx itself. The stones are fitted together with an exactitude that defies the tools and methods attributed to the architects of the 4th dynasty. Some of these blocks weigh over 200 tons, and yet they sit in place with such precision that even a blade cannot be inserted between their seams. There is no inscription to tell their story, no sculpted relief to hint at their purpose, only stark geometry, monumental proportions, and a sense of intention that feels both alien and deliberate. The architectural style of the Sphinx Temple diverges sharply from the more familiar temples of the Nile Valley. Later temples, such as those at Luxor or Karnak, are adorned with hieroglyphs, statuary, and painted walls that celebrate kings, gods, and dynastic triumphs. Here, in contrast, there is an almost ascetic simplicity. The walls are bare, the chambers unadorned. And yet, this simplicity does not signify a lack of sophistication. On the contrary, it suggests a mastery of material and form that may have been lost to the sands of time. The sheer scale of the stones, their alignment with the Sphinx, and the precise leveling of the temple floors all speak to a knowledge of engineering and surveying that challenges conventional timelines. Weathering patterns offer another layer of enigma. The surface of the Sphinx itself shows evidence of prolonged exposure to water erosion, a phenomenon that has sparked debate for decades, and the adjoining temple blocks display similar signs of erosion. Some researchers argue that the weathering indicates heavy rainfall from an epoch long before Khafra's reign, a time when the plateau would have been subject to torrential rains rather than the dry desert climate of today. If this is true, it implies that the Sphinx and its temple are older than the conventional date assigned by Egyptologists, perhaps originating from a civilization that predates recorded history. Inside the temple, the arrangement of the chambers and halls is at once methodical and mysterious. The main hall leads to subsidiary rooms, each constructed with massive megalithic slabs. Archaeologists have noted the remarkable uniformity of the joints, as if the builders understood principles of weight distribution and stress far beyond what would be expected for the period. Beneath the temple floor, modern surveys using ground-penetrating radar and drill cores have revealed voids, cavities, and potential passageways. These hidden spaces remain largely unexplored, their purposes obscured by millennia of sand and stone. Were they functional, ceremonial, or perhaps repositories for knowledge now lost? The uncertainty only deepens the sense of awe. Some theorists suggest the temple may have served as a solar altar, oriented to catch the rising sun in precise alignments during key points of the year. Others propose a hydraulic function, part of an ancient system of canals and water management linked to the Nile. There are even whispers in the archaeological community of an older, antediluvian origin, a time when knowledge of megalithic construction, celestial observation, and perhaps even lost sciences were already in practice. Each hypothesis carries fragments of plausibility, yet none can fully account for the enigma of the structure. Its silence endures like the riddle of the Sphinx itself, an unanswered question etched into the limestone. The Valley Temple, connected to the Sphinx Temple by a causeway, further complicates the narrative. Here, limestone blocks of similar mass and craftsmanship form an expansive complex. Excavations in the 20th century revealed remains of massive statues, some broken, some displaced, suggesting ritual or symbolic activity. The sheer effort required to move and position these stones suggests not only technical skill, but a societal organization capable of coordinating enormous labor forces. How exactly they achieved this remains a subject of debate. The conventional explanation credits Khafre and his engineers, yet the anomalies in the weathering and construction techniques raise the possibility of a pre-existing foundation, an older civilization whose hand laid the first stones. Throughout the temple, there is an uncanny geometric precision. Rectangular blocks align with axes that mirror the cardinal points. Walls meet at right angles with such meticulous accuracy that modern engineers marvel at the achievement. Some researchers point to the phenomenon of cyclopean construction, a style often associated with prehistoric civilizations in the Mediterranean, suggesting that the builders of Giza may have tapped into a similar architectural tradition. The blocks themselves are quarried from the bedrock of the plateau, carved with tools whose design remains speculative. Copper chisels, stone hammers, and abrasion techniques could account for some of the work, but not for the transportation and placement of stones exceeding 100 tons in weight. The mystery of method shadows the mystery of purpose. It is within this interplay of precision and silence that the temple's aura emerges. Visitors cannot help but feel the weight of centuries pressing down, the stillness of stone echoing a voice that refuses to speak. Here, in these empty halls, one senses a memory older than dynasties, a memory embedded in limestone, measured in millennia, yet resistant to definitive interpretation. The absence of inscriptions may itself be deliberate, a refusal to anchor meaning to a fleeting ruler or a transient age. Instead, the temple exists as a monument to something more enduring, an idea, a ritual, or a civilization whose traces have mostly vanished. Beneath the surface, literal and metaphorical, the temple conceals secrets. Drill cores extracted from the floor have hinted at cavities and voids, spaces that may contain artifacts, passageways, or remnants of an architectural plan no longer fully realized. Ground-penetrating radar has mapped substructures whose layouts challenge conventional Egyptian chronology, suggesting the presence of older foundations that predate the dynastic overlay. Each discovery is tantalizing, yet frustratingly incomplete, leaving open the possibility of a more ancient intelligence at work. The relationship between the Sphinx and its temple is equally enigmatic. The Sphinx gazes eastward, its eyes fixed on the horizon, as if marking the passage of time or the movement of the sun. The temple, immediately adjacent, seems to amplify the monument's silent authority. Together, they form a complex whose scale and alignment imply more than functional utility. They suggest intention, perhaps ritual, perhaps reverence. Every stone appears to have been placed with consideration for the cosmic, the ceremonial, and the enduring. The absence of overt decoration does not diminish their presence. It intensifies it. As one wanders through the temple's spaces, the sense of scale becomes overwhelming. These are not constructions born of necessity alone. They are expressions of an intelligence attuned to geometry, astronomy, and possibly to forces we no longer understand. The monolithic walls, the perfectly leveled floors, the staggering size of the stones, all insist upon recognition of a sophistication long before the first recorded pharaohs. Yet this sophistication is shrouded in the obscurity of millennia, leaving the temple suspended between what is known and what can only be imagined. Ultimately, the Sphinx Temple resists definitive explanation. Its stones speak of labor and skill, yet remain mute on their origin. Its weathering tells of time and climate, yet challenges accepted chronologies. Its hidden cavities promise discovery, yet remain tantalizingly beyond reach. Like the Sphinx it accompanies, the temple guards its secrets with an implacable silence, offering only fragments of a story that may have begun in a forgotten age. And so, the valley and Sphinx temples stand, monolithic, austere, and unyielding. They invite contemplation, provoke debate, and inspire a reverence that is both intellectual and emotional. Each block, each chamber, each alignment carries the weight of unanswered questions, of knowledge lost and rediscovered, of a civilization perhaps older than our histories can trace. Here, in the quietude of limestone and sand, the mysteries of Giza continue to breathe, waiting for the patient ear to listen, the careful eye to observe, and the curious mind to wonder. Chapter 7. Water erosion and geological dating, the age debate. The surface of the Great Sphinx, carved from the limestone bedrock of the Giza Plateau, is a mosaic of time itself. Its body, stretched and monumental, bears vertical grooves, undulating channels etched deep into its stone flesh. These furrows do not merely trace the passage of centuries, they seem to murmur of climates long vanished, of rainfalls that swept across the plateau when the desert was still a cradle of rivers and fertile plains. To the untrained eye, they might appear as simple signs of wear, the expected outcome of millennia exposed to wind and sand. Yet for a growing number of geologists, these features suggest something far more profound. The Sphinx may be far older than the historical timeline has allowed. In the early 1990s, the American geologist Robert Schoch brought the Sphinx into the heart of this controversy, examining the weathering patterns with the precision of a scientist and the curiosity of a seeker. He concluded that the grooves, deep and rounded rather than sharp and wind-sculpted, could only have been formed by prolonged and heavy rainfall. Egypt, he noted, had not experienced such wet conditions since the end of the Pleistocene, around 7,000 to 9,000 BCE. These were centuries before the rise of dynastic Egypt, before Pharaoh Khufu, before any recorded hieroglyph could bear witness to the Sphinx's creation. The implications were staggering. If Schoch's analysis was correct, the Sphinx was not simply a product of Khafra's reign, as mainstream Egyptology asserts. It was a relic from a time when the Nile's floods mingled with seasonal rains that transformed the Sahara into a savanna of grasses and lakes. The monument, then, could be the work of an unknown civilization, a culture whose memory had been largely lost to history, later rediscovered and recarved by the Egyptians we recognize in the historical record. Beneath the grooves, one might imagine, lies a story older than written language, a testimony to a world when human ingenuity had already sought to mark the land with enduring stone. Yet this hypothesis has not gone unchallenged. Critics insist that wind, sandstorms, and temperature fluctuations are sufficient to account for the Sphinx's erosion. They point to other limestone structures across Egypt that show similar weathering patterns without invoking a vanished, hyper-ancient civilization. Some have questioned Schoch's methodology, suggesting that the grooves are exaggerated by natural fault lines and softer limestone layers rather than evidence of a deluge long past. The debate has become emblematic of the tension between traditional archaeology and geological inquiry, one rooted in dynastic records, the other in the silent testimony of stone. To walk around the Sphinx today is to witness these debates etched in 3 dimensions. Its body, massive yet strangely fragile, is divided by bands of erosion that vary in depth and texture. The shoulders and chest, facing the brunt of the plateau's summer heat, display a different pattern than the rear haunches, suggesting that time, weather, and the composition of limestone itself conspire to shape the monument unevenly. Geologists point to the verticality of the grooves as the critical evidence. Rainfall, they argue, sculpts differently than wind-driven sand. Water trickles down, following gravity, leaving rounded indentations that deepen with each season of moisture. Wind, by contrast, abrades the surface in a more horizontal, planar fashion, and sandstorms tend to polish rather than carve. Schoch's work is supported, in part, by the plateau's own geological history. During the early Holocene, when the Sahara was far greener than today, Egypt experienced a monsoonal climate. Lakes and rivers expanded across areas now buried beneath sand. and the northern plateau would have been subject to episodic torrential rains. If the Sphinx were carved in this era, it would have witnessed a landscape utterly alien to the one we see now. Lush plains, abundant wildlife, and skies heavy with clouds. The idea that humans might have built such a monument under these conditions forces a reconsideration of technological and cultural capacities attributed to prehistoric populations. Archaeologists, however, counter with evidence firmly rooted in the dynastic narrative. Excavations near the Sphinx have yielded remains that tie the monument to Khafra's mortuary complex. Blocks of limestone quarried in the 4th dynasty, the alignment with his pyramid, and relief fragments bearing the pharaoh's insignia. From this perspective, the Sphinx's erosion can be explained by the softer limestone layers of its body and centuries of exposure to wind, sand, and occasional Nile flooding. To suggest an older origin, they argue, requires extraordinary evidence, and the stratigraphic record, as currently interpreted, does not provide it. The mystery deepens when considering the Sphinx's subterranean environment. Carved from a single bedrock outcrop, it rests on a foundation that has itself been shaped by millennia of geological processes. Rainwater that might have once coursed down the grooves could also have infiltrated fissures below, altering the stability and composition of the stone. Over centuries, these hidden channels could exaggerate surface erosion, complicating the distinction between water-carved furrows and natural stone decay. Some have speculated that the Sphinx may even conceal chambers or passages, vestiges of a civilization whose knowledge has been partially obliterated by both time and the desert. Beyond the science, the debate carries profound philosophical weight. If the Sphinx predates Khafra, what does this say about the origins of human civilization in the Nile Valley? Was dynastic Egypt simply an inheritor of a far older cultural memory, reviving monumental architecture already conceived by those who had lived in a wetter, more fertile Egypt? Some suggest that the Sphinx, in its silent majesty, is a palimpsest of human ambition, a layered testimony where one civilization builds upon the stones of another. Beneath every groove, there lies a question that history has yet to answer. Who first set chisel to limestone, and for what purpose? The debate has also invited comparative reflection across the ancient world. Geological dating of megalithic structures in Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the Indus Valley often encounters similar tensions between archaeological timelines and evidence of environmental change. In many cases, monuments endure beyond the memory of their creators, their origins obscured by climate shifts, migrations, and cultural upheaval. The Sphinx, with its enigmatic gaze, stands as perhaps the most dramatic illustration of this principle, an object at once familiar and alien, ancient yet resistant to chronological definition. To observe the Sphinx at dawn, when the rising sun casts elongated shadows across its eroded torso, is to feel the weight of these unanswered questions. Light traces the grooves, revealing their depth, curvature, and mystery. One cannot help but imagine the rains that might have once carved these channels, the landscape they transformed, and the hands that labored to preserve a vision in stone. Here, time itself seems porous, allowing for a convergence of eras. Prehistoric green Egypt, the flourishing dynastic age, and the modern desert that now threatens to erase the monument once more. Ultimately, the discussion of water erosion and geological dating is not merely academic. It is an invitation to re-examine the foundations of history. Each furrow on the Sphinx's body carries with it the sediment of possibility, the sediment of human curiosity, and the sediment of a climate that has long since disappeared. Whether these grooves were carved by rain, wind, or the hand of an unknown civilization, they remain as testimony, enigmatic and resolute. The monument endures, silently challenging the timelines imposed upon it, inviting generations of observers to consider what truths lie hidden beneath the limestone. The Sphinx, in all its ambiguity, remains a sentinel over the Giza Plateau, an enduring question, poised between the known and the forgotten. Its grooves, whether carved by ancient floods or by the patient abrasion of wind and sand, speak of time in a language older than hieroglyphs. They whisper of a world when Egypt was green, when human hands first reached for permanence in stone, and when the desert itself was still learning the shape of memory. And as the sun slides lower toward the horizon, one cannot help but sense that the Sphinx, in its silent vigil, has yet more to tell, if only we could listen with patience enough to hear it. Chapter 8. the hidden chambers, modern ground-penetrating discoveries. In the arid stillness of the Giza Plateau, beneath the harsh Egyptian sun, the Great Sphinx rises as a sentinel of stone, its form weathered yet eternal. For millennia, the enigmatic figure has drawn pilgrims, explorers, and scholars alike, each seeking to unravel the secrets etched in its massive body. Yet, for all the centuries of careful study, the Sphinx has always whispered of hidden depths, of spaces beyond sight, of chambers buried beneath the shifting sands. It was not until the closing decades of the 20th century that technology, patient, unblinking, and precise, began to penetrate what human eyes could not. In the early 1990s, two teams embarked on such an endeavor, researchers from Waseda University in Japan, working in parallel with a group from the Stanford Research Institute in California, brought with them a suite of ground-penetrating radar equipment, instruments capable of probing the earth and rock without disturbing a single grain of sand. These machines, sensitive to subtle changes in density and composition, swept over the Sphinx and its enclosure, scanning its foundations, its pores, and the surrounding plateau with meticulous care. The aim was scientific, clinical, yet even as the devices hummed quietly, the pulse of mystery seemed to thicken in the hot, dry air. The results, when analyzed, were quietly revolutionary. Beneath the Sphinx's massive pores, the radar revealed voids, rectangular cavities carved or formed within the limestone bedrock. They were not random gaps, nor merely the fractures that one might expect after millennia of erosion. The geometry hinted at intent, as if the stone itself had been shaped to contain something, or perhaps to conceal it. Along the length of the Sphinx's body, deep fissures emerged, linear and purposeful, running like veins through the ancient rock, and extending from these anomalies, a network of tunnels seemed to stretch toward the Great Pyramid itself, suggesting a subterranean choreography of corridors and chambers beneath the plateau. The official interpretations, however, were careful, restrained. Egyptian authorities and the academic institutions involved largely described these features as natural voids, or the result of geological processes, fault lines, collapse cavities, erosion by subterranean water. Yet the language of the data, silent and immutable, hinted at a different story. Rectilinear shapes, consistent angles, and the apparent alignment of passageways toward known centers of ritual or tomb construction were not the hallmarks of simple geology. The radar could measure these voids with precision, their size, shape, and depth, but it could not breathe life into them, could not say whether they were halls of kings, repositories of knowledge, or sanctuaries of the ancient priesthood. Requests for direct exploration were met with restraint, and in some cases outright denial. The Sphinx is, after all, a fragile sentinel. Excavation risks both the monument and its context. Yet this inaccessibility only deepened fascination. If the voids were chambers, what might they contain? Some hypothesized hidden tombs, predating even the Old Kingdom dynasties. Others imagined subterranean ritual spaces, places of initiation where the ancient Egyptian elite communed with the divine through mystery and ceremony. A more radical suggestion, voiced quietly among a few fringe researchers, proposed that these passages could link to remnants of an earlier complex, buried beneath the dynastic reconstructions imposed upon the plateau thousands of years ago. In the quiet hum of the radar laboratories, the anomalies took on almost corporeal weight. Each signal reflected, absorbed, and refracted by stone and void told a story of absence, a hollow beneath the stone, waiting for eyes that would never see it, at least not yet. Scholars debated, analyzed, and reanalyzed the data. Some suggested the cavities might connect to the long-rumored Hall of Records, a repository of ancient knowledge referenced in esoteric texts, said to lie somewhere beneath the Giza Plateau. Others were more cautious, proposing that the apparent patterns were coincidental, that the mind seeks geometry and meaning even in the chaotic fractures of nature. Yet the evidence itself resisted dismissal. The rectangular cavities beneath the pores, precisely measured and consistently aligned, appeared intentional. In ancient Egyptian ritual architecture, geometry was never accidental. Temples, tombs, and pyramids were constructed with an exacting attention to cardinal points, symbolic axes, and proportional harmony. The notion that such symmetry could arise purely from geological processes stretches credulity, and the network of tunnels leading toward the Great Pyramid cannot be easily explained as mere natural fissures. The idea of a deliberate subterranean design, invisible to the naked eye, evokes the possibility of an entire hidden layer of Giza, silent, shadowed, and largely untouched. For decades, these findings remained largely confined to academic journals and specialist conferences, discussed in technical terms that rarely reached the public imagination. Yet within these sterile reports lay a haunting subtext, a reminder that the Sphinx, despite being the most scrutinized monument in Egypt, guards secrets that have eluded millennia of study. Beneath the pores, beneath the platform, beneath the shifting sands, there are spaces carved, hollowed, or perhaps preserved, waiting for a future in which technology, caution, and courage might converge. The speculation naturally grew more audacious in less formal circles. Some suggested the voids might conceal treasures, ritual objects, sacred texts, or even artifacts of unknown purpose. Others imagined the chambers as time capsules, echoing the memory of civilizations far older than the dynasties recorded in stone and papyrus. The mind wanders, inevitably, to forbidden corridors, to hidden halls illuminated by torches flickering against limestone walls, to hieroglyphs that recount histories never recorded elsewhere. And yet, the radar itself, cold and precise, offers only a map of absence, signposts pointing to places unseen, unanswered, unresolved. What makes these discoveries particularly compelling is the tension between knowledge and denial. The technology exists to see beneath the surface, yet permission to explore remains constrained. Each signal on the radar screen is a question mark in 3 dimensions, a silent prompt that there is more beneath the surface than has been acknowledged. The limestone of Giza, already scarred by centuries of wind, sand, and human intervention, holds in its subterranean geometry a narrative that may never be fully read. It is a story written in stone and void, accessible only to those willing to interpret absence as presence, emptiness as suggestion. Some researchers have attempted non-invasive follow-ups, using seismic tomography, electrical resistivity, and other geophysical methods. Each confirms anomalies, each hints at structures too regular to be wholly natural. And yet all of these tools share a limitation. They measure, they suggest, but they do not answer. What lies within these voids remains a question suspended between stone and silence. Perhaps there are corridors that have not seen light since their construction, chambers whose walls have never been touched by human hands in over 4,000 years, their contents preserved or lost in the steady creep of time. It is tempting, when standing on the plateau at sunset, to imagine what lies beneath. The warm light falls across the Sphinx, casting shadows into every crevice, as if the monument itself gestures toward the hidden. One can almost hear the faint echo of ancient footsteps, the ritualized sounds of a civilization that understood the earth beneath its feet as deeply as the sky above. The very notion of chambers, whether for tombs, ritual, or records, forces a reconsideration of what we know about the Old Kingdom, about its architectural ambition, and about its secrecy. And yet, despite the advances of modern technology, the Sphinx keeps its counsel. Each void beneath the pores, each fissure along the body, each passage that extends in the dark toward the Great Pyramid, remains unexcavated, untold, unresolved. The instruments speak in silent, precise language, but the story they suggest is fragmentary, tantalizing, and incomplete. The Sphinx, in its patient permanence, offers only glimpses of the labyrinth beneath, and in those glimpses, the imagination and the intellect alike are drawn into contemplation, of history, of mystery, and of the space between certainty and wonder. Beneath the weight of millennia, the hidden chambers linger. They are neither fully known nor entirely unknowable. They are a reminder that, even in an age of unprecedented technology and access, some secrets remain carefully veiled. The Sphinx does not hurry. It does not speak plainly. It asks only that we pause, that we observe, that we wonder. And as the radar hums, the voids wait, silent yet present, an invitation to a deeper journey into the mysteries of Giza. Chapter 9. The Osiris Shaft. A gateway. Beneath the causeway, beneath the blazing sun of the Giza Plateau, just east of the Sphinx's weathered pores, lies a descent both literal and symbolic. A narrow, vertical shaft that pierces over 100 feet into the living limestone. Known to archaeologists as the Osiris Shaft, this enigmatic structure defies easy categorization. Its mouth, little more than a slit in the bedrock, gives no hint of the labyrinthine chambers below. Yet those who venture downward enter a space suspended between eras, a realm where stone and water, conspire to obscure human intentions and divine aspirations alike. The first explorers to descend into the shaft in the early 20th century were immediately confronted by its formidable verticality. Ladders and ropes were barely sufficient to navigate the initial drop. What awaited them was a system of 3 chambers, each connected not by corridors, but by vertical shafts, plunging deeper into the earth as if to mirror the journey of the soul itself. The walls were slick with groundwater, a persistent reminder that the plateau is not merely a place of construction, but of natural forces slowly reclaiming human endeavors. Within these chambers, sarcophagi rested in the damp, as though waiting for the return of those who had once placed them here, while hieroglyphic inscriptions invoked the name of Osiris, the lord of the underworld, his presence both protective and prescriptive. Carbon dating of fragments found within the shaft places its origins firmly within the Old Kingdom, roughly the 26th to 25th centuries BCE. Yet the architecture itself betrays signs of intervention and reuse, spanning perhaps millennia. Some corridors appear patched, others widened or deepened, suggesting that successive generations recognized the sacredness of this vertical tomb, but adapted it to their own rituals. The notion of continuity over such an expanse of time hints at a persistent cultural memory, a memory that transcends dynasties, whispering of an understanding of death and rebirth that the modern imagination can only glimpse. The very name given to this shaft, Osiris, evokes the cyclical nature of life and death. In Egyptian cosmology, Osiris is not merely a god of the underworld. He is the archetype of resurrection, of the eternal return. To descend the shaft is to trace symbolically the journey from life into death, and perhaps back again. Some Egyptologists have speculated that this was not a tomb for mortals at all, but a symbolic resting place for the deity himself, a terrestrial echo of the god's celestial dominion. The proximity of the shaft to the Sphinx, the colossal guardian whose gaze remains fixed toward the rising sun, compounds this interpretation. Could the plateau itself be read as a ritual map, where the Sphinx watches over the threshold, the causeway as a liminal path, and the Osiris Shaft as a gateway into the netherworld? Inside, the chambers are claustrophobic yet precise, a testament to engineering both meticulous and mystical. The lowest chamber, reached only after a harrowing descent through a narrow vertical passage, contains the most evocative features. Sarcophagi carved with intricate reliefs, partially submerged in groundwater, their inscriptions faded but legible to the trained eye. Here the hand of the divine seems tangible. Water, long a symbol of both purification and chaos in Egyptian thought, fills the chamber with a silent, reflective presence. It is as if the shaft itself is a living mirror of the Nile's eternal flood, connecting the surface world to subterranean currents both literal and metaphysical. Yet many questions remain unanswered. Why place a structure of such profound symbolism in the shadow of the Sphinx, rather than integrated into a conventional mortuary complex? Why were these chambers revisited and modified over centuries, when the prevailing mortuary architecture of the Old Kingdom followed strict geometric and ceremonial rules? The shaft resists simple explanation, hinting at esoteric knowledge, perhaps deliberately hidden, that governed the choices of its builders. Some theorists have proposed that it formed part of a much larger, hidden network beneath the plateau, a subterranean counterpart to the surface monuments, a space where the living could engage with the dead, and where the dead could engage with the divine. Comparative mythology offers tantalizing parallels. Cultures across the ancient world conceived of sacred vertical passages. Ziggurats in Mesopotamia, the chthonic caves of Crete, even the shaft tombs of Mesoamerica. Each functions as a conduit between realms, a vertical journey that mirrors the human psyche's encounter with mortality and mystery. The Osiris Shaft may belong to this lineage, yet it is distinctly Egyptian in its insistence on resurrection and continuity, rather than mere interment. Its design, carved from solid limestone, suggests both permanence and secrecy, a deliberate enclosure meant to withstand not only time, but human curiosity. Archaeological interventions have been cautious, hampered by flooding and the inherent danger of the vertical passages. Modern techniques, such as ground-penetrating radar and 3D laser scanning, hint at extensions beyond the known chambers. But no definitive exploration has yet revealed the full extent of the underground complex. In some sense, the shaft preserves its mystery by default. Nature itself, through water, collapse, and erosion, guards its secrets as rigorously as the ancient priests might have. Every descent is an encounter with risk, with the unknown, with the silent accumulation of centuries. Even the inscriptions themselves provoke debate. Invocations to Osiris, coupled with enigmatic symbols and undated graffiti, suggest rituals that may have extended beyond the formal religious calendar, practices intended to reinforce the liminality of the space. Some of these markings are consistent with Old Kingdom orthodoxy, while others bear signs of later dynastic or even Greco-Roman reinterpretation. The shaft becomes, in essence, a palimpsest of religious thought, a layered testament to evolving beliefs about death, divinity, and human aspiration. The waterlogged sarcophagi, meanwhile, invite speculation. Were they once dry and pristine, ceremonially prepared to house a sacred figure, only to succumb later to the caprices of groundwater? Or were they intentionally immersed, a ritual immersion reflecting the mythic journey of Osiris, who was said to travel through watery underworlds before emerging reborn? The physical evidence resists resolution, leaving the observer suspended between empirical observation and mythic imagination. Above ground, the Sphinx and the causeway provide context without answers. The shaft's alignment, its orientation relative to the Sphinx, and the axis of the rising sun evoke a deliberate cosmological symbolism. Some Egyptologists suggest the plateau was conceived as an experiential theatre of life, death, and resurrection, where monumental architecture enacts metaphysical truths in stone. The Osiris Shaft hidden beneath the sands may be the keystone of this design, a subterranean node that completes a ritual circuit, connecting human ritual to cosmic cycles. Descending the shaft today is both a physical and a temporal journey. Each step downward is a descent through time, through successive layers of human activity and spiritual intent. The limestone walls, worn smooth in places and jagged in others, bear witness to labor, devotion, and secrecy. The echo of footsteps, the smell of damp stone, and the dim light reflecting off stagnant water combine to create a sensory environment that is at once unsettling and awe-inspiring. Here, one confronts the enduring enigma of ancient Egypt, a civilization capable of monumental clarity on the surface, yet concealing beneath its sands corridors whose purposes and meanings continue to elude comprehension. Ultimately, the Osiris Shaft remains a threshold rather than a destination. Its chambers offer artifacts and inscriptions, yet each revelation deepens the sense of unknowing. We are left with glimpses, a sarcophagus half submerged, a hieroglyph etched in the dark, the faint echo of footsteps centuries removed. The shaft gestures toward a larger design, toward a spiritual and architectural network that may extend far beyond what we can physically access. It challenges our assumptions about what has been discovered and what remains deliberately hidden, and it quietly insists that the story of the Giza Plateau is far from complete. As the wind stirs the sand above and the Sphinx gazes toward the horizon, the Osiris Shaft lies silent, its waters reflecting the faintest glimmer of sunlight, its depths inviting yet perilous. It is a gateway not merely of stone and water, but of thought and imagination, a subterranean realm that beckons to the curious, the patient, and the reverent. And yet, like the underworld itself, it yields no final answers, only the haunting suggestion that beneath the known world, and perhaps beneath our understanding, there is more to discover, more to question, and more to imagine. Chapter 10. The Tomb of Khafra. Alignments and Absences. The second pyramid of Giza rises with a quiet authority, its dark limestone casing once gleaming like polished gold beneath the relentless Egyptian sun. Attributed to Pharaoh Khafra, son of Khufu, it occupies the central plateau of Giza, a point between the massive Great Pyramid and the enigmatic Sphinx. Yet unlike its predecessor, this pyramid offers far less certainty. No inscriptions on its stones proclaim the pharaoh's name. No hieroglyphic panels narrate his triumphs. No offering stele mark his resting place. Archaeologists enter a stark, hollowed interior, where the burial chamber seems almost to recoil from history itself. The walls, bare of decoration, reflect the dim light like a quiet, unspeaking witness. Even the sarcophagus once expected lies absent. This void, this emptiness, is as much a signature as any inscription, raising questions that linger like dust in the shafts of the descending corridors. The architecture itself seems deliberate in its austerity. Unlike Khufu's pyramid, which boasts the grandeur of intricate passages and corbelled ceilings, Khafra's internal design is minimal, almost skeletal. The burial chamber is cut from the natural bedrock, a rectangular void crowned by a single massive granite lintel. Its smooth walls offer no guidance, no symbols to confirm whose remains might have been interred. Scholars have debated this silence for generations. Was it intended as a statement of power through absence, or does it conceal a truth too fragile to be inscribed, a truth that could not survive the cycles of tomb robbers and dynastic revision? Each theory carries weight, yet none can claim finality. The chamber's emptiness is an open question, suspended in time, inviting speculation without promise of resolution. Outside, the plateau tells a different story. The pyramid, the Sphinx, and the Valley Temple form a visual and geometric dialogue, a choreography etched into stone with uncanny precision. From above, lines drawn through the pyramid's edges point directly to the Sphinx, whose gaze meets the horizon at the exact angle of the rising sun during the solstice. The Valley Temple, its walls of diorite and limestone still bearing traces of original paint, aligns with the causeway descending from the pyramid, bridging mortal and divine realms. This alignment has led many to assume Khafra's authorship of the Sphinx, yet the absence of any contemporaneous inscription linking him to the lion-headed monument introduces a subtle dissonance. It is a harmony built upon conjecture, a story that rests on geometry more than epigraphy. The Sphinx itself seems older than the dynasty that claims it. Its weathered face, half eroded, exudes a monumentality that feels less tied to a single ruler than to the plateau's deeper, more enigmatic history. Could it be that Khafra merely restored what had long existed, placing himself within a narrative already sacred? Excavations at the temple reveal blocks and carvings that predate the 4th dynasty, hints of a ritual landscape older than any surviving records. The question arises, did the pharaoh impose his authority on an ancient, revered monument, or did he construct the pyramid as an extension of a ritual geography that had existed for generations? A dialogue with powers older than dynasties themselves. Within the pyramid complex, the asymmetry between design and narrative is pronounced. The Valley Temple's massive granite pillars, each hewn with precision, hint at elaborate ceremonial use. Reliefs, though fragmentary, depict offerings and priestly rituals, yet they do not confirm the identity of the interred. Funerary texts, so essential in other tombs, are absent here. It is a silence that speaks louder than any inscription. Scholars have noted that this absence may reflect a broader pattern in Khafra's reign, an inclination toward monumental statements of power over textual declarations. The pyramid announces authority through mass, through visibility, and through alignment with the cosmic and topographic order, rather than through words carved into stone. The site also hints at practical realities that may have influenced these choices. Tomb robbery in ancient Egypt was not a rarity, it was a recurring calamity. The empty sarcophagus might not signify an unfinished burial, but rather a history erased. Yet the more one studies the site, the more one suspects that the emptiness is intentional. The pyramid's internal passages are shorter, the chambers fewer, the design more austere than Khufu's labyrinthine tomb. If robbers had been the primary concern, a more elaborate series of decoys might have been constructed. Instead, the pyramid's minimalism seems calculated, an assertion of permanence through geometry rather than through the impermanence of possessions. The causeway linking the pyramid to the Valley Temple strengthens the sense of a sacred itinerary, a procession through stone that transforms the landscape into a ritual narrative. Pilgrims or priests would have walked its length, moving between pyramid and temple, between the terrestrial and the divine, between what is seen and what is deliberately hidden. The Sphinx stands sentinel along this route, its massive pause and crouch form bridging the visible and the invisible, the claimed and the unclaimed. From certain angles, the Sphinx's gaze aligns not with the pyramid directly, but with the eastern horizon, as if measuring time itself, or the passage of the sun across the sky. Its eroded visage and uncertain origin cast a shadow over our assumptions, a reminder that monumental ambition does not always leave a clear record. Modern archaeology continues to probe the plateau with careful persistence. Geophysical surveys, laser scanning, and excavation of the surrounding cemeteries have revealed subsidiary structures, workers' villages, satellite pyramids, and smaller chapels that suggest a highly organized construction enterprise. Yet even these discoveries, remarkable as they are, illuminate the human story only partially. The central enigma remains. the absence of the pharaoh within his own tomb, the Sphinx's unclear patronage, the faint whispers of ritual lost to time. Each discovery adds detail, yet the overarching narrative resists closure. It is a monument designed to endure, to provoke reflection, to invite speculation. Its power lies not in the certainty of attribution, but in the tension between knowledge and absence. Consider the alignment again. A line connecting the pyramid, the Sphinx, and the Valley Temple is precise, intentional, a geometric manifestation of cosmic order. It hints at astronomical observation, at solar worship, at the integration of sacred and secular power. Yet in this precision lies a quiet irony. The more exact the alignment, the greater the contrast with what remains unknown. Khafra's pyramid dominates the plateau, commanding attention through scale and position, but within its walls, the story is almost nothing. Outside, the Sphinx's silence challenges assumptions, resisting attribution, daring observers to confront the limits of evidence. It is a dialogue across millennia, a conversation that refuses a definitive answer. As shadows lengthen across the plateau, the symmetry of the monumental landscape is undeniable. Yet this symmetry conceals asymmetry in understanding. The evidence we have, stones, alignments, traces of paint, fragmentary reliefs, forms a mosaic of suggestion rather than confirmation. Khafra's role, though generally accepted, is never fully proven. The Sphinx, looming and silent, may belong to him, or to a memory older than any surviving record. Each step across the limestone and sandstone of the plateau is a journey into a past both visible and invisible. A reminder that history often survives in what is withheld as much as in what is revealed. The tomb of Khafre, in its starkness and in its monumental relationships, embodies a profound tension between presence and absence, between what is claimed and what is verifiable. It is a stage set by human hands, yet its narrative is partly obscured, a script written as much in silence as in stone. Those who stand before it, tracing the lines from pyramid to temple to Sphinx, encounter not only the ambition of a pharaoh, but also the haunting persistence of questions that refuse closure. The plateau itself seems to hold its breath, inviting contemplation of forces, histories, and intentions that have long vanished from memory, leaving behind only the geometric whispers of a civilization's grandeur. And so the tomb remains, its chambers empty, its alignments precise, its mysteries intact. The Sphinx, the pyramid, the Valley Temple, they speak to us in forms that are visible, yet their messages remain elusive, a riddle written in the language of stone and sky. As the wind moves across the plateau, scattering sand over eroded limestone, one cannot help but sense that the story of Khafra is both told and withheld, a narrative suspended between assertion and absence, awaiting voices yet unheard, interpretations yet unmade. Chapter 11. The Inventory. Stele. Echoes of an older godin. The shadow of the Great Pyramid, near the rising terraces of the Temple of Isis at Giza, a granite slab rests quietly, unassuming yet profound. Known today as the Inventory Stele, it bears inscriptions that have puzzled Egyptologists for over a century. Carved with meticulous care, the text claims that Pharaoh Khufu, the sovereign of the 4th dynasty, builder of the Great Pyramid, did not construct the Sphinx. Rather, he restored it, along with the adjacent temple, implying that the monument itself was already ancient in his time. The words, etched into stone with a ritual precision, carry a resonance that has stirred both scholarly debate and imaginative speculation. The stele measures roughly 2 meters in height, its surface weathered but legible, revealing lines of hieroglyphs that describe not only the restoration, but also the offerings and inventories associated with the sacred site. It mentions a sanctuary dedicated to Isis, mistress of the pyramid, a phrasing that seems to reach backward into a pre-Old Kingdom religiosity. Isis, a goddess later central to the Egyptian pantheon, is here invoked in direct connection, with Giza suggesting that the plateau held spiritual significance long before Khufu's reign. This association challenges conventional chronology, hinting at a continuity of worship and sacred architecture that stretches deeper into prehistory than commonly acknowledged. Archaeologists first encountered the stele in the late 19th century, amidst the excavation campaigns surrounding the Sphinx and nearby temples. Its discovery coincided with the broader uncovering of Giza's monumental landscape, a time when European explorers and scholars sought to piece together the narrative of the Old Kingdom. Yet even then, the stele's message resisted easy assimilation into accepted history. For mainstream Egyptology, the claim that Khufu merely restored the Sphinx contradicts the long-held attribution of the statue and its temple to his son, Khafre. The contrast is stark. The public image of the Sphinx as a guardian erected in precise harmony with Khafre's pyramid complex is shaken by the suggestion that its roots extend further into the past. The language of the stele is precise, ceremonial, and deliberate. It catalogues offerings, enumerates temple treasures, and details the ritual acts performed to honor the deity Isis. Scholars who dismiss the text as a later fabrication point to its stylistic differences from other 4th dynasty inscriptions. Yet even in their critique, they cannot fully account for the stele's careful phrasing, nor the sense of memory it conveys, as if a scribe was recording the deliberate act of preserving something already revered for generations. The text is not casual or propagandistic. It is a formal acknowledgement of a pre-existing sanctity, a statement of stewardship rather than creation. The implications of this assertion ripple outward. If Khufu restored the Sphinx, who first carved it? The statue itself, hewn from the natural limestone bedrock, presents physical evidence that seems incongruent with the Old Kingdom timeline. Its eroded features and unusually weathered surface have long invited debate. Some suggest centuries of exposure to water and wind before Khufu's reign, implying that the Sphinx predates him by millennia. Geological and hydrological studies have lent some weight to these claims, though they remain controversial. Yet when read alongside the inventory stele, the argument gains a haunting coherence. Perhaps the pharaoh did not fashion a new guardian, but inherited one already monumental, already charged with sacred meaning. The mention of Isis, mistress of the pyramid, opens yet another layer of mystery. In traditional Egyptian chronology, Isis's rise to prominence occurs centuries later, her mythology interwoven with Osiris and Horus during the Middle and New Kingdoms. Yet here, she is invoked in direct relation to Giza's Plateau, suggesting an earlier, almost forgotten cultic presence. The stele's phrasing implies continuity, a sacred landscape that predates dynastic consolidation, maintained across generations of rulers who sought to honor what was already ancient. It paints a picture of a civilization that, even in its celebrated golden age, may have been curating and rediscovering relics of an older world. The ritual cataloguing recorded on the stele is itself a testament to this enduring reverence. Lists of offerings, incense, oil, finely crafted objects demonstrate a meticulous devotion to the site, treating the Sphinx not as a recent monument, but as a vessel of ancient sanctity. The careful enumeration of inventories hints at administrative precision, but it also carries a quieter, almost reverent undertone, a consciousness that this was a legacy worth preserving. These details, mundane at first glance, reveal a society deeply invested in memory, in the sacred responsibility of continuity. Yet the stele also embodies tension between historical record and myth. Some Egyptologists argue that Khufu's claims were self-aggrandizing, a posthumous attempt to link himself with a revered monument to elevate his divine status. But the language resists that reading. It is unusually humble for a pharaoh's record, emphasizing preservation over creation, homage over personal glory. The text speaks not of conquest, but of guardianship, a recognition of something whose origin lies beyond the pharaoh's power. In this respect, the stele functions as a bridge, a delicate inscription connecting the world of human rulers with a more enduring, enigmatic past. Contemplating the inventory. Stele invites reflection on the nature of history itself. It suggests that the monuments we celebrate as pinnacles of human achievement may, in fact, be chapters in an ongoing story of remembrance and restoration. Khufu's role, then, is not merely as an architect, but as a custodian of a sacred heritage that predates dynasties, a heritage whose original creators have been lost to time. The Sphinx, already ancient by his reign, becomes a silent witness, To this continuity, its gaze forever fixed upon the horizon, a reminder of what is older than memory, yet still entrusted to human hands. Modern scholarship remains divided. Some dismiss the stele as an anomaly, a curious artifact of ritual bureaucracy, while others treat it as a whisper of suppressed history, a coded acknowledgement that Egypt's Old Kingdom itself was not the beginning, but a moment in the rediscovery of something older. The language of the text, the reverent tone, the reference to deities whose prominence would come later, all of these elements complicate the conventional narrative. They suggest that even at the height of Egypt's architectural and political sophistication, its leaders were conscious of a deep, almost unknowable past, a past that demanded respect and careful stewardship. Walking the plateau today, one can almost feel the weight of these layers. The Sphinx sits, monumental and enigmatic, its body eroded by centuries, its face partially obscured by wind-blown sand. The inventory stele, now housed in the Cairo Museum, captures in stone a fleeting moment of acknowledgement, a pharaoh bowing, if only symbolically, to the authority of what came before him. It is a testament to the persistence of sacred memory, a stone record that refuses to be fully explained, inviting us to imagine the hands that shaped it, the eyes that read it, and the ancient world it silently evokes. In the quiet of the Giza Plateau, the stele endures as a subtle contradiction, a fragment of a story that may never be completed. It whispers of gods older than dynasties, of monuments older than the kings who claimed them, and of a human impulse to preserve, catalogue, and honor a world already ancient. The inventory. Stele does not answer the question of who carved the Sphinx, nor does it resolve the mystery of Isis's early presence at Giza. Instead, it lingers in the space between certainty and wonder, a reminder that history is as much about what is remembered as what is forgotten. And as the sun sets over the pyramids, casting long shadows across the sands, the stele remains, a silent echo of an older god, a voice from a past that refuses to be fully claimed. Chapter 12. Subterranean passages beneath Giza, the sealed corridors. Beneath the sun-scorched plateau of Giza, where the pyramids rise like frozen mountains from the shifting sands, lie passages rarely glimpsed by human eyes. Early explorers spoke of them in hushed tones, their journals hinting at narrow tunnels descending into the darkness below the known monuments. Salim Hassan, during his meticulous surveys in the 1920s and 1930s, recorded corridors that twisted away from the Pyramid of Khufu, vanishing beneath the plateau toward the Sphinx. Henry Salt, decades earlier, had described similar shafts, sometimes barely wide enough to admit a single man, and often disappearing under layers of debris, collapsed stone, or the ceaseless accumulation of sand. Many of these entrances, once open to exploration, were later sealed, either for safety or during periods of restoration, leaving only faint traces in the maps and sketches of those first intrepid surveyors. Modern geophysical surveys suggest that the mysteries beneath Giza are more than legend. Ground-penetrating radar and electrical resistivity studies indicate at least 3 distinct subsurface levels beneath the plateau, each marked by irregular anomalies that hint at chambers, tunnels, and voids. Yet these findings remain tantalizingly out of reach. Excavation permits are tightly controlled by Egyptian antiquities authorities, and even when access is granted, the work is painstakingly slow, often interrupted by structural instability or the practical difficulty of navigating centuries of sediment and debris. The result is a layered enigma. Beneath the familiar desert surface, a hidden world persists, largely untouched, waiting in shadow for those who would attempt to uncover it. The question that lingers among archaeologists and historians alike is deceptively simple. What were these tunnels for? Some argue they are nothing more than ancient quarries, channels carved to extract limestone for the monumental construction above. Others, however, suggest a far more deliberate purpose. The alignment of certain passages, their proximity to the Sphinx and its enclosure, and references in classical and Egyptian texts hint at a labyrinthine design. A network built not for labor, but for ritual, for concealment, or for safeguarding knowledge. Ancient papyri speak of hidden places of the gods, and the pyramid texts make repeated reference to chambers where the wisdom of the stars was stored. Whether metaphorical or literal, these words echo across millennia. Their resonance felt most sharply in the cold air of a subterranean corridor, where walls once touched only by torchlight now lie silent and waiting. Accounts from early explorers are sparse but evocative. Hassan describes descending a narrow shaft beneath the Khafra causeway, where the walls are smoothed to an unnatural precision. He noted niches carved into the rock at intervals, their purpose uncertain. Perhaps storage, perhaps offerings, or perhaps markers of an unknown cosmological order. Salt, who explored parts of the plateau in the early 19th century, mentions a passageway leading under the Sphinx itself, long since lost beneath rubble. In both accounts, there is a common thread, a sense of deliberate design, a faint but unmistakable suggestion that these spaces were meant to be hidden, to remain closed except to those who knew their paths. The Sphinx, itself a symbol of mystery, seems intimately tied to this subterranean network. Local legend speaks of hidden chambers beneath the lion's paws, repositories of ancient knowledge, or even gateways to the underworld. Some passages reportedly connect directly to the Sphinx enclosure, forming a labyrinth that may have extended across the plateau. The very idea of a sacred, concealed architecture resonates with similar constructions elsewhere in the ancient world, from the hypogea beneath Malta to the tunnel complexes beneath Mesoamerican pyramids. In these places, hidden corridors are never merely functional, they are symbolic thresholds, spaces where the earthly and the divine intersect, where secrecy preserves power and knowledge alike. Modern investigations have approached these anomalies with the tools of science, yet the results only deepen the mystery. Non-invasive methods reveal voids that cannot be explained by natural fissures alone. Some corridors appear to extend laterally for hundreds of meters, their precise endpoints unknown. Sediment analysis suggests that at least some of these passages were deliberately backfilled, their entrances sealed in antiquity, perhaps as part of a ritual closure or to protect what lay within. Inscriptions that might have once marked these spaces have been lost, eroded, or intentionally destroyed, leaving archaeologists to interpret voids in the rock and faint traces of construction with nothing but conjecture to guide them. The labyrinth beneath Giza, if it exists as the fragments suggest, may represent a kind of memory frozen in stone. The Egyptians were masters of encoding information not only in hieroglyphs, but in the very architecture of their monuments. Just as the pyramids align with celestial phenomena, these tunnels may encode cosmological principles, astronomical observations, or esoteric knowledge, details that would have been meaningful only to initiates. In this light, the narrow sealed corridors are less a mystery of construction than a repository of intention, a deliberate act of concealment that speaks to a worldview in which the sacred was inseparable from the hidden. There is also a practical dimension to consider. The Giza Plateau has been continuously inhabited, visited, and disturbed for thousands of years. Sand shifts, tombs are looted, and floods occasionally seep into the bedrock. It is possible that many corridors have collapsed or been deliberately obscured to protect the living from harm. The sealing of tunnels during modern restoration further complicates matters. What was once open, allowing explorers to descend into darkness with oil lamps, is now inaccessible, leaving only historical accounts and geophysical data to hint at the subterranean layout. In this sense, each sealed passage is both a barrier and an invitation, a reminder that the past may be partially recoverable, but never fully knowable. Yet even in absence, the tunnels beneath Giza exert a pull on the imagination. They evoke images of ancient priests navigating narrow stone corridors, of ceremonial rites performed far from the eyes of the uninitiated, of treasures of knowledge carefully stored and deliberately forgotten. Classical texts speak of secret libraries and hidden chambers beneath sacred sites, and while such accounts are often dismissed as myth, the repeated convergence of archaeological hints and historical reports cannot be entirely ignored. The plateau itself, long treated as an open-air museum of monumental tombs, may conceal layers of human activity and ritual that have eluded study for centuries. Some researchers speculate that these passages may extend well beyond the plateau, connecting Giza to other sacred sites across the Nile Valley. If so, they could form part of a broader system of symbolic geography, linking temples, tombs, and observatories through a network of subterranean corridors. The implications are staggering. A hidden infrastructure predating conventional timelines, a material manifestation of a cosmology in which the seen and unseen coexist. Whether these tunnels were ever meant to be traversed by more than a select few remains unknown. What is certain is that their existence challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian architecture and ritual, and invites us to imagine a plateau far more complex, far more layered, than the monuments above alone can reveal. In the end, the sealed corridors beneath Giza remain a shadowed counterpoint to the luminous pyramids. They are spaces where certainty dissolves into speculation, where every measured void or survey anomaly hints at stories untold. The ghosts of early explorers whisper of passages that no longer exist, and the rocks themselves seem to guard their secrets jealously. For those who stand at the edge of these subterranean thresholds, the plateau becomes a place not just of monumental achievement, but of hidden depths, both physical and symbolic. And as the sun sets over the desert, casting long shadows across the sands, one cannot help but wonder what lies in the dark, still and waiting, beneath the gaze of the Sphinx. Chapter 13. Herodotus and the Lost Labyrinth of Egypt. In the quiet decades before the rise of classical Greece, a man wandered along the Nile's great curve, recording the lands he traversed with a meticulous eye. Herodotus of Halicarnassus, often called the father of history, arrived in Egypt in the mid-5th century BCE, seeking not merely the grandeur of its temples and tombs, but the whispers of memory that lingered beneath their stones. Among the marvels recounted to him by the Egyptian priests, one story seemed to surpass all others. A vast labyrinth, an underground city of staggering magnitude, said to rival and even eclipse the pyramids themselves. According to the accounts Herodotus penned, the labyrinth contained 12 enormous courts, each surrounded by countless chambers, some open to the sky, others descending deep into the earth, carved with hieroglyphs and reliefs that told of pharaohs, gods, and the cosmic order itself. 3,000 rooms, he claimed, housed records of law, ritual, and ceremony. Walls and corridors so intricate that the uninitiated would be lost for a lifetime. The priests spoke of it with reverence and secrecy, as if the labyrinth itself were alive, a repository of memory and power that bridged the realm of the living and the underworld. Modern archaeology has yet to reveal a structure of such overwhelming scale, and for centuries, Herodotus's description seemed the stuff of legend. Yet fragments of a monumental complex at Hawara, near the edge of the Fayum oasis, hint at a foundation for truth. Excavations led by Flinders Petrie in the early 20th century uncovered remains of a vast mortuary precinct, with corridors, courts, and chambers that suggest a labyrinthine layout. Though on a smaller scale than the Greek historian imagined, some scholars propose that Herodotus, relying on both memory and the oral testimony of priests, may have conflated several sites into a single, dreamlike vision of Egyptian ingenuity, a vision of a labyrinth stretching beneath the desert like veins beneath the sand. The labyrinth, as described, was not merely architectural. It was symbolic, a spatial manifestation of Egypt's cosmic order. The 12 courts may reflect celestial cycles, the 3,000 rooms perhaps a metaphor for completeness, or the infinite pathways of knowledge. Herodotus, ever the careful recorder of the extraordinary, hinted at a network of tunnels connecting the labyrinth to the Nile, to the sacred city of Memphis, and perhaps even toward the plateau of Giza. Here, the imagination stumbles against the desert, for the sands have shifted, and millennia have hidden what once may have been the arteries of a forgotten underworld. Some Egyptologists argue that the labyrinth was a construct of exaggeration, a narrative device to convey the grandeur of Egypt to a Greek audience attuned to the marvelous. Yet the very persistence of the story, the recurring motifs found in Egyptian texts of labyrinthine tombs, underworld passages, and complex mortuary temples, suggests that there was a kernel of reality beneath the exaggeration. The labyrinth may have existed, in part or in spirit, a monumental architecture now lost to the desert, its stones repurposed or buried, its memory preserved only in ink and legend. Petrie's discoveries at Hawara reveal corridors lined with hieroglyphic reliefs, fragmented statues, and chambers that hint at a ceremonial purpose far beyond ordinary tombs. Some rooms were adorned with depictions of pharaohs in eternal judgment, while others contained inscriptions of magical spells meant to protect the deceased in the afterlife. The layout, though partially reconstructed, suggests a complex plan that could easily have inspired tales of a labyrinth so vast that even the pyramids seem small by comparison. yet no definitive evidence exists to confirm Herodotus's account in its entirety. The question lingers: did he witness a grand temple complex whose scale was diminished by time? Or did he transcribe the priest's mythic memory into words, creating an image of a labyrinth that may have never fully existed? The very name labyrinth carries a weight of myth. In later Greek thought, it evoked images of Daedalus and the Minotaur, the inescapable maze where mortal and divine paths intersect. When applied to Egypt, the term conveys not merely complexity, but the intertwining of knowledge and mystery, of ritual and power, of life and the underworld. The labyrinth becomes a symbol, a portal into the Egyptian imagination, where the boundaries of history, architecture, and legend blur. It is a reminder that the ancients themselves often understood their monuments not merely as physical structures, but as living narratives, designed to connect the human, the divine, and the eternal desert. The notion that the labyrinth may have stretched beneath the desert toward Giza, linking sacred sites in a hidden network, has long fascinated scholars and adventurers alike. It is a vision of subterranean corridors that connect the Sphinx, the pyramids, and the mortuary temples, a hidden geography erased by time, collapse, and sand. Some fringe theories propose that this network was designed to channel water, or knowledge, or perhaps both. An ancient infrastructure connecting Egypt's most potent spiritual and political centers. No trace remains above ground, yet the desert itself, shifting and secretive, guards its silence, leaving only the imagination and Herodotus's account to reconstruct what once may have been. Herodotus wrote of the labyrinth with a sense of awe, noting that the Egyptians themselves were proud yet wary of its existence. The labyrinth was not merely a monument to engineering, it was a repository of civilization, a space where history and myth coalesced. The walls were said to be covered in hieroglyphs recounting dynasties, religious rituals, and the most sacred mysteries of Egypt. To enter the labyrinth was to step into a memory of the world itself, to traverse corridors where law, cosmology, and ritual were inscribed upon stone. Even if the structure has vanished, its conceptual resonance endures, echoing in every account of hidden tombs, lost cities, and secret temples that have tantalized explorers for centuries. The labyrinth's elusiveness also illuminates a larger truth about Egypt itself. The tension between preservation and erasure. Monuments survive in fragments, texts are copied imperfectly, and landscapes shift with the millennia. What Herodotus recorded may be a combination of human ambition, natural destruction, and the deliberate concealment of knowledge. The sands of the Fayum, the collapse of corridors, the repurposing of stones, each contributes to the labyrinth's disappearance from the visible world, leaving only shadows in the historical record. Yet the idea persists, haunting our understanding of the ancient civilization, that beneath the surface of Egypt, in tunnels untraced and chambers uncounted, there may lie a vast, organized memory of a world that once reached farther than we can measure. For those who seek it today, the labyrinth represents both a physical and intellectual quest. Excavators sift through the sands at Hawara, scan the desert with ground-penetrating radar, and study fragments of reliefs that hint at the labyrinth's original grandeur. Scholars debate the scale, the purpose, and even the existence of Herodotus's labyrinth, while enthusiasts and writers imbue it with mythic significance. Yet each fragment, each mention in ancient texts, is a reminder that the labyrinth, whether real or imagined, occupies a liminal space between history and myth. It is a space where questions linger, where absence itself speaks as loudly as presence. In contemplating the lost labyrinth, one must consider the human impulse to create vast, ordered spaces, a reflection of the mind's need to impose structure upon chaos. The Egyptians, with their devotion to eternity and the afterlife, may have envisioned a labyrinth not merely as architecture, but as a map of cosmic and spiritual principles. To wander its halls would be to walk through law, religion, and the rhythms of celestial time, each corridor a symbolic passage through life, death, and memory. Herodotus, attentive to the marvels of foreign lands, captured this vision with words that continue to evoke wonder, uncertainty, and reverence, and so the labyrinth remains, stubbornly elusive, a phantom of stone and sand that refuses to yield its full secrets. Its memory, preserved in the writings of a Greek traveller and the fragments of a site at Hawara, invites contemplation. What have we lost to time? What survives only in stories, in the echoes of corridors that may once have existed. Herodotus's labyrinth is not merely a lost building, but a testament to human curiosity, imagination, and the enduring power of memory carved in stone. Its passageways may lie buried beneath the desert, yet the labyrinth lives on in thought, in scholarship, and in the quiet wonder of those who search for the traces of Egypt's hidden underworld. The desert swallows certainty, leaving behind fragments of walls, inscriptions, and myths, and in those fragments, the labyrinth whispers still, reminding us that some questions are meant to endure. Paths without end, corridors untraced, doors unopened, waiting beneath the sands for those willing to imagine what once was. Chapter 14. The Serapeum of Saqqara. Giants beneath the sand. Beneath the shifting sands of Saqqara, far from the sunlit tombs and mastabas that crown the desert plateau, lies a secret carved in stone and shadow, the Serapeum. This subterranean labyrinth stretches in solemn corridors, hewn from solid limestone, each gallery a quiet testament to a civilization's reverence for the sacred and the colossal. Within these tunnels rest massive granite sarcophagi, some exceeding 70 tons, each box a silent guardian of an Apis bull, sacred incarnations of Ptah, venerated for centuries as living embodiments of divine power. Their weight alone is staggering, yet the method of their transport, their meticulous polish, and the precision with which they were lowered into chambers scarcely larger than themselves, remains an enigma that has confounded archaeologists for over a century and a half. The Serapeum first emerged into modern consciousness in 1851, when the French archaeologist Auguste Mariette, guided by fragments of ancient texts and local lore, began the painstaking work of uncovering its subterranean halls. What he found defied simple comprehension. Galleries stretching hundreds of meters, carved with machine-like symmetry, led to side chambers, each dominated by a monolithic sarcophagus. The scale alone suggested a sophistication of planning and engineering that seemed, even by the standards of ancient Egypt, extraordinary. Each chamber was not only a resting place, but also a stage, a deliberate space designed to hold both the body of the bull and the gaze of those who would come after, generations removed. To honor it, the cult of Apis explains part of the story. Each bull was a living god, chosen from the herds of Memphis and celebrated for the purity of its markings. Upon its death, the animal was embalmed and entombed in one of these massive boxes, a ritual that affirmed its divine journey and the continuity of cosmic order. Inscriptions, often brief but telling, record offerings and rites, linking the Apis to Ptah, the eternal creator god, and to the cycle of life, death, and regeneration. Yet these inscriptions, some tracing back to the New Kingdom, tell us little about the tunnels themselves. Scholars have long debated whether these passages were carved entirely during the later dynasties, or if they represent a repurposing of an even older structure. An underworld corridor whose origins have been swallowed by time. The engineering feats embodied in the Serapeum are quietly staggering. To carve a tunnel of this magnitude through solid limestone, to fashion sarcophagi so perfectly that they fit their chambers with millimeter precision, and to transport granite blocks of unimaginable mass without modern machinery. These acts suggest a mastery of labor, physics, and perhaps techniques that are now lost to history. Some researchers have speculated about the use of wooden sledges, lubricated with water or oils, as hinted at in temple reliefs. Others wonder if levers, counterweights, or simple brute force alone could have accomplished such a task. The truth remains elusive. Each corridor, each monolith, seems to whisper of hands and minds that moved mountains, or at least moved stone as if it were clay. What makes the Serapeum particularly compelling is the way it intersects with myth. Beneath the desert, far from the sun and the world of the living, one senses the echoes of the Egyptian underworld, the Duat. The tunnels are more than repositories. They are symbolic passages, an earthly mirror of the journey that awaited the soul. Could these labyrinthine halls have been inspired by earlier, hidden structures beneath Memphis? Local traditions, whispered through generations, hint at unseen galleries and chambers below the Sphinx itself, corridors that might once have been connected, or that resonate with the same archetypal design of hidden sacred space. The Serapeum in this reading is both literal and symbolic, a sanctuary for divine beasts, and a shadow of the unseen world beyond mortal perception. The sarcophagi themselves offer another layer of mystery. Each block, quarried from Aswan granite, required not only immense skill to extract, but also an understanding of stone properties that is remarkable for the time. Polished to a mirror finish, the sarcophagi bear no visible tool marks, an effect that has fueled speculation about lost techniques of stoneworking. How ancient craftsmen managed to maneuver these blocks, lowering them into subterranean chambers without fracturing the stone, continues to challenge modern engineers. The galleries are narrow, the ceilings low, yet the placement is flawless, almost surgical. In some instances, unfinished sarcophagi lie in side chambers, suggesting experimentation or abrupt halts, reminders that even in ancient precision, mystery and human limitation are intertwined. The dating of the Serapeum complicates our understanding further. Some inscriptions point to the New Kingdom, around the 18th dynasty, yet stylistic and structural analysis hints at an older origin. Could these tunnels have been initially carved for another purpose, later adapted for the Apis cult? If so, what civilization undertook such monumental labor before the familiar pharaohs of our history? Here, the archaeological record offers tantalizing glimpses but no firm answers. The possibility lingers that beneath the sands lies a palimpsest of eras, a layering of sacred intent and practical reuse that mirrors the broader mystery of Egypt itself, where monuments often conceal as much as they reveal. Mariette's discovery was only the beginning. Subsequent investigations have peeled back layers of sediment and time, yet each uncovered chamber seems to multiply questions rather than resolve them. The Serapeum's sheer scale, the uniformity of its design, the precision of its sarcophagi, all invite speculation about knowledge and resources that may have been extraordinary, even by the standards of the New Kingdom. Some scholars posit that specialized labor forces, possibly conscripted or priestly artisans, were capable of such feats. Others suggest that tools, now lost to us, may have existed that facilitated carving and moving massive stone, and yet, no evidence survives that fully accounts for the combination of scale, precision, and ritual intent embodied in this subterranean marvel. Walking these corridors today, one can almost hear the echoes of the past, the solemn footsteps of priests, the scraping of stone, the chants accompanying the burial of the sacred bulls. Light filters dimly through shafts, illuminating the subtle inscriptions and the polished surfaces of granite that have endured millennia. There is a weight to the place, both literal and spiritual, as though the stone itself has absorbed the reverence and mystery of countless generations. Visitors sense the precision and the effort, but they also sense an ineffable dimension, a reminder that the Serapeum is not merely architecture. It is a conduit to something larger, a tangible fragment of the Egyptian vision of life, death, and the sacred. The Serapeum continues to challenge our assumptions. It compels us to ask whether our understanding of ancient Egyptian capability is limited by the records that survive or by the horizons of our imagination. Could there have been technologies, social structures, or ceremonial imperatives that allowed such works to be realized? Were these tunnels purely functional, purely symbolic, or a seamless blending of both? And beneath the sand, beyond the mapped galleries, might there yet exist spaces untouched by modern hands, corridors that preserve secrets of an earlier, perhaps forgotten, epoch? As night falls over Saqqara and the desert wind shifts the sand above these hidden chambers, the Serapeum remains silent, steadfast, and enigmatic. Its giant sarcophagi, resting in their limestone sanctuaries, are monuments to devotion, precision, and the inexhaustible human desire to touch the divine. We can measure, document, and theorize, yet the full story eludes us. The tunnels descend, both physically and metaphorically, into the realm of the unknown. And in that descent, the Serapeum whispers its enduring question: how far did ancient hands reach, and how much of that knowledge has the desert reclaimed? The corridors stretch into darkness, and the massive stones seem to hum with the memory of the sacred bulls they once contained. For those who linger at the threshold, there is a sense of a hidden world, a shadowed underworld beneath the familiar sands, and a quiet invitation to look deeper, beyond the visible, into the mysteries that still lie beneath. Chapter 15. Abydos and the Osirian. Temple of the Deep Flood. Beneath the quiet stone terraces of Setiven's mortuary temple at Abydos, hidden from the unprepared eye, lies a subterranean enigma. The Osirian. Its entrance, framed by the solemn weight of New Kingdom reliefs, gives no hint of the monumental secret beneath. Descending into its shadowed corridors, one encounters a space that defies the architectural conventions of its time. Massive granite pillars, their surfaces worn but unyielding, rise from a basin perpetually filled with water, reflecting an otherworldly light that seems almost liquid memory itself. Unlike the airy sanctuaries and open courtyards of classical Egyptian design, the Osirian is dense, compressed, and deliberately archaic. Its cyclopean construction, with blocks so massive and precise they challenge modern comprehension, suggests an age far beyond Seti's reign, reaching into a dimension of prehistory rarely acknowledged. Archaeologists have long debated the temple's purpose. Most agree that the Osirian was intended to honor Osiris, the god of death, resurrection, and the mysterious waters of the underworld. Yet even within this framework, questions multiply. Unlike the decorated walls above, this subterranean hall is almost entirely devoid of inscriptions. There are no hieroglyphic records to recount its founding, no carved prayers to anchor it in a human timeline. Only the pillars themselves, rising like monolithic witnesses, bear silent testimony to a deliberate act of construction meant to endure, perhaps, forever. One can imagine the builders moving these enormous stones, aligning each with an almost ritualistic precision, conscious that the work would speak not in words, but in the language of permanence and weight. The architecture itself evokes a consciousness of the watery abyss. The hall is carved below the level of the desert floor, and water perpetually seeps into its foundation, pooling in channels that trace the contours of the temple, as though a subterranean river had been guided by unseen hands. The effect is hypnotic. Light descending from above fractures across the mirrored surface, and the room appears to float, weightless yet eternal. Scholars have speculated that this perpetual inundation was no accident, but a deliberate invocation of the primordial flood, the Neteru waters from which the world was said to emerge. In this interpretation, the Osirian is not simply a tomb or temple. It is a symbolic return to the first time, a liminal place where past and present intersect in the quiet rhythm of flowing water. The megalithic precision of the Osirian is striking, and its stylistic divergences from surrounding New Kingdom monuments fuel the controversy over its origins. The enormous granite blocks, some weighing tens of tons, are cut and fitted with a level of accuracy that seems to surpass even the more celebrated engineering feats of the pyramids. Unlike the massive but more rigid geometries of Giza, the Osirian flows in measured expanses, with pillars positioned to suggest not merely structural necessity, but cosmic alignment. Some researchers have observed that the layout recalls the Valley Temple near the Sphinx at Giza, hinting at a shared architectural blueprint whose origins are now obscured by time. If such a blueprint existed, it may speak of a civilization whose memory was only partially inherited by the Egyptians of the New Kingdom, an echo of knowledge older than the dynasties themselves. Water, stone and shadow converge in this subterranean hall to evoke a mythic presence. The Osirian is more than a tomb. It is a vessel of remembrance, a physical manifestation of the cycles of death, inundation, and rebirth central to Egyptian cosmology. Yet the absence of inscriptions and the sheer anachronism of its construction suggest a memory that is not fully human, a knowing that predates the cultural narrative of the gods. Some have proposed that the Osirian preserves a fragment of a forgotten age, a time when monuments were built not for kings alone, but for the gods themselves, or perhaps for the memory of a cataclysmic event long erased from official history. In this sense, the temple functions as both shrine and archive, a place where the material world carries the residue of cosmic events that left no other trace. The alignment of the Osirian is itself suggestive. Its central axis, extending through the heart of the hall, follows a line that is mirrored in other ancient sites across Egypt. The interplay of shadow and sunlight, as it reaches into the chamber at specific points of the year, may have been designed to mark celestial or terrestrial events now lost to time. When the sun or moon strikes the walls at precise angles, the pillars are cast into spectral patterns that ripple across the water like visions from another age. Here, within the muted echoes of dripping water and the stone's cold resonance, one begins to sense the intent behind the hall's construction, not mere burial, but an initiation into cycles older than the recorded past, an immersion into the very pulse of time itself. Historical excavation adds another layer of intrigue. Flinders Petrie, one of the first modern archaeologists to systematically explore Abydos in the late 19th century, noted the striking difference between the Osirian and the temple above. He observed the vastness of the subterranean hall, the unusual positioning of the granite pillars, and the unusual sediment layers indicating repeated flooding. Yet even in his meticulous records, Petrie could not account for the origin of this hall. Later surveys confirmed these findings. Water levels fluctuated with subterranean channels, and the walls bore faint traces of wear consistent with millennia of slow erosion. Each layer of sediment, each pattern of water damage, becomes a subtle marker of age, hinting that the Osirian has endured far longer than the historical framework typically applied to Egyptian monuments. The interplay of myth and archaeology here is unavoidable. Osiris, god of the underworld, ruler of death and rebirth, is deeply connected to the inundation of the Nile, the fertile promise that follows the flood. The Osirian seems to literalize this myth. A temple in water, a hall beneath a hall, a tomb within a temple. Yet in its silence, the Osirian transcends any single narrative. It is at once historical and timeless, a place where myth becomes tangible and stone becomes story. Visitors today are struck not by inscriptions or grand iconography, but by the overwhelming sense of entering a space that has existed longer than memory, a space that seems to commune with forces, beyond the reach of dynasties or scribes. Some theories suggest that the Osirian may be a remnant of a first temple, a surviving fragment of a primordial epoch sometimes hinted at in Egyptian myth. Texts from the Pyramid Age speak of a time before the kings, a time when gods walked among men and monumental structures were raised according to a divine order now largely forgotten. While direct evidence is scarce, the Osirian's anachronistic style, its cyclopean construction, and its mysterious alignment all evoke such a possibility. To enter this hall is to confront the unsettling idea that history is not linear, that some monuments may predate the civilizations that claim them, serving as anchors to truths that mainstream timelines cannot fully integrate. Walking among the granite pillars, one cannot ignore the subtle suggestion of ritual purpose. Water laps quietly at the base of the columns, carrying with it a faint resonance of the Nile's eternal flow. The air is damp, cool, and carries the faint scent of mineral-rich stone, a reminder of the natural forces intertwined with human construction. Shadows stretch and bend with the dim light, and one begins to feel the space not as a man-made hall, but as a living entity, as though the temple itself were aware of those who wander within it. It is a sensation that blends awe with disquiet, the sense of being in the presence of something much older, much vaster than the history one thinks one knows. Yet for all its mystery, the Osirian refuses to yield its secrets entirely. Archaeologists continue to study sediment layers, water flow, and pillar alignment. Myths continue to whisper in the corridors of memory. Some suggest that its waters conceal chambers yet undiscovered, that its foundations rest upon even older constructions, buried beneath the sediment of millennia. Each investigation uncovers more questions than answers. And perhaps this is the Osirian's ultimate purpose, to remind humanity of the depth of time, the persistence of memory, and the subtle dialogue between natural forces and human intent. Here, beneath the temple of Seti the Firm, history is not a simple narrative of kings and dynasties. It is a river, flowing through stone, through legend, through the infinite architecture of memory itself. And so, one leaves the Osirian with the sense of having glimpsed something both intimate and ineffable, a fragment of the world before the world, preserved in granite and water, quietly defying the sweep of recorded time. The hall's secrets, like the depths of its reflecting pools, remain largely inaccessible, inviting only speculation, reverence, and the faintest brush with the primordial. In its silent corridors, the Osirian stands as a testament to the persistence of memory, to the shadow of ancient knowledge, and to the enduring mystery of the first time from which all later history flows. Chapter 16. Heliopolis, the City of the Sun. Before Egypt's pharaohs. Long before the monumental pyramids rose from the sands of Giza, long before the Nile's rhythms were inscribed into the hearts of pharaohs, there existed a city where the sun first claimed its earthly throne. Heliopolis, known to the ancient Egyptians as Unu, the pillars, once stood just north of what is now modern Cairo, its temples and sanctuaries devoted to the radiant god Atum, the self-created, the origin of all things. Today, the city lies buried beneath layers of suburbia, roads, and the quiet hum of modern life. A solitary obelisk, the last fragment of its grandeur, pierces the sky, silent yet unwavering. a relic of a civilization whose influence stretches far beyond the ruins themselves. Archaeologists believe Heliopolis predates the Old Kingdom, its foundations reaching into the depths of pre-dynastic Egypt, perhaps as early as 4000 BCE. The site was more than a city, it was a center of knowledge, the intellectual and spiritual heartbeat of early Egyptian civilization. Here, priests not only worshipped the sun, but formulated the first cosmologies that would shape millennia of religious thought. They spoke of the Ennead, Atum, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys, whose myths outlined creation, balance, and the eternal struggle of light and darkness. These stories were not merely tales, but instructions, codices of cosmic law encoded in the very architecture and ritual of the city. Central to Heliopolis was the mysterious Benben stone, a pyramidal relic said to have risen from the primeval waters of Nu, the chaotic abyss before creation. Some scholars suggest the Benben was the conceptual prototype of the later pyramids, a symbolic anchor of the sun's first terrestrial home. Pilgrims and priests alike regarded it as a point of contact between the mortal and divine, a focus for contemplation, worship, and the transmission of sacred knowledge. It is here that the earliest understandings of the sun, its daily journey, and its regenerative power were codified, long before the stone blocks of Giza framed the horizon. The alignment of monuments in Heliopolis, the orientation of temples, and the reverence for the eastern horizon reveal a meticulous observation of solar movements. The rising sun was not merely a celestial event, it was a daily resurrection, a reaffirmation of order over chaos. Some theories suggest that the Great Sphinx, whose eyes eternally greet the dawn, may have originated as a Heliopolitan monument, or at least inherited its symbolic purpose. Sculpted to face the east, the Sphinx embodies the fusion of human intellect and leonine strength, a sentinel of the sun's journey, and a reminder of the city that once stood as the cradle of Egypt's earliest sacred knowledge. Yet, despite its profound importance, Heliopolis has largely vanished from the archaeological record. What remains are fragments, inscriptions, and scattered columns that hint at a city once vast and unparalleled in prestige. Ancient writers, from Manetho to Herodotus, describe a metropolis of astonishing splendor, its priests wielding knowledge of the heavens and the underworld, of life, death, and rebirth. They claimed descent from a primordial age when gods walked the earth and when the boundary between the human and divine was porous. In this way, Heliopolis was not just a city, it was a bridge between worlds, an axis mundi where the celestial and terrestrial realms converged. Excavations conducted in the late 19th and early 20th centuries uncovered remnants of temple enclosures, statuary and ceremonial spaces, though the urban sprawl of Cairo has rendered comprehensive study nearly impossible. Stone fragments hint at monumental pylons, vast halls, and sanctuaries adorned with reliefs depicting the sun god in various forms. At times a falcon, at times a radiant disk, sometimes merged with the enigmatic figure of Atum himself. These ruins, scattered across the sands, whisper of a civilization capable of abstract thought, of sophisticated ritual, and of a cosmology that sought to explain not only the world, but the human place within it. The myths emerging from Heliopolis are as compelling as the city itself. According to tradition, Atum arose alone from the waters of chaos, and from him emanated the first deities, establishing the framework of existence. Life and death, light and shadow, order and disorder were all encoded within these early narratives. Some scholars argue that the story of Osiris, his death and resurrection, has its symbolic roots in Heliopolis, a reflection of the sun's daily journey across the sky and through the underworld. In this sense, the city was both a laboratory of theology and a cosmic observatory, its priests seeking to map the movements of gods and stars alike. Heliopolis also played a critical role in the development of Egyptian monumental architecture. Though the pyramids are now most closely associated with Giza, their conceptual origin may trace back to Heliopolis, where the Benben stone provided both a spiritual and geometric prototype. Its form, a simple rising pyramid, embodied the essence of creation itself, a singular point emerging from the void, reaching toward the heavens. It is conceivable that the techniques and symbolic language perfected here informed the construction of later necropolises, transmitting a continuity of sacred geometry that would echo across the desert for centuries. Yet, the story of Heliopolis is not solely one of grandeur. It is also a story of erasure, of loss, of memory buried beneath the sands of time and the expansion of human settlement. The city's stones were quarried, its temples dismantled, its influence partially obscured by the rise of Memphis, Thebes, and other centers of pharaonic power. Even so, its spiritual legacy persisted, encoded in myth, ritual, and the orientation of later temples. The solar cult of Heliopolis influenced countless generations, its principles absorbed into the state religion of Egypt, shaping the theology of kings and the design of sacred spaces. In considering Heliopolis, one is struck by the subtle interplay of permanence and impermanence. The obelisk that remains, rising stubbornly amidst the chaos of a modern suburb, is a monument not only to the city itself, but to the persistence of memory. It is a silent witness to the dawn of Egyptian civilization, to the priests who gazed upon the rising sun and envisioned the cosmos in its entirety. And yet, the full city, with its sprawling sanctuaries, its ceremonial avenues, its bustling streets, remains lost, a ghost in the layers of time. Walking in imagination through the ruins of Heliopolis, one can almost sense the hum of devotion, the measured chants of priests invoking the sun, the delicate interplay of shadow and light within temple halls aligned to the horizon. Here, at the very dawn of Egyptian thought, the mysteries of creation were pondered, recorded, and ritualized. And here, the seeds of civilization, of monarchy, of monumental religion, first took root, reaching outward into a world that would soon be transformed by stone, sand, and the ambitions of kings. Yet the city remains unfinished in our understanding, a site as much of speculation as of evidence. What exactly did the rituals of the priests entail? How did their cosmology evolve over time? Was the Sphinx truly their creation, a guardian of the sun, or did it predate their influence entirely? These questions linger, suspended like the heat shimmer of the desert, resisting definitive answers, inviting contemplation, and drawing the mind into the shadows of memory. Heliopolis, the city of the sun, persists as both an origin and a mystery, a nexus where human devotion, astronomical observation, and mythic imagination converged. Its stones may be gone, its streets hidden beneath layers of centuries, yet its light endures in the myths, the temples, and the monuments that followed. In tracing its echoes, one confronts not only the dawn of Egyptian civilization, but the broader human impulse to reach toward the heavens, to give shape to the invisible, and to seek understanding in the patterns of the sun and stars. And as the modern sun rises over the expanse north of Cairo, it casts long shadows over a city that once shimmered with celestial significance. Heliopolis may no longer exist in its physical entirety, yet in the alignment of temples, in the lore of the Ennead, and in the enduring silhouette of the solitary obelisk, it continues to speak, quietly, reverently, of beginnings that predate history as we know it. The city may remain lost to the eye, but its light, its ideas, and its sacred resonance linger, urging those who seek to remember, to wonder, and to follow the sun into the ancient and unknowable past. Chapter 17. The Pyramids of Abu Rawash, the vanished summit to the northwest of the Great Giza Plateau. Where the desert begins its slow descent toward the rolling banks of the Nile, lie the silent remnants of Abu Rawash. Here, where the winds sweep the sand into ghostly drifts, the traces of a pyramid rise only faintly above the horizon, a skeletal echo of what was once perhaps intended to rival its more famous neighbors. This is the site traditionally attributed to Pharaoh Djedefre, son of Khufu, the architect of the Great Pyramid, a ruler whose reign and ambition remain elusive, partially obscured by the passage of time and the deliberate removal of his monuments. Unlike Khufu's colossal testament at Giza, Abu Rawash presents a peculiar silence. Not a structure unfinished in haste, but one systematically dismantled, its limestone blocks scattered, repurposed, and in many cases vanished from memory. Archaeological investigation, beginning in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, revealed a striking truth. Early explorers, surveying the plateau, saw only a heap of rubble, easily mistaken for a pyramid left incomplete or abandoned. Yet closer study uncovered the careful intention behind its destruction. The stones themselves bear the marks of quarrying and removal, their smooth faces stripped and transported to other building projects across the Nile Delta. This was not neglect, It was a process, one that transformed a once prominent monument into a faint outline in the desert, leaving behind questions as sharp as the edges of the quarried blocks. What had been lost, and why, remains a riddle in the shadow of Khufu's enduring pyramid. Some scholars have suggested that Djedefre's pyramid, unlike its Giza counterparts, may never have been meant for the traditional function of royal burial. Excavations indicate that the summit, now vanished, would have commanded a view unparalleled on the plateau. From this height, the observer would have seen the Nile winding through the delta, the desert stretching endlessly to the west, and the sun rising and setting over a land that had already seen dynasties come and go. The summit may have functioned as a point of observation, a ceremonial station, or even a marker aligned with celestial events. If so, Abu Rawash was conceived not as a tomb alone, but as a monument intertwined with the rhythms of the heavens, a silent sentinel over the fertile floodplain below. The pyramid's erasure, however, suggests more than mere architectural curiosity. Its proximity to Giza, the deliberate placement in sight of Khufu's Great Pyramid, points to a broader plan for the plateau, one that may have included solar alignments, processional routes, or dynastic symbolism now lost to time. The Sphinx, gazing toward the rising sun, may have been intended to interact with this network of monuments, connecting celestial observation with terrestrial power. Abu Rawash, in this interpretation, is not merely a lost pyramid, but a deliberately silenced node in a sacred landscape. Its destruction perhaps a statement of political or religious reshaping, a signal that certain knowledge or certain authority was no longer to be honored. Archaeological evidence hints at complexity beneath the rubble. Surveys and excavations reveal a core structure, stepped and angular, surrounded by remnants of causeways and subsidiary temples. The craftsmanship, though partially obliterated, speaks to a skill and intention comparable to the Giza pyramids. Inscriptions, fragments of statuary, and traces of ritual paraphernalia suggest that Abu Rawash was once active in the ceremonial life of the Old Kingdom. Yet these fragments are few, scattered like the dust in the wind, leaving only glimpses of the monument's original grandeur. In their absence, the site becomes an open-ended question. Was Abu Rawash a monument deliberately erased from the historical record, a casualty of dynastic politics, or merely a project abandoned and repurposed in the pragmatic calculus of later generations? Modern archaeology has brought Abu Rawash back into focus, but the mystery only deepens. Surveys using aerial photography, satellite imaging, and ground-penetrating radar reveal subsurface alignments that hint at a more extensive complex, suggesting that the visible remnants are but the surface of a larger hidden plan. The precision with which the stones were removed, the careful leveling of the plateau, and the subtle orientation of the remains toward cardinal points indicate knowledge and intent far beyond casual construction. Even in ruin, the pyramid seems to whisper of an order, a purpose entwined with the cosmic and the terrestrial, waiting for interpretation that may never fully arrive. Djedefre himself remains an enigmatic figure in Egyptian history. Though named in king lists, he is overshadowed by his father and brother, Khafra. His decision to build at Abu Rawash rather than at Giza has been interpreted as a desire to distinguish himself, to carve an independent place in the sacred geography of the Nile. And yet, the very act of dismantling his work, whether immediately following his reign or in subsequent generations, transforms this assertion of authority into a statement of erasure. The pyramid's absence becomes its own testimony, a monument not only to Djedefre's ambition, but to the fragility of memory, the impermanence of even the most solid stones in the sweep of political and cultural change. The landscape around Abu Rawash adds further layers of intrigue. The desert, shifting with each passing wind, preserves and conceals simultaneously. Stone fragments lie half buried, some bearing traces of intricate carving, others merely echoing the monumental geometry of the core structure. The plateau is dotted with tombs and smaller temples, evidence of habitation and ritual. Yet these too are ghostly, stripped of inscriptions and artifacts. The site evokes the sense of a once living complex now rendered spectral, a place where time itself seems to have hesitated before moving on, leaving only questions in its wake. Comparisons to other pyramids of the 4th dynasty reinforce Abu Rawash's unique position. While Khufu's and Khafra's monuments endure as solid, monumental presences, Abu Rawash is the study in absence, an architectural ghost that forces reflection on what it means for a monument to vanish. The deliberate dismantling, suggests a conscious decision to erase, rather than the mere decay of neglect. Was this a political statement by a successor, an ideological rejection of Jedefre's vision, or a practical repurposing of valuable stone for projects elsewhere? The evidence allows for each possibility, yet confirms none fully, leaving Abu Rawash suspended in uncertainty. In contemplating the vanished summit, one senses a dialogue between presence and absence, visibility and erasure. The pyramid, though reduced to rubble, asserts its presence through absence, a reminder that history is not merely what survives, but what is remembered and what is deliberately forgotten. Abu Rawash challenges assumptions about monumentality, permanence, and legacy, suggesting that the stories of kings and their works are not fixed, but subject to the currents of human choice, interpretation, and, at times, deliberate concealment. Walking among the ruins today, the eye traces the faint outline of the pyramid, imagining the summit once piercing the sky, the ceremonial spaces once vibrant with ritual and observation. The imagination reconstructs the sightlines, the alignment with the Nile, the interplay with the sun and stars, offering glimpses into an ancient consciousness attuned to both earth and cosmos. And yet with each step, the mind confronts the silence of dismantled stones, the absence of inscriptions, and the knowledge that much has been deliberately lost. Abu Rawash exists as a monument to what is both seen and unseen, known and unknown, a pyramid whose story is as much about disappearance as it is about creation. In the end, Abu Rawash leaves its visitor with questions rather than answers. Its summit may be gone, its stones scattered, its name largely forgotten, but the site continues to whisper across millennia. It beckons the curious to wonder about Jedefre's intentions, the design of the plateau, and the forces that shaped the landscape of memory itself. The lost pyramid, in its very absence, compels us to reflect on the fragile line between remembrance and erasure, between monumentality and disappearance, a line traced faintly in the desert sands, waiting for those willing to see, not just what is present, but what has been deliberately removed. Chapter 18, The Turin Papyrus, a king list from before the flood in. The dimly lit halls of the Egyptian Museum of Turin, a fragile relic lies under glass, its surface fragmented, brittle with the passage of millennia. The Turin Papyrus, sometimes known as the Turin Royal Canon, is no ordinary list of kings. It is a catalogue of time itself, or at least the way ancient Egypt chose to measure it. Where other records begin with the familiar pharaohs of the first dynasties, this document stretches backward, far beyond the reach of conventional chronology. It names rulers of impossible age, gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead, whose reigns span thousands, even tens of thousands, of years. Their names, partially preserved and partially lost to decay, whisper of a world that seems both mythic and disturbingly concrete, as if history and legend were intertwined in a single thread. The papyrus itself is a delicate tapestry of hieratic script, painstakingly copied by scribes centuries after the events it records, or perhaps centuries after the events it mythologizes. Scholars first brought serious attention to it in the 19th century, but the document had already suffered centuries of damage. Large sections were missing, edges frayed, and ink faded. Yet, even in its fragmented state, the Turin Papyrus remains unique. It is not merely a list of pharaohs, it is a catalogue of existence, one that positions the human realm alongside divine authority. Each reign, each name, is inscribed with an almost ritual precision, as though the act of recording itself carried sacred weight. The list begins curiously, with the reigns of gods, figures like Atum, Shu, and Tefnut, whose names also echo in creation myths. These are not symbolic rulers in the distant sense. They are given precise durations, sometimes thousands of years, blurring the line between myth and history. Following them, the papyrus recounts the reigns of demigods and spirits of the dead. Scholars debate whether these entries were meant literally or allegorically. Were these figures imagined constructs, designed to legitimate later dynasties by connecting them to the cosmos itself? Or could they be faint echoes of societies that truly existed before the rise of the dynastic state? Cultures erased by time, catastrophe, or both. The Turin Papyrus does not stand alone in this kind of record. Across the ancient Near East, similar traditions emerge. Sumerian and Babylonian king lists speak of antediluvian rulers, of kings who reigned for tens of thousands of years before a great flood reshaped the world. The parallels are striking. In both cases, the narrative is not merely historical, it is cosmological. These lists suggest a continuity of memory, an awareness that human civilization is part of a far larger story. They hint at a conception of time in which history is cyclical, where the divine and human realms overlap, and where the act of remembering carries the weight of survival itself. Yet, the Turin Papyrus is as much a puzzle as it is a record. Its fragmented state leaves entire sections of this pre-dynastic lineage lost, forcing scholars to reconstruct, interpret, and often speculate. Some names have no known parallels in myth, others seem corrupted by centuries of transcription errors. The papyrus was likely compiled during the reign of Rameses II, or his successor, drawing on earlier sources now lost to us. In doing so, it transformed oral and regional traditions into a single sacred canon. In effect, the Turin Papyrus codified memory, not as a simple list, but as a bridge between human experience and the divine order of the cosmos. Consider for a moment the implications of this structure. The Egyptians, through this papyrus, presented history as inheritance rather than creation. Dynasties did not appear from nothing. They were successors to a lineage stretching beyond the memory of any living person. This is a profound vision of time, one in which the present is inseparable from an almost infinite past. Each pharaoh is a caretaker, a link in an unbroken chain of governance that begins with beings beyond comprehension and continues through human hands. The papyrus itself becomes a sacred object, a material witness to this conception of continuity, insisting that the past, however fragmented, is always present. Modern archaeology has tried to anchor these mythic reigns within a physical timeline, yet the task is nearly impossible. There is no direct evidence for civilizations spanning the tens of thousands of years attributed to these early rulers. Radiocarbon dating, stratigraphy, and monumental remains provide firm evidence only for the periods following Egypt's unification, roughly around 3100 BCE. Still, the persistence of these godly reigns in recorded memory hints at an awareness of time stretching beyond conventional chronology. Perhaps the Turin Papyrus preserves an echo of pre-dynastic Egypt, of small dispersed cultures whose traces were absorbed, destroyed, or forgotten in the rise of the pharaonic state. Some researchers have ventured even further, suggesting that these antediluvian entries may point to cataclysmic events, floods, shifts in climate, or other upheavals that erased earlier civilizations from the physical record. Here, myth and history intertwine with unsettling intimacy. The papyrus does not simply catalogue names, it carries the weight of survival, of remembrance in the aftermath of destruction. In naming these rulers, the scribes of Turin were preserving more than lineage. They were preserving the memory of worlds that might otherwise have vanished entirely. Yet for all its detail, the papyrus is ultimately incomplete. Sections that could confirm patterns, linkages, or even geographical origins are missing. This absence magnifies its mystery. What truths lay hidden in those lost fragments? Were there civilizations of extraordinary longevity that inspired these records? Or were they entirely symbolic, meant to impress and intimidate, to connect the living with the eternal? The questions linger, unanswered, as the delicate sheets of papyrus rest under the soft museum light, fragile yet unyielding in their silent testimony. In the quiet observation of the Turin Papyrus, one begins to sense the Egyptians' extraordinary temporal imagination. They did not see history as beginning at a single humanly comprehensible point. They understood it as a vast continuum, extending outward into realms populated by gods and spirits, and backward into epochs where memory and myth merge indistinguishably. The papyrus is more than a record of reigns. It is a meditation on time, power, and the human desire to anchor ourselves in something enduring. Its fragmented state does not diminish its potency. Rather, it amplifies the sense of a world half remembered, a reality partially obscured by the fog of time. And so, the Turin Papyrus remains an enigma. Every scholar who studies it, every visitor who gazes upon its fragile lines, is drawn into the tension between what is known and what is imagined. It is a reminder that history is never complete, that the past is always a mosaic of fragments, some preserved, others lost, some mythic, others real. In its careful, deliberate inscriptions, it whispers of civilizations that predated the pharaohs, of knowledge and memory that may have survived cataclysm, and of the human impulse to preserve continuity against the inexorable erosion of time. And yet, As we step away from its glassed sanctuary, we are left with only questions. Were these godly rulers entirely allegorical, or do they preserve the dim memory of a world that predates our understanding? Does the overlap of myth and history in the papyrus point to suppressed knowledge, erased perhaps by the rise of new orders? Or is it a symbolic framework for understanding the cosmos? The Turin Papyrus offers no final answer. It allows its mysteries to breathe, to linger in the mind, inviting each observer to confront the shadowy line where legend and history converge. Chapter 19. The Sumerian Connection, Ziusudra and the Ancient Flood Memory. Beneath the arid soil of southern Mesopotamia, in the cradle of civilization that would cradle kings and gods alike, the name Ziusudra echoes across millennia. Preserved in the fragmented clay tablets of the Sumerian king list, his story is at once mythic and strangely tangible. A man chosen by the divine to endure a cataclysmic flood, the waters that would sweep away the old world and its sins. Ziusudra's tale predates the biblical Noah by centuries, yet the parallels are unmistakable. A lone survivor, a vessel built to withstand the deluge, and the ultimate promise of renewal. Scholars have long noted that Utnapishtim of the later Akkadian epic of Gilgamesh is his echo, a testament to how memory flows across time, carried through oral tradition before it was etched into clay with the sharp stylus of civilization. Archaeology lends weight to the myth. Excavations at Ur, Eridu, and Shurapak reveal sedimentary layers, deposits of silts and gravels that do not belong to ordinary river flooding. Radiocarbon dating places some of these layers between 6000 and 7000 BCE, a window that unnervingly coincides with certain geological interpretations of the Sphinx's water-worn enclosure. Were these myths merely symbolic tales, or do they preserve a memory of actual climatic upheaval? A deluge so profound that the earliest peoples could not forget it. The correspondence is subtle, almost spectral, but persistent. Each layer of mud, each deposit of alluvial soil, is a faint fingerprint of waters that reshaped the landscape and perhaps human memory itself. The figure of Ziusudra emerges not merely as a survivor, but as a witness. His narrative speaks of a world being reset, of human arrogance and divine displeasure, and of knowledge preserved through the crucible of catastrophe. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim recounts the construction of the boat with meticulous dimensions, the loading of every living creature, the intervals of rain and calm, a description that resonates with the precise and systematic thinking of early urban Mesopotamia. These are not idle stories of superstition. They are structured memories, possibly reflections of a real event, encoded in ritual, myth, and song. Each telling bridges the temporal divide between a remembered past and a present, struggling to understand its origins. Trade and cultural exchange suggest that Mesopotamia was not a hermetically sealed cradle. Early Egyptian settlements, contemporaneous with the Uruk and Jemdet Nasser periods, show evidence of imported materials, iconography, and technological motifs that echo Sumerian designs. Cylinder seals, depictions of ritual vessels, and even some architectural forms hint at a shared visual language, a vocabulary of symbols that transcended rivers and deserts. Could it be that these early societies, separated by the breadth of deserts and the whims of the Nile and Euphrates, were inheritors of a larger, submerged memory of civilization, one in which the flood was both literal and symbolic? The very notion stretches our understanding of prehistory, suggesting a continuity of thought, a shared cognition of catastrophe and survival. The flood itself, as recorded, carries a dual resonance. It is at once an elemental event, the overwhelming surge of water, sediment, and debris, and a metaphor for the erasure of a forgotten epoch. Some scholars have posited that these flood layers reflect the sudden melting of glacial lakes at the end of the Pleistocene, or the inundation of the Persian Gulf basin as sea levels rose. Others suggest regional river floods, amplified in memory into a narrative that framed human morality and divine oversight. In either interpretation, the story of Ziusudra is not simply about survival. It is about the continuity of knowledge. The flood becomes a mnemonic device, a way to preserve and transmit wisdom when the physical world had been radically transformed. Yet the echoes of the flood do not end with Mesopotamia. Comparative mythology reveals similar deluge stories across the ancient Near East and beyond. In the Akkadian, Hittite, and later biblical traditions, the narrative persists, adapted to different landscapes, cultures, and theological frameworks. Even in Egypt, where the Nile dominates the symbolic imagination, the possibility of remembering great floods lingers in mythic forms. In the primordial waters of Nun, in creation stories where the chaos of water precedes order. Could the builders of the earliest pyramids and temples have carried an inherited memory of a deluge that predated written history? The suggestion is tantalizing, yet unprovable, a spectral thread connecting civilizations across time. Archaeological evidence also hints at the scale and impact of these ancient floods. In southern Mesopotamia, sites such as Shuruppak bear the marks of sudden abandonment, with layers of mud and silt burying the remains of houses and streets. Pottery and tools lie in situ, as if their owners vanished overnight. At Uruk, similar deposits have been noted, raising questions about the rhythm of settlement, abandonment, and resettlement. The precision of these deposits, thick, uniform, and stratified, suggests events beyond ordinary seasonal inundation, events that would imprint themselves on collective memory. It is tempting, then, to read Ziusudra's story not simply as myth, but as a human attempt to understand and survive geological catastrophe. The symbolic resonance of Ziusudra extends further, into questions of human knowledge and continuity. The survivor, carrying seeds, animals, and the memory of an obliterated world, becomes a vector for culture itself. This narrative may reflect an early understanding of preservation, of continuity amidst chaos, a recognition that civilization is fragile yet resilient. The act of recording these events in cuneiform, in structured myth, elevates what might have been trauma into history, and history into legend. In this way, Ziusudra's story becomes a mirror. We see in it both the vulnerability of humanity and the persistence of knowledge across millennia. The connections between Mesopotamia and early Egypt invite further speculation. Iconographic parallels, winged solar discs, stylized boats, ritual offerings, hint at ideas traveling beyond rivers and deserts. It is conceivable that early Egyptians, while building along the Nile, carried fragments of the same collective memory that Sumerians preserved in clay. Floods, cosmic waters, and divine wrath appear in their earliest temple reliefs and mythic texts, suggesting that these motifs were not isolated inventions but part of a shared cultural horizon, shaped by climate, catastrophe, and the slow transmission of oral and symbolic memory. And yet, the full picture remains elusive. Ziusudra's flood, the geological evidence in Mesopotamia, the iconography of early Egypt, all of these fragments hint at a narrative too vast to reconstruct fully. We are left with layers of sediment, layers of story, and the spaces between them, which may conceal civilizations lost to memory, knowledge erased by water, time, or human neglect. The flood exists simultaneously as historical possibility and mythic truth, its meaning refracted through the prism of human remembrance. In contemplating Ziusudra, one is drawn to the profound intersection of memory, catastrophe, and survival. Here is a story that predates recorded history, yet speaks with astonishing clarity to the fragility of civilization and the persistence of knowledge. It whispers of a world where humans first confronted the enormity of natural forces, and where myth became the vessel for truth. And as the waters of prehistory recede, leaving only faint traces of mud, clay, and story, the figure of Ziusudra remains suspended in the mind's eye, both real and emblematic, a bridge between what was known, what was lost, and what can only be imagined. The ancient flood memory, carried by Ziusudra and his descendants, lingers like a shadow across the deserts and rivers, across the rise of kings and temples, hinting at a world that existed before history as we know it. The precise nature of that world, its people, its cities, its wisdom, remains obscured, drowned beneath layers of silt and time. And yet, in the echo of a clay tablet, in the rhythm of the myth retold across millennia, we glimpse the contours of a forgotten epoch. The waters have receded, but the memory of them continues to ripple through the stories we inherit, inviting us to wonder at the vast uncharted depths of human experience that lie just beyond the veil. Chapter 20. The Hermetic Texts. Thoth, and the hidden knowledge of stone long after the last pharaohs had vanished from the sands of Egypt. When the temples fell to shadow and the Nile carried away the dust of centuries, there emerged a body of writings that would echo across time with the soft insistence of a forgotten bell. These are the Hermetic Texts, fragments of wisdom attributed to Thoth, the ibis-headed deity of writing and measurement, the god who recorded the motions of the heavens and the laws of human destiny. By the time Greek scholars encountered these texts, Thoth had been transformed into Hermes Trismegistus, a figure whose name itself would come to signify the intersection of the divine and the human, of knowledge both hidden and revealed. The Hermetic writings are enigmatic, sometimes fragmentary and often paradoxical. They speak of secret chambers, of sanctuaries where knowledge is locked away in symbols and images, accessible only to those whose souls are prepared to see. The houses of life, a recurring motif in these texts, are described as repositories of both cosmic and earthly understanding, libraries of the mind and the universe folded into one. Within these sacred spaces, the ancients claimed, were inscribed truths not merely of ritual or theology, but of geometry, astronomy, and the very principles of creation itself. The language is at once mystical and precise, as though the texts were designed to operate on multiple planes: philosophical, spiritual, and architectural. Renaissance scholars, who rediscovered these works during the rebirth of classical learning, sensed in them a resonance with Egypt's monumental landscape. They imagined the Sphinx, crouched before the horizon, as a silent sentinel over secrets too profound for ordinary eyes. Here, in stone, they believed, was encoded a philosophy that transcended time. The union of human intellect with the cosmos, a dialogue preserved in granite and limestone, awaiting a reader capable of understanding not words but forms. This idea, that knowledge could be embedded in geometry, inscribed in the proportions of a statue or the alignment of a temple, was revolutionary. The Hermetic Texts suggested that architecture itself could serve as a kind of scripture, a language of stone written in angles and shadows. Yet the more scholars delved, the more elusive the truth became. The texts speak of cycles, of knowledge hidden until the world is ready to receive it, and of initiations that transform perception. In one fragment, Thoth declares that the divine is found not in accumulation, but in comprehension. To know is to remember what the soul has always known. This line, enigmatic in its simplicity, implies that the Hermetic corpus is less a manual for acquiring new knowledge than a key to awakening a memory buried deep within the mind of humanity. It hints that monuments like the Sphinx, or the labyrinthine sanctuaries whispered of in the texts, may have been constructed as memory aids, physical triggers designed to awaken the latent understanding encoded in the observer. The relationship between these writings and Egyptian practice is complex. Some passages suggest a continuity of thought that stretches back to the Old Kingdom, to the very age of the pyramids, when the alignment of stones, the orientation of temples, and the proportions of statues were thought to harmonize with celestial rhythms. Other sections reveal layers of later Hellenistic interpretation, philosophical flourishes that reflect the encounter of Egyptian wisdom with Greek metaphysics. Yet, even through this blending of eras and voices, the Hermetic texts retain a distinct echo of a civilization that sought to bridge the human and the divine, the earthly and the eternal, in ways that defy straightforward chronology. Alchemical imagery, so prominent in the Hermetic corpus, is never incidental. Metals, minerals, and the processes of transformation serve as metaphors for inner change, mirroring the transformation of consciousness that the texts promise. The act of turning lead into gold is not simply chemistry, it is an allegory for the transmutation of the soul. In this sense, the architecture of sacred sites may be understood in a parallel way. Temples, pyramids, and the great sphinx-like forms are not merely tombs or markers. They may be intended as stages in an initiatory process, guiding the mind and spirit through a symbolic landscape of understanding. The Hermetic idea of encoding knowledge in stone is thus a subtle, almost imperceptible thread connecting ritual, philosophy, and the material world. Scholars debate endlessly whether the Hermetic writings are genuinely ancient or whether they represent a later synthesis of older Egyptian wisdom filtered through Greek philosophical frameworks. The texts themselves resist easy classification, moving fluidly between treatises on cosmology, meditations on the soul, and practical instructions for purification and contemplation. Within this fluidity, however, lies a consistent insistence on secrecy and timing. Knowledge is not granted indiscriminately. It is entrusted to those who have prepared themselves to perceive it. The hidden chambers described in these texts, literal or metaphorical, serve as reminders that understanding is not simply a matter of study, but of readiness, of resonance between the seeker and the universe. Some of the most tantalizing passages hint that monuments themselves may contain inscriptions of cosmic proportions. One fragment speaks of houses of stone, where the voice of the stars is made visible, a phrase that has inspired generations of interpreters to look for astronomical alignments, encoded ratios, and hidden symmetries in Egypt's temples and pyramids. The suggestion is that the landscape itself is a manuscript, a three-dimensional codex that communicates its message through angles, light, shadow, and proportion. In this light, the Sphinx, ever crouched, ever watchful, becomes more than a guardian of a necropolis. It becomes a living symbol, a repository of knowledge whose surface conceals layers of meaning, waiting for an attuned consciousness to perceive. The Hermetic Texts are not merely intellectual exercises. They are invitations. They urge the reader to contemplate the relationship between form and meaning, between stone and spirit. They whisper of a memory encoded in the world, of truths once known and later obscured, and of a human mind capable of remembering those truths if only it approaches with humility and patience. Renaissance philosophers, mesmerized by these writings, often remarked on the resonance between the texts and the natural world, a harmony of proportions, a geometry of thought mirrored in the rivers, the stars, and the stones themselves. Here lies the subtle brilliance of the Hermetic vision. Knowledge is everywhere, if one can learn to read the language of the universe. Yet, as compelling as these texts are, they leave their readers suspended in uncertainty. We glimpse suggestions of hidden knowledge, secret chambers, and cosmic alignments, but the precise meanings remain elusive. Perhaps that is the point. The Hermetic corpus does not offer answers so much as it offers a method, a call to observation, reflection, and inner awakening. The Sphinx, in this context, may be less a monument to be solved than a guide for contemplation, a stone oracle that reflects back the seeker's own understanding. It is a cipher, an emblem of mystery that insists on patience, on a willingness to dwell in questions rather than rush to conclusions. In the end, the Hermetic texts linger like a soft shadow across history, a whisper from a time when knowledge was both hidden and sacred. They suggest that the monuments of Egypt, from the smallest shrine to the largest statue, were conceived not simply as memorials, but as instruments of memory, encoding a philosophy that bridges the mortal and the divine. And in this lingering mystery, one cannot help but feel the weight of centuries pressing silently against the mind, a reminder that some truths may be preserved not for immediate understanding, but for those who are willing to wait, to watch, and to read the language written in stone. The Sphinx remains crouched beneath the sun, a guardian of riddles older than history itself, and as the Hermetic texts whisper across the gulf of centuries, we are left with a haunting possibility that knowledge, once buried in symbols and stone, is not lost, only waiting for the right moment, the right mind to awaken it. Chapter 21. The Mystery of Orion's Belt. Alignment. Beneath the relentless sun of the Egyptian desert, the Giza Plateau stretches like a silent testament to human ambition and celestial reverence. 3 pyramids rise from the sand in solemn alignment, their angular forms casting shadows that shift with the hours, yet seem to hint at a design that transcends mere earthly calculation. In the 1990s, researchers Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock brought new attention to these monuments with what would become known as the Orion correlation theory. They proposed that the 3 pyramids of Giza were not randomly positioned, but deliberately mapped to reflect the 3 stars of Orion's belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. This suggestion, controversial to mainstream scholarship, opened a dialogue that bridges archaeology, astronomy, and the persistent enigma of ancient intention. According to Bauval and Hancock, the correlation is more than a visual coincidence. The pyramid's arrangement mirrors the relative brightness and offset of Orion's 3 belt stars, with the slight misalignment of the smallest pyramid echoing the asymmetry in the heavens. At first glance, such a claim might seem speculative, yet it resonates with the wider understanding of ancient Egypt as a civilization obsessed with cosmic order. The Egyptians were meticulous observers of the sky. Temples, tombs, and even the orientation of entire cities frequently followed celestial markers. The stars were more than distant fires. They were imbued with meaning, entwined with life, death, and the promise of rebirth. The theory gains further gravity when the Sphinx is considered. This colossal figure, half lion and half human, gazes eternally eastward toward the sunrise. Boval suggested that the Sphinx aligns with the constellation Leo as it rose on the horizon around 10,500 BCE, a period far earlier than conventional Egyptology places the monument. If true, this implies a deliberate attempt to synchronize stone with star, monument with cosmic cycle, embedding a narrative of time in the desert itself. Critics caution that such astronomical calculations can be influenced by selective dating and modern interpretation, yet the symbolism cannot be dismissed lightly. The Sphinx may have been designed as more than a guardian. It may have been conceived as a celestial timekeeper, a stone sentinel marking the slow rotation of the heavens across millennia. This celestial reverence was deeply entwined with the Egyptian worldview. The myths of Osiris and Isis, the twin pillars of resurrection and continuity, were inseparable from the movements of the stars. Osiris, lord of the afterlife, was associated with Orion, a constellation that rises in the night sky as winter recedes, symbolizing death and renewal. Sirius, the star linked with Isis, heralded the annual flooding of the Nile, a natural phenomenon that ensured the fertility of the land and the survival of the people. In this context, the pyramids are not merely tombs, but a cosmic dialogue, a message in stone that reflects the rhythms of the universe itself. The plateau becomes a mirror of the sky, where the boundaries between myth, religion, and astronomy dissolve into a single enduring mystery. Beyond symbolic resonance, the precision of Giza's layout hints at sophisticated knowledge of both architecture and astronomy. Each pyramid's base is nearly perfectly square, with sides aligned closely to the cardinal points. The construction required not only advanced engineering, but an understanding of the heavens as a guiding framework. The Orion correlation theory suggests that the builders were capable of translating the abstract patterns of the night sky into a monumental terrestrial landscape, a translation of light into stone, of distance into dimension. Whether this knowledge arose from centuries of empirical observation or was inherited from an earlier, now lost tradition remains a matter of debate. The desert conceals these answers with a patience that mocks modern inquiry. Skeptics argue that the theory overstates coincidence, that human beings naturally seek patterns in chaos, and that the pyramid's alignment might be symbolic rather than precise. Yet the very possibility of such precision encourages a deeper exploration. If we accept, even tentatively, that Giza was conceived with celestial intent, we begin to see the plateau not as a static collection of monuments, but as a dynamic canvas, where earth and sky converse across the gulf of millennia. The question is not merely what the builders knew, but why they sought to encode their knowledge in such monumental form. Was it devotion, power, or a yearning to anchor eternity in stone? Perhaps all three, intertwined in ways that modern minds can only glimpse at the edges of understanding. This celestial dialogue extends to the broader Egyptian landscape. Temples, obelisks, and the Great Pyramid of Khufu itself resonate with similar astronomical considerations. Khufu's pyramid, the largest of the three at Giza, aligns with remarkable precision to true north, a feat that requires careful observation and a sophisticated system of measurement. Within its internal chambers, passages may have been positioned to correspond with specific stellar risings, creating a network of cosmic reference points. In this light, the Orion correlation theory is not an isolated hypothesis, but part of a larger pattern, suggesting that the ancient Egyptians conceived of their world as inseparable from the cosmos, where every stone carried a whisper of the eternal sky. The plateau's mysteries are amplified by its longevity. Millennia have passed, yet the pyramids and Sphinx endure, defying erosion and human interference with a quiet authority. Time, which erodes lesser constructions, seems here almost to slow, permitting us a glimpse of ancient intention. Scholars continue to debate, measure, and theorize, yet the desert keeps its secrets. The very act of questioning becomes part of the experience. Standing before Giza, one is confronted not with certainty, but with wonder, with the almost spiritual resonance of human ingenuity aligned with the infinite. The monuments are simultaneously archaeological artifacts and philosophical provocations, prompting reflection on the capabilities of our ancestors and the depth of their vision. The Orion correlation theory, whether fully accurate or not, invites us to reconsider the relationship between heaven and earth in ancient Egypt. The alignment of the pyramids with Orion's belt, the Sphinx's gaze toward Leo, the symbolic entwinement of Osiris and Isis with the stars, all suggest a civilization profoundly conscious of cosmic rhythms. They remind us that architecture, religion, and astronomy were inseparable, each informing the other in a dialogue that stretched from the Nile's banks to the farthest reaches of the night sky. The plateau thus becomes a threshold, a liminal space where questions about origin, purpose, and human aspiration linger, unanswered yet deeply felt. As we stand at the edge of these monumental stones, looking toward the horizon where sun and sand meet, the mystery persists. Were the builders aware of epochs beyond recorded history, reaching backward toward times now lost to memory? Did the Sphinx and pyramids serve as markers of cycles, calendars etched in stone, or as guardians of knowledge too vast to be fully comprehended? We may never know, and perhaps that is the point. In their silent majesty, the monuments of Giza continue to converse with the stars, whispering of a past that is at once familiar and unfathomable, of a human desire to leave a trace upon the cosmos itself, a trace that endures long after the builders have vanished. Chapter 22. The shifting sands, lost rivers, beneath the Sahara, beneath the vast unyielding sands of the Western Sahara, a hidden world of rivers and floodplains waits in quiet memory. Modern satellite imagery, coupled with ground-penetrating radar, has traced the contours of paleochannels, fossilized riverbeds that wind silently beneath the dunes, whispering of a landscape that thrived long before the deserts we know today. These ancient waterways, buried under millennia of shifting sands, tell of an epoch when the Sahara was not a barren expanse, but a fertile canvas of life, a green sea of grasses, lakes, and marshes stretching across what is now an inhospitable land. During the period often called Africa's Green Sahara, roughly between 10,000 and 7,000 BCE, climatic conditions were radically different. Rainfall was abundant, rivers flowed with consistency, and the very sands that now trap the memory of life once nourished it. Paleoclimatologists, examining sediment cores and mineral deposits, have reconstructed a world where rainfall-fed rivers cradled rich vegetation. The remnants of these waterways, traced in satellite shadows and radar echoes, suggest that human habitation may have flourished along their banks. Tools, pottery shards, and traces of settlements hint that these riverine corridors were more than just conduits of water. They were arteries of civilization, pathways along which early humans experimented with farming, domestication, and perhaps even large-scale planning. West of the Nile, these buried rivers converge and diverge in patterns both familiar and enigmatic. Some stretch for hundreds of kilometers, cutting ancient channels that vanish beneath the sand only to reappear miles away. Geological surveys reveal sediment layers of clay and silt, evidence that the rivers carried nutrients and supported ecosystems capable of sustaining sizable human populations. It is here, some scholars suggest, that the earliest iterations of Egyptian civilization might have taken shape, not along the banks of the Nile as later chroniclers recorded, but alongside these ephemeral waters, whose courses have since vanished beneath the desert. The implications for our understanding of Egyptian origins are profound. Consider Giza, the site of monumental architecture whose purpose and construction have fascinated observers for centuries. Geological reconstruction suggests that this plateau may once have bordered a lush floodplain, a verdant landscape fed by rivers now lost to memory. The positioning of the pyramids and the Sphinx, traditionally seen as aligning with celestial markers, could also reflect a more terrestrial concern: proximity to life-giving water. Could the Sphinx, its gaze cast toward the east, have watched over a riverine plain, its weathered body shaped not only by wind and sand, but by ancient rains and floods? Its erosional patterns, debated by geologists and Egyptologists alike, may preserve the faint memory of water, a silent witness to a forgotten hydrological past. The discovery of these paleochannels has reshaped the way archaeologists and geologists view the Sahara. Where once there was assumed only desolation, now there is evidence of intricate waterways and dynamic landscapes. In the valleys of buried rivers, ground-penetrating radar has revealed mounds and depressions that may mark settlements, ritual spaces, or early agricultural plots. The challenge lies in interpretation. The sands have shifted for thousands of years, erasing direct traces and leaving only the skeletal hints of human activity. Yet these traces, subtle and scattered, suggest that the story of human ingenuity in the Sahara predates the rise of dynastic Egypt, offering glimpses of a society attuned to water, its rhythms, and its bounty. The notion that early engineers and builders worked in the shadow of these ancient floods recontextualizes familiar monuments. If we imagine Giza as once adjacent to flowing rivers, the labor of shaping massive limestone blocks acquires new resonance. Water would have been both a tool and a companion, not only for survival, but for the transportation of stone, the tending of crops, and the shaping of a landscape designed to endure. The ingenuity of these early societies, selecting locations, organizing labor, and interpreting the natural environment, speaks to a continuity of thought that later found expression along the Nile. Could the principles underlying Egypt's monumental architecture have first been tested along the banks of rivers whose names are now lost? Climatic reconstructions indicate that this green epoch was not permanent. As the Holocene progressed, rainfall diminished, and the Sahara gradually transformed into the hyper-arid desert we recognize today. Rivers dried, lakes evaporated, and human populations migrated, often moving eastward toward the Nile and its reliable waters. This migration, coupled with the erasure of previous settlements, left the ancient paleochannels as hidden scars beneath the sand, remnants of a civilization that may have been at once flourishing and ephemeral. Yet in their absence, these rivers left an enduring imprint, a subterranean map of human adaptation, innovation, and resilience. Archaeological interest in these buried rivers has intensified in recent decades. High-resolution satellite imagery has revealed patterns resembling ancient river deltas, while radar surveys have mapped channels invisible to the naked eye. In some locations, remnants of stone tools and pottery encased in silt layers have been recovered, offering tantalizing evidence of human presence. Radiocarbon dating situates some of these artifacts within the same period as the early Neolithic along the Nile, suggesting a parallel development of human activity in what was once a verdant Sahara. The rivers themselves, though long vanished, continue to guide modern exploration, providing a framework for understanding how geography, water, and human settlement intertwine. There is also a subtle, mythic dimension to these discoveries. Just as the Nile has shaped the spiritual and cultural imagination of Egypt for millennia, so too may these lost rivers have informed ancient memory in ways now obscured. Local myths, cosmic alignments, and ritual practices could reflect not only the riverine landscapes of recorded history, but the shadows of waters that disappeared beneath the sands. In this sense, the Sphinx, the pyramids, and other monumental forms might preserve more than architectural intent. They may encode a cultural memory of verdancy, life, and the rhythm of ancient floods. The study of these paleochannels invites a meditation on temporality and human perception. What we call desert was once a cradle of abundance. What we now read as silence and emptiness was once filled with the murmurs of water and the labor of human hands. Archaeology, in this context, becomes not just an excavation of objects, but an excavation of landscape memory, tracing the contours of rivers, lakes, and plains that shaped human possibility long before history was inscribed on papyrus. As we trace the shifting sands of the Sahara with modern instruments, we are, in a sense, tracing the contours of forgotten human endeavor. Each radar image, each sediment core, each scattered shard of pottery is a note in a symphony of life that played out beneath a sky both familiar and alien. The rivers may have vanished, yet their legacy persists in the echoes of stone monuments, in the logic of settlement patterns, and in the enduring questions about the origins of one of the world's most enigmatic civilizations. In the quiet of the desert, the hidden rivers wait, patiently preserving the memory of a time when water carved life into sand. Perhaps, in the shadow of these ancient channels, the foundations of Egyptian civilization were first imagined. Not in the deserts we see today, but beside the flowing waters of a lost world. And as we contemplate the Sphinx, standing sentinel over an empty plain, we are invited to wonder, what did it see when water still ran and life flourished across sands now barren? How much of our history is written not in stone, but in the silent courses of rivers long vanished? Chapter 23, The Great Flood and the Drowned Civilizations of the Ancient World. Across the vast tapestry of human memory, a singular motif emerges, persistent and haunting. The flood. From the clay tablets of Mesopotamia to to the highlands of the Andes, cultures separated by oceans and millennia recount the same story. A world consumed by water, reshaped and reborn. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim builds a great vessel to survive the deluge sent by capricious gods. The Popol Vuh of the Maya speaks of ancestors wiped away by torrential rains, while the Quechua of Peru tell of vast valleys swallowed by a rising lake. This recurrence is no mere coincidence, but perhaps a distant echo of a reality buried deep beneath sediment and memory, a truth encoded in myth. Modern geology lends weight to these ancient recollections. At the close of the last ice age, roughly between 12,000 and 9,000 years ago, global temperatures rose with startling rapidity. Massive glaciers, relics of a colder world, released trillions of tons of water, sending seas cascading over coastlines and river deltas. The submerged landscapes of this period are now hidden beneath meters of silt and sand, but their outlines are beginning to re-emerge. Underwater surveys off the coast of India, in the Gulf of Kampat, have revealed stone structures that suggest planned construction, submerged now for more than 10 millennia. The debate rages among archaeologists. Are these remnants the roots of a forgotten civilization, predating the cities of Sumer and the pyramids of Egypt? Far to the east, in the waters off Japan, the Yonaguni monument rises from the ocean floor, a series of terraces and platforms etched into the rock, aligned with a precision that defies natural explanation. Marine geologists initially dismissed the formations as geological anomalies, yet closer examination reveals patterns resembling roads, stairways, and even monolithic walls. Radiocarbon dating of surrounding sediments hints at a period before the rise of the first historically recorded Japanese kingdoms. Here too, water has erased memory, leaving only glimpses of an advanced human presence hidden beneath the waves. The implications ripple outward. If these underwater sites represent the drowned vestiges of early culture, then familiar monuments on dry land take on new significance. The Great Sphinx of Giza, enduring and enigmatic, may not merely be a product of Old Kingdom Egypt. Its eroded body, weathered in patterns some geologists suggest indicate ancient flooding, could place it as a sentinel of a world submerged, a survivor standing inland, above rising waters, watching over a history that was nearly lost. The idea is unsettling yet tantalizing. A civilization, sophisticated in its engineering and art, erased by forces far beyond human control. The Sphinx becomes a bridge across time, linking the memory of the flood with what we know of human ingenuity. Evidence of sudden inundation appears elsewhere. In Mesopotamia, sediment layers reveal repeated episodes of rapid flooding along the Tigris and Euphrates, some dating back more than 7,000 years. Coastal archaeology around the Persian Gulf shows that ancient harbors, once bustling centers of trade, now lie beneath the shallow waters of the Gulf, silenced for millennia. Even the plains of northern Europe bear traces of what has been termed the Black Sea Deluge, a dramatic expansion of the inland sea some 7,500 years ago, when rising Mediterranean waters poured through the Bosporus, flooding fertile plains and displacing communities. Across continents, the geological record mirrors the stories preserved in myth. The world was submerged, only partially reclaimed by those who survived. This raises a question that lingers in the mind. How much of early human history remains hidden beneath the oceans? While our textbooks trace civilization through Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, these narratives may only begin after the waters receded. Entire epochs, entire cultures, may have vanished with the flood, leaving behind myths as their fragile testament. Some scholars argue that collective memory can encode such trauma over generations, translating catastrophe into story. The flood, then, becomes not just a historical event, but a narrative marker, a dividing line between a world remembered and a world submerged. Submerged cities may yet yield their secrets. In 2001, sonar mapping near the Gulf of Kambat identified rectangular structures and what appeared to be streets and walls. Radiocarbon samples from artifacts recovered nearby suggest activity around 7,500 BCE, challenging traditional timelines of urban development. Similarly, at Yonaguni, divers discovered carvings resembling human faces, terraces aligned with the cardinal points, and even channels that could have been artificial waterways. While controversy surrounds these findings, the very possibility of prehistorical engineering invites a radical reconsideration of human capability before the dawn of recorded history. The flood's imprint is not only physical but symbolic. Across cultures, water is both destroyer and purifier, a force that erases yet enables rebirth. In Sumerian myth, life survives through the foresight of the righteous. In the biblical narrative, Noah and his ark preserve humanity. Perhaps these stories encode a memory of survival strategies developed in response to rising seas, a cultural intelligence that ensured continuity after catastrophe. The repetition of flood narratives across isolated civilizations raises the Yi-Ofi spectre of global resonance, a shared trauma, remembered in story, surviving where architecture did not. And yet, much remains uncertain. Did these ancient waters rise gradually, or did sudden deluges reshape entire regions within a human lifetime? Were the civilizations beneath the Gulf of Kambat or Yonaguni advanced beyond what we imagine, or were their structures simpler, their endurance a testament to the resilience of human settlement? The evidence is tantalizingly fragmentary, leaving room for speculation, wonder, and continued exploration. Each submerged stone, each eroded terrace, carries a whisper of a past that resists full reconstruction. The Sphinx, weathered by centuries, reminds us of this unresolved tension. Its gaze, fixed yet unknowable, seems to survey a landscape that has vanished into myth. If it witnessed the end of a world drowned by ice age waters, its very survival challenges the narrative of linear progress, suggesting that the foundations of civilization may have been laid far earlier than conventional history allows. As we peer into satellite images of sunken coastlines, sonar scans of ocean floors, and the layers of silt in ancient riverbeds, we confront the possibility of histories that are invisible yet enduring, hidden beneath the unyielding surface of the seas. The flood, when understood through both geology and myth, becomes a lens through which to reconsider the human story. It is at once a natural phenomenon and a collective memory, a boundary between epochs. To study it is to wander the edge of the known and the unknown, tracing the contours of civilizations erased by forces far larger than human ambition. Across continents, in myths, sediments, and submerged stone, we see the faint outlines of what was lost. And yet the silence of the deep remains, a reminder that history is not only what survives, but also what water has claimed. As we leave the sunken ruins and turn from the Sphinx to the rivers that once carried entire cities into oblivion, we are left with a profound sense of awe and humility. The flood is not merely an event of the past. It is a testament to the fragility of memory and the persistence of story. The drowned civilizations, glimpsed only through sonar, legend, and geological trace, challenge us to question the timelines we accept. They invite us to imagine a world where humanity reached heights now lost beneath water. A civilization perhaps wiser, or at least more adaptable, than we have ever acknowledged. In that silence, beneath the waves and beneath the sands, the past waits patiently, as if inviting discovery, yet demanding reverence. Chapter 24, Plato's Atlantis and the Egyptian priests of Sais. The story begins, as Plato records it, in the quiet chambers of an Egyptian temple at Sais, where the priests spoke to Solon, the Athenian statesman and lawmaker, of a time long before the memory of Greece itself. They told of an island of immense wealth and power, a civilization that spanned continents, whose people mastered the sea and the earth alike. Yet, in a single night of cataclysm, the island sank beneath the waves, disappearing from the world as if it had never been. Plato, writing centuries later in the dialogues Timaeus and Critias, presents this not merely as a tale, but as a warning that human hubris, however great, is always subject to forces beyond comprehension. The tale resonates, even now, with a weight that transcends the purely philosophical. suggesting an origin of memory far older than the stories of Greece. The city of Se, where this account was entrusted to Solon, was itself a repository of knowledge. Located in the western Nile Delta, Sais flourished during Egypt's late period, and its Temple of Neith was renowned for the preservation of sacred texts, many of which have since vanished. The priests there claimed that the Greeks had lost the record of their earliest history, while Egypt, through its temples and ritualized traditions, had safeguarded the truth of ages. In this context, Atlantis may not have been a simple allegory, but a reflection, distorted yet persistent, of memories preserved in stone and papyrus. Some scholars speculate that the Egyptian archives could have contained annals, astronomical records, or oral histories tracing back thousands of years, records that no longer survive in the modern world. The tale, as told by the priests, begins with the founding of Atlantis as a civilization of extraordinary grandeur. Its kings, they said, ruled a network of territories rich in gold, silver, and precious metals. Their cities adorned with temples, canals, and bridges that spanned its concentric rings of land and water. The imagery evokes more than a mythic ideal. It suggests a society with advanced engineering, urban planning, and maritime capabilities. Plato describes its destruction as sudden and total, a cataclysm that the Egyptian priests likened to the gods' wrath, though whether they meant a literal flood or a symbolic upheaval remains unknown. This distinction between literal history and symbolic memory is central to the enduring fascination of Atlantis. The possibility lingers that fragments of real events, perhaps ancient tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, or other cataclysmic shifts, might have been encoded into a story that survived through Egyptian guardianship, only to be misunderstood by later cultures. Yet the story is not merely about an island beneath the sea. It is about memory itself and who preserves it. In Sais, knowledge was guarded by the temple, by ritual, by the unbroken line of priestly transmission. The Sphinx, with its enigmatic visage facing the rising sun, stands as a silent emblem of this principle. Wisdom that is hidden, awaiting those who seek it carefully. Just as the Sphinx guards its secrets in stone, the priest's account of Atlantis guards a truth partially obscured by time. Some have suggested that the Sphinx itself, and the complex of Giza to which it belongs, may represent a kind of cosmological memory, a record of celestial cycles, geological events, or esoteric teachings preserved in architecture. In this sense, the tale of Atlantis resonates as a cautionary echo. Knowledge is both precious and fragile, and the custodians of memory are rare. The Egyptian origins of the Atlantis story are often overshadowed by the later Greek interpretations. Plato's narrative frames the dialogue between Solon and the priests, giving the Greeks a window into a civilization they had forgotten. Yet modern readers, captivated by the story of Atlantis as an idyllic and impossible realm, often overlook the role of the Egyptian context. The priest's version is not a casual tale. It is rooted in a worldview in which history, astronomy, and morality were intertwined, where the past carried lessons encoded in ritual, monument, and oral tradition. Their recounting implies that the destruction of Atlantis was both a historical event and a moral allegory, a story meant to instruct, not merely to entertain. There is, too, the question of chronology. Plato writes that Atlantis existed 9,000 years before his own time, a span that places its destruction in a period far earlier than conventional Greek history. If we interpret this as symbolic, it still signals an awareness of deep antiquity, an acknowledgement that human memory stretches back far beyond the records of classical civilizations. The Egyptian priests, with their meticulous attention to genealogy, astronomy, and temple records, may have been recalling an age of which Greece retained only fragments and myths. Some scholars have speculated that these accounts could reference a forgotten era of rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, or a long-lost maritime culture now submerged beneath the oceans. Though the evidence is speculative, the consistency of the story across cultures suggests that memory, encoded as myth, may preserve traces of real events across millennia. Plato's dialogues themselves offer further clues. In Critias, he describes the Atlanteans as a people who became morally corrupt, who succumbed to greed and aggression, bringing about their own destruction. The Egyptians, in conveying this narrative to Solon, may have been emphasizing the cyclical nature of history. Civilizations rise, flourish, and fall, yet their memory can endure, if carefully preserved. The island of Atlantis, then, becomes not just a lost land, but a symbol of the impermanence of power and the fragility of human achievement. Even as modern interpretations often reduce Atlantis to a puzzle of geography or a curiosity of legend, the Egyptian framing reminds us that it was also a story about memory, morality, and the guardianship of knowledge. It is striking to consider that the priests of Sais may have drawn upon sources now entirely lost. Beneath the temples, in chambers inaccessible to casual visitors, records of ancient kings, astronomical tables, and historical annals might have existed, chronicling events far beyond the scope of classical Greek understanding. Whether these records were literal accounts of a sunken island or codified warnings of societal hubris, they were treated as sacred, transmitted through generations, and shared with Solon only because he was deemed a worthy recipient. The question remains, what did the Egyptians truly know of the world's earliest history, and how much of that knowledge has vanished, leaving only fragments in myth? The narrative of Atlantis thus becomes a meditation on lost knowledge. As we trace the contours of the story, we are reminded that memory itself is fragile, subject to erosion, deliberate suppression, or simple neglect. The temples of Sais, the monuments of Giza, the cryptic inscriptions of the Sphinx, all bear witness to civilizations that sought to anchor human memory against the relentless currents of time. Atlantis, whether literal or allegorical, embodies this tension, the desire to remember and the inevitability of forgetting. Plato's writings preserve a shadow of what the Egyptian priests once held in their hands. A story of grandeur and catastrophe, of wisdom and its concealment, a narrative suspended between history and myth. Ultimately, the account of Atlantis, as transmitted through Sais, invites us to consider not only what has been lost, but the act of preservation itself. In the quiet corridors of memory, in the remnants of temples and monuments, lie echoes of events so distant that they defy certainty. The story challenges us to look beyond the surface of legend, to question the boundaries between history and myth, to recognize that even in the absence of concrete evidence, the past leaves traces, sometimes in stories, sometimes in stone, sometimes in the watchful gaze of a sphinx that has seen more than any living historian. The island may have sunk, but the memory endures, fragile, incomplete, and eternally provocative. Chapter 25. The Hidden Chambers of the Great Pyramid, New Scans and Theories. In the winter of 2017, the ancient limestone heart of the Great Pyramid of Khufu surrendered a secret long hidden from human sight. The Scan Pyramids project, employing the subtle eye of muon tomography, a method that tracks cosmic particles as they pass through matter, revealed the existence of a vast, previously undetected void within the pyramid's upper structure. Over 100 feet in length, the space lies above the Grand Gallery, a soaring corridor that itself has fascinated and puzzled explorers for centuries. Its purpose, its contents, and its very nature remain a question that hangs in the still air of the chamberless stone. The Ministry of Antiquities of Egypt, wary of disturbing the millennia of weight and dust, has prohibited any physical exploration. The void, therefore, exists only in the intangible realm of shadow and signal, glimpsed through the silent dance of particles. This revelation did more than extend our map of the pyramid's interior. It reopened the door to speculation about the Giza Plateau as a network of mysteries yet uncharted. For centuries, scholars have pondered the possibility that beneath the Sphinx, another series of hidden cavities might exist, echoing or even linking to the chambers above the Grand Gallery. Geophysical surveys have indicated voids and anomalies beneath the lion's stone body, some possibly connected to the enigmatic subterranean hallways that extend into the bedrock. The notion that these structures might form a hidden lattice, a system of passages and sanctuaries concealed from the eyes of the living, has ignited debates that bridge archaeology and myth, science and imagination. The muon scans, however, offer only the faintest shadows of certainty. They record the absence of stone where there should be solidity, marking space that once may have been intended for ritual, storage, or something entirely unknown. Unlike a tomb or a chamber filled with inscriptions, these voids have left no hint in the hieroglyphic record, no seal or cartouche that might reveal their architect's intentions. They are voids in both the literal and symbolic sense, empty spaces pregnant with questions. The Grand Gallery itself, with its soaring corbelled walls and precise alignment, already whispers of knowledge beyond our grasp, yet above it, the new void suggests there were further ambitions, hidden plans to manipulate weight, air, and perhaps even the sacred geometry of the plateau. Archaeologists and engineers alike have speculated on the practical reasons for such a chamber. Some propose it serves as a relieving space, designed to distribute the tremendous weight of the stones above and prevent collapse. Others wonder whether it was never meant to be entered, a sealed sanctuary of symbolic significance, resonating with the pyramid's role as a cosmic machine, a bridge between Earth and the divine. Across millennia, the Great Pyramid has been described as a receptacle for astronomical and metaphysical precision, a container for knowledge that the living might glimpse only obliquely. Within these new voids, speculation blooms unchecked, yet no hypothesis has been tested. Beyond the invisible lens of cosmic radiation, this discovery has rekindled the long-standing fascination, with hidden chambers not only within Khufu's monument, but throughout the Giza necropolis. Reports of voids beneath the Sphinx, first hinted at in ground-penetrating radar surveys in the late 20th century, now resonate with new urgency. Could these spaces, beneath the lion-headed sentinel and within the pyramid, be components of a deliberate architectural scheme, an underground lattice connecting sacred sites across the plateau? Some theorists suggest that the alignment of these cavities might mirror celestial patterns, echoing the constellation of Orion or the solar journey itself. The thought that the plateau could harbor a subterranean map, a hidden geometry invisible to the casual observer, aligns eerily with the precision seen in the above-ground monuments. Yet for all the speculation, these theories remain untested, as the Egyptian authorities, prioritizing preservation, have resisted invasive exploration. The void above the Grand Gallery has been described as empty, but emptiness here is not merely absence. It is a space imbued with potential, a deliberate silence within the language of stone. It raises questions about what else might remain concealed. Chambers filled with relics, rooms serving ceremonial functions, or structures whose purposes have been lost to time. Ancient texts and later accounts offer fragments, sometimes conflicting, of the pyramid's inner workings. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, spoke of chambers and corridors hidden within the limestone giant. Though his observations were filtered through centuries of oral tradition, modern discoveries like this void echo those faint accounts, suggesting that the ancients may have recorded more than we initially believed, their meaning obscured by the passage of time. Technological advances like muon tomography allow us to peer into the pyramid without disturbing its fragile integrity. Particles that have journeyed across the cosmos, passing invisibly through mountains and stones, now illuminate hidden spaces, translating the imperceptible into data. The image of the void, a shadow within shadows, speaks to the interplay of presence and absence that has always defined our relationship with Giza. Each chamber, whether known or hidden, contributes to a grander composition, a layered narrative of labor, devotion, and possibly secrecy. The void is simultaneously a scientific marvel and a philosophical challenge, reminding us that the pyramid is not merely a tomb, but a repository of questions that outlive the answers. Speculation inevitably wanders into the realm of the mythic. Across cultures, secret chambers and subterranean halls are often associated with initiations, with thresholds to hidden wisdom, or with sanctuaries of the divine. In Egypt, the notion of hidden spaces resonates with the concept of the duat, the underworld through which the sun god Ra journeys each night. Could the architects of the Great Pyramid have intended these voids to serve as physical analogues of cosmic pathways, designed to align with the metaphysical journey of life and death, sun and stars? The hypothesis cannot be tested by excavation alone. It requires an imagination informed by archaeology, geometry, and cultural context. The pyramid's voids are simultaneously real and symbolic, physical gaps in stone that invite the mind to wander through corridors of possibility. Even as we marvel at the technical achievement of constructing such a void without destabilizing the surrounding structure, questions of access remain paramount. The Ministry of Antiquities has emphasized preservation, and rightly so. The act of opening a sealed chamber could trigger irreversible damage, yet the allure of discovery is impossible to suppress. Each scientific report, each scan, each tentative suggestion of another hidden corridor adds layers to the story of Khufu's monument. The pyramid, in all its stoic silence, has become a living text, a dialogue between the ancient builders and modern seekers of truth. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of these voids is their elusiveness. They exist beyond our immediate perception, detected only through instruments that translate the cosmos into patterns of absence. Their presence suggests that the known interior of the pyramid is only a fraction of the whole, that beneath the visible halls and galleries lie expanses that resist classification, that challenge the limits of both our technology and our understanding. They remind us that history is not merely written in stone, but often concealed within it, in spaces intentionally left void, waiting for the patient observer to notice, to question, to imagine. Giza, it seems, is a palimpsest, a site where visible architecture overlays hidden intention, where the silence of centuries conceals as much as it reveals. The new void above the Grand Gallery is more than an anomaly. It is a portal into the unknown, a testament to the ambitions and mysteries of an ancient civilization whose comprehension still eludes us. In the shadowed hollows of stone, where muons trace their invisible paths, the Great Pyramid whispers of secrets it may never fully disclose, leaving us suspended between the known and the unknowable, between the grandeur we can measure and the enigma we can only feel. And so the void endures. Silent and vast, a subterranean question mark etched into one of humanity's oldest monuments. Its presence encourages us to pause, to listen, and to consider the possibility that beneath the Giza Plateau, beneath the weight of millennia, further secrets may slumber, waiting for the moment when the careful eye of science and the patient imagination of humanity might converge to illuminate them. The pyramid's mysteries are not confined to its exterior majesty or the chambers we have explored. They reside in the spaces that remain unentered, where stone conceals what words cannot capture, and where the act of discovery itself becomes a meditation on the depths of human curiosity. Chapter 26: The Lost Port of Giza. In the arid silence of the Egyptian desert, where the pyramids rise like eternal sentinels above the shifting sands, traces of a once thriving port have emerged, whispering of a maritime sophistication long forgotten. At Wadi al-Jarf, along the banks of what was once a thriving channel of the Nile, archaeologists uncovered the remnants of docks and storage facilities, stretching across the landscape as if the river itself had carried the ambitions of kings to the horizon. These installations, radiocarbon dated to the reign of Khufu, suggest an infrastructure meticulously designed for the transport of colossal limestone blocks from the quarries of Tura to the plateau of Giza. Here, in the fragments of pottery, the timbers of ships, and the faint traces of mooring posts, we catch the echo of a system of logistics so precise, it rivals the engineering of the pyramids themselves. Among the most remarkable finds are the papyri of Mera, a foreman entrusted with the conveyance of the stones that would shape the Great Pyramid. Written in meticulous detail, these documents describe the coordination of crews, the timing of the Nile's inundation, and the calculation of loads to maintain balance upon the river's current. Every line of ink, every measurement, reflects a knowledge of watercraft and hydraulics that scholars had long assumed to be far beyond the capacity of early Old Kingdom society. Mera's journals hint at the existence of an organized fleet, perhaps hundreds of boats, each carrying the weight of civilization itself across the arteries of the Nile. Yet, the discovery of the Giza port does more than illuminate the practicalities of pyramid construction. It opens a window into the broader question of Egypt's maritime heritage. The sophistication of the port suggests that these were not the first Egyptians to navigate the river and the sea with such precision. Could it be that the skills exhibited in Khufu's time were inherited from a culture that flourished along coastlines, now claimed by the Mediterranean? Submerged ruins, documented along the Nile Delta and scattered along the Red Sea, bear silent witness to communities whose knowledge of shipbuilding, trade and water management might have been inherited, preserved and refined over millennia. This notion is bolstered by the persistent echoes of flood myths throughout Egyptian lore, the inundation of the Nile, the stories of lost cities beneath the waves, and references in later texts to coastal lands swallowed by the sea, suggest that memory of an earlier maritime civilization lingered in the cultural consciousness. Was the port of Giza merely a revival of an older network, a deliberate reawakening of seafaring prowess at a moment when the state required unprecedented coordination for monumental building? The alignment of the docks, the orientation of the channels, and the methods described in the Mera papyri all point to knowledge that seems almost ancestral, as if the Egyptians were reconnecting with a practice older than the pharaohs themselves. The archaeology at Wadi al-Jarf has revealed more than just infrastructure. It has revealed patterns of labor, hierarchy, and administration that hint at an empire built not only upon stone and sand, but upon water. Artisans, laborers, and scribes worked in harmony, their efforts timed with the river's rhythms. Storage galleries carved into the bedrock suggest careful planning, ensuring provisions for long voyages and protection from seasonal flooding. Each dock, each mooring post, was part of an orchestrated system designed to manage an enterprise of unprecedented scale. The ingenuity of this logistical network raises questions about the origins of such knowledge. Was it born from the demands of the pyramids alone, or did it arise from an inherited maritime tradition stretching far into prehistory? Even the construction techniques themselves suggest a depth of understanding often underestimated by modern scholarship. The transportation of massive limestone blocks required an intimate comprehension of buoyancy, counterweight, and the variable currents of the Nile. Sledges and barges were not merely tools. They were expressions of a sophisticated engineering philosophy, where human labor, animal power, and the river's own force converged into a delicate equilibrium. When viewed from above, the remnants of the port form patterns that resemble a carefully plotted map, one that could have guided generations of mariners along a complex network of waterways. Some researchers have drawn connections between these findings and other ancient maritime sites across the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. Harbors in Byblos, Ugarit, and the Levant show parallel innovations, suggesting a possible exchange of knowledge or the existence of widespread nautical traditions long before written history fully records them. Trade, migration, and conquest may have left traces too faint to recover fully, yet the port at Giza stands as a singular monument to human ingenuity, bridging the terrestrial and the aquatic, the practical and the mythic. The notion of a lost maritime empire lingers as a haunting possibility. If the Giza port represents a rekindling of earlier knowledge, it raises profound questions about what preceded the Old Kingdom. Submerged settlements, flotsam of forgotten eras, hint at a continuity of human habitation along now-vanished shorelines. Could these coastal societies, wiped from sight by rising seas or catastrophic floods, have passed down their expertise to the builders of the pyramids? The prospect is tantalizing that the precision, ambition, and audacity required to erect monuments of stone were rooted in skills honed over generations, inherited from mariners who once traversed oceans now beyond our memory. The Giza port also invites reflection on the human capacity for organization, vision, and foresight. It reminds us that monumental achievements are rarely isolated acts of genius. They are the culmination of accumulated knowledge, collaborative effort, and an intimate dialogue with the environment. The Nile was more than a river. It was a lifeline, a conveyor of materials, a medium through which a civilization articulated its grandeur. Each boat, each stone, each record etched onto papyrus represents a deliberate choice, a negotiation between human ambition and the natural world. Yet, for all that has been uncovered, the port remains enigmatic. The full extent of its networks, the identities of all who labored there, and the origins of the maritime techniques employed remain only partially known. Giza's harbor offers answers, but it also multiplies questions. What stories lie buried beneath the sands and waters, lost to memory but preserved in the patterns of stone and river? How much of Egypt's mastery was a continuation of a vanished world, and how much was innovation born of necessity? The port is both a destination in our understanding and a threshold, a point where the known meets the unknowable. As we trace the faint outlines of quays and channels, as we read the meticulous notations of Mera, we confront the weight of time and the fragility of memory. Civilization, it seems, leaves behind both monuments and mysteries. And in the silence of the Giza harbor, one senses a dialogue across millennia. The waters that once carried stone and ambition may now conceal echoes of a forgotten maritime empire, a civilization attuned to the rhythm of rivers and seas, whose traces invite us to look deeper, to question longer, and to imagine a history broader than our current maps allow. The lost port of Giza, in its quiet persistence beneath desert sun and shifting sands, challenges our understanding of antiquity. It asks us to consider that the builders of the pyramids were not merely architects of stone, but inheritors of knowledge that may have once flowed along coastlines, now drowned beneath the sea. Here, at the edge of memory, archaeology and myth converge. leaving us with the sensation of standing at the threshold of a vast submerged world, waiting for the tides of discovery to reveal their secrets. Chapter 27. The Forgotten Builders. Tools that should not exist. The stones of Egypt whisper a language older than the pharaohs themselves. At Giza, the Great Pyramid rises from the desert with a precision that seems almost inconceivable. Each limestone block, some weighing more than 80 tons, rests in exact alignment with its neighbors, leaving only the thinnest of gaps, so fine that even a razor cannot penetrate. But it is in the granite chambers, in the kings and queens' sanctuaries, where the question deepens. Here, the hard, dense stone of Aswan, granite that challenges modern masonry, has been cut, shaped, and polished with an accuracy that defies conventional explanation. Drill holes reveal spiral striations, faint but unmistakable, suggesting a rotational force applied at high speed, one that would have demanded machinery far beyond the copper chisels and wooden mallets credited by Egyptologists. Across the desert, the temples of Abu Simbel offer a similar enigma. Carved directly into cliffs of sandstone and granite, colossal figures peer eternally toward the sun, their limbs and garments defined with a clarity that even contemporary sculptors find difficult to replicate. Saw marks etched into diorite blocks at Aswan hint at an understanding of cutting techniques lost to time. Experimental archaeologists have attempted to reproduce these effects using the tools attributed to the Old Kingdom, employing copper saws with sand abrasives, yet the results are always uneven, the surfaces imperfect. Something in the ancients' method has vanished, an efficiency, a mastery that leaves us questioning the limits of what they might have known. This precision is not unique to Egypt. Half a world away, at Pumapunku in the high plains of Bolivia, blocks of andesite fit together with seams so exact, they appear as if engineered by a civilization versed in principles of mechanical tolerance rather than brute force. Holes drilled through the stones follow angles and depths that suggest systematic planning, rotation, and measurement. At Baalbek, in modern-day Lebanon, megaliths weighing hundreds of tons are positioned with such alignment that the engineering challenges alone would stagger the imagination. Across oceans and epochs, a pattern emerges, sites separated by continents, yet linked by a shared enigma, the appearance of advanced stoneworking, executed as if its knowledge were fully understood, and then, inexplicably, lost. Even the Sphinx seems to belong to this narrative of hidden skill. Geological studies have suggested erosion patterns far older than the traditionally accepted 4,500 years, hinting at a time when the desert was wetter, and human civilization may have been nascent in ways we scarcely imagine. If these dates hold, then the techniques required to sculpt the Sphinx, its massive form and delicate facial features from a single outcrop of limestone, would have required tools and knowledge beyond what we have documented for any culture of that era. Were they using copper chisels and dolerite pounders, or something altogether different, now buried beneath the sediment of forgotten centuries? Some scholars suggest that we underestimate ancient ingenuity. They point to evidence that early Egyptians understood the properties of harder stones, and that abrasives like quartz sand could, with patience and skill, achieve remarkable results. Yet, no experimental reconstruction has yet produced the flawless, mirror-like finish observed on the granite walls of the king's chamber. The minute spirals within drill holes, the uniformity of saw marks, and the near-impossible straightness of cuts suggest a precision that surpasses patience and enters the realm of technology. Did these civilizations wield tools now lost to memory? Or did they possess techniques of manual labor so refined they remain beyond replication? The problem, it seems, is not merely mechanical but conceptual. Our modern assumptions about what is possible in antiquity constrain our imagination. We measure ancient labor against contemporary tools and labor conditions, discounting entirely the possibility that humans once understood principles of leverage, rotation and abrasion in ways we no longer fully grasp. Consider the logistics alone, transporting massive stones from Aswan over hundreds of kilometers, lifting them into place without modern cranes, then shaping them with such perfection. Could this be the product of thousands of years of incremental skill? Or does it suggest a sudden mastery that appeared fully formed, only to disappear with the civilization that birthed it? In the margins of archaeology, a few researchers have dared to suggest that the impossible stonework may hint at lost knowledge, techniques transmitted through a lineage now broken. Hieroglyphs, surviving tools, and quarries tell a fragmentary story, but the gaps are vast. What is left on the desert floor are traces, a partially drilled granite block, a sawed diorite slab, a seam too perfect to dismiss. And in these fragments, the questions multiply. Were these builders inventors of their age, or inheritors of a tradition far older, preserved from a time when such precision was ordinary? Parallel enigmas emerge when we consider geometry and alignment. The orientation of pyramids, temples, and sacred stones often aligns with celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. Giza's Great Pyramid points almost exactly to true north. Abu Simbel's sanctuaries are illuminated twice a year by the rising sun in a display of precise astronomical engineering. Puma Punku and Baalbek show similar concern for geometric and spatial harmony. The common thread suggests not only advanced craftsmanship, but also a profound understanding of natural forces and cosmic order. The stonework is not merely functional, it is symbolic, imbued with meaning that has escaped historical record. Some investigators propose that ancient tools might have been more sophisticated than we assume, incorporating mechanical rotation, advanced abrasives, or techniques that would be considered industrial in a different era. Others argue for a kind of lost science of leverage, vibration, or resonance, methods that could manipulate stone in ways that modern archaeologists have yet to rediscover. Such speculation is necessarily tentative, for the evidence is stubbornly silent on specifics. Yet the stones themselves speak in subtle tongues. The drill spirals, the perfectly smoothed surfaces, the interlocking precision that defies casual replication. Each mark is a whisper of human ingenuity that has somehow slipped beyond our grasp. And so, the story of these forgotten builders remains open-ended, a quiet challenge to our assumptions about the past. We can map the quarries, study tool marks, and measure angles with modern technology. Yet the human element, the imagination and skill that conceived, planned, and executed such work, remains elusive. Each site across continents, from Egypt to South America, from Lebanon to the Arabian deserts, presents a puzzle not of rubble and ruin, but of mastery interrupted. In these stones lies a memory of knowledge, vast and intricate, now dissolved into the sands of time. The deeper one moves into these mysteries, the more questions arise. Were these techniques local innovations, spontaneously discovered and perfected, or remnants of a global understanding now fractured and scattered? Was there a period when humans routinely achieved feats that modern engineers struggle to replicate, only to have that era vanish, leaving its traces embedded in stone? And above all, what does it mean that the very act of shaping rock, a seemingly eternal task, can so vividly connect us to minds and hands long gone, yet remain just out of reach of our own understanding? As the sun dips over the desert, casting long shadows across the terraces of Giza, the stones seem almost to breathe. They are silent, yet articulate in their subtle perfection. They hint at labor, intellect, and vision, a mastery that might never be recovered in its entirety. And in the spaces between each block, each drill mark, each polished surface, we are left not with answers, but with wonder. The tools, the techniques, the knowledge, they have vanished. Yet the evidence lingers, insisting that someone, somewhere, once possessed the ability to shape the impossible. The memory of these forgotten builders endures, whispering across millennia, inviting us to look closer, to question more deeply, and to acknowledge that history may conceal secrets far greater than we dare imagine. Chapter 28. The Recarving Theory. A lion before the pharaoh. The Great Sphinx of Giza stands in silent testimony to millennia, its massive body carved from the bedrock of the Giza Plateau, shoulders stretching over 70 meters in length, paws extending forward like the claws of a timeless sentinel. Yet, as one's gaze rises to the head, the proportions suddenly falter. The visage, small and heavily eroded, seems almost tentative atop this monumental body. For decades, this incongruity puzzled Egyptologists and geologists alike, inviting theories both conventional and extraordinary. Among the most compelling is the proposition that the Sphinx we see today is not the original image envisioned by its earliest sculptors, but the product of recarving, a transformation imposed by a later dynasty upon a much older monument. This idea, often called the recarving theory, suggests that the Sphinx once bore the head of a lion, a creature whose symbolism resonates deeply with the sky, the sun, and the constellations. Proponents of this theory point to the severe mismatch between head and body, noting that the shoulders and chest seem carved for a broader, more powerful visage than the small human-like face now preserved. Some argue that the weathering patterns of the body, deep vertical fissures shaped by millennia of rain, wind and sand, are far older than the erosion visible on the head. This temporal dissonance hints at a profound historical layering, a palimpsest of stone and intent. If the original Sphinx indeed displayed a leonine face, its orientation becomes particularly significant. The monument gazes due east, aligned precisely with the sunrise on the day of the vernal equinox. Yet some researchers propose an even deeper astronomical resonance. During the last ice age, around 10,500 BCE, this same alignment would have oriented the Sphinx toward the rising constellation of Leo. In this reading, the body of the lion would have mirrored the stars above, a terrestrial echo of a celestial order. The Sphinx, in this vision, is not merely a guardian of the necropolis, but a cosmic marker, a stone sentinel tracing the heavens, carved at a time when human civilization still lingered at the threshold of monumental expression. The suggestion of recarving implies an extraordinary continuity of memory and reverence. Imagine a later dynasty, perhaps the 4th or 5th, encountering this colossal figure, weathered, enigmatic, and beyond comprehension. The original meaning of the monument may have been lost to centuries of sun, wind, and the shifting sands of culture. Yet its power was undeniable. To these Egyptians, the Sphinx was more than stone. It was a relic of the distant past, a presence that demanded recognition and adaptation. By reshaping the face into that of a pharaoh, perhaps Khafra or another ruler of the Old Kingdom, they may have sought to harmonize their own dynastic identity with a monument whose origins were already ancient. The act of recarving becomes, in this sense, an act of homage, a reverential reinterpretation rather than erasure. Geological evidence supports this layered history. Robert Schoch, a geologist and professor, has argued that the pattern of erosion on the Sphinx's body points to prolonged exposure to rainfall inconsistent with the arid climate of Egypt over the last 5 millennia. Deep, rounded grooves carved by water suggest a much older age, potentially thousands of years prior to the Old Kingdom. The head, by contrast, exhibits sharper, more recent erosion, implying that it may have been reworked after the body had endured centuries of weathering. This disjunction between head and body is central to the recarving hypothesis, suggesting that the original lion may have been replaced with a human visage, a silent compromise between memory and authority. Archaeologically, the notion of a lion-headed sphinx resonates with symbolic traditions across the ancient Near East. Lions were powerful emblems, representing both kingship and celestial authority. In Mesopotamia, lions were associated with Ishtar and the forces of the sun, while in Egyptian art, leonine forms appear as protective spirits, guardians at the gates of temples and companions to the divine. A lion-headed sphinx would have communicated both terrestrial strength and cosmic alignment, marking not only the plateau, but the heavens themselves. Its gaze would have risen to greet the sun, perhaps at the precise moment when the constellation of Leo emerged above the horizon. In this vision, the Sphinx becomes a bridge between epochs, a memory of a time when humans first began to map the stars and seek permanence in stone. Yet the act of recarving raises questions that may never be answered. Did the sculptors of Khafra's era fully understand the monument they reshaped? Or did they merely sense its power, choosing to impose their own identity upon it? The face we see today bears the delicate, though eroded features of a pharaoh. Yet even this visage is incomplete, worn by centuries of sand-blasting wind and the ceaseless sun. Beneath it, perhaps, still lies the shadow of the lion, hidden in subtle curves, a vestige of an era when the Sphinx watched the first dawns of civilization. Each erosion pattern, each groove in the rock, might encode a memory older than dynasties, older than pyramids, older even than written history. The recarving theory also speaks to a human impulse that transcends Egypt itself, the desire to connect with what came before, to negotiate continuity across ages of uncertainty. Civilizations rise, decay, and vanish, but monumental art preserves echoes of their beliefs, hopes, and fears. In reshaping the Sphinx, the ancient Egyptians engaged in an active dialogue with a distant past, one that may have been mythic and inaccessible even to them. By placing the face of a pharaoh upon a lion, They both claimed and deferred to the memory of a prior epoch, acknowledging a lineage of power and wonder that stretched back into the Ice Age. Modern visitors, standing before the Sphinx, are confronted by this layered history. The enormity of the body commands attention, but the face invites contemplation. Its erosion and proportions whisper of a story beyond the dynastic record, a story that may point to the alignment of stars, the cycles of the sun, and a civilization whose ambitions predate conventional chronology. To look upon the Sphinx is to glimpse a palimpsest, a dialogue etched in stone across millennia. The air around it seems thick with unspoken reverence, the kind reserved for things that survive the erasure of memory. Yet certainty remains elusive. No contemporary inscription explains a recarving. No document survives to confirm the intentions of the ancient sculptors. The evidence exists primarily in stone and shadow, in comparative mythology, in the meticulous measurements of geologists and archaeologists who study the plateau. It is a mystery that resists resolution, one that unfolds gradually as the sun moves across the sky and the winds shift the sands. In this uncertainty lies its power. The Sphinx becomes less a monument of fixed meaning than a conversation across time, a challenge to our assumptions about history, creation, and the endurance of memory. The recarving theory invites us to imagine a dawn long before the pyramids, when the world was colder, wetter, and human presence on the Giza Plateau was tentative. Perhaps at that moment, the Sphinx's lion form rose from the bedrock, facing the constellation that would guide the cycles of stars and seasons. Perhaps it was already a guardian, already an emblem of authority, before anyone knew how to write or construct stone with precision. Later, the pharaoh's hands shaped it anew, but the echo of that primordial lion remained, a faint resonance in the contours of the body, a whisper in the eroded grooves. To consider the Sphinx as recarved is to confront the tension between memory and transformation, between what was and what became. It is to sense the presence of a creature whose gaze once measured the horizon of human ambition, a lion that faced the rising constellation of Leo at the dawn of civilization. Beneath the human face, under layers of wind-blasted stone, perhaps still lies the silent majesty of that first sentinel, watching, waiting, and reminding us that history is rarely as linear as it seems. Chapter 29, The Enclosure Walls, Geological Secrets of the Sphinx. Pit carved directly from the living bedrock, the walls of the Great Sphinx enclosure rise like silent sentinels, their surfaces etched with the memory of millennia. At first glance, they might seem to be mere boundaries, defining the precinct around the colossal figure. Yet a closer examination reveals a more complex story, a story written not in hieroglyphs, but in the very texture of the stone itself. Here, deep vertical channels cut into the limestone walls descend like ancient furrows, their paths winding and uneven, shaped not solely by the steady hand of human chisels, but by the relentless movement of water over untold centuries. Rounded edges soften the once sharp corners, as though the rock itself had yielded to forces far beyond human craft, whispering of epochs when the sands had not yet claimed this plateau, and rainfall fell in torrents across Giza's now arid plain. Geologists have long puzzled over the patterns of erosion. The enclosure walls are composed of multiple strata of limestone, each layer possessing distinct qualities and resistances. The lowest courses, dense and compact, exhibit deep, rounded channels that suggest prolonged exposure to heavy precipitation. The upper layers, softer and more friable, display pitting and flaking consistent with wind-blown sand erosion, yet also with repeated human touch, repairs perhaps, made by ancient custodians seeking to preserve the monument from the ravages of time. The juxtaposition of these erosional signatures hints at an extraordinary timeline, one that reaches back to an era when Egypt was no desert, when rainwater carved and sculpted the bedrock with an authority that human hands could scarcely replicate. It was in the 1990s that a series of geological surveys began to bring clarity to this enigma. Robert Schoch, a geologist and professor of natural sciences, was among the first to argue that the weathering visible on the Sphinx's enclosure walls was consistent with rainfall, not sandblasting by desert winds. His analysis placed the origins of such erosion potentially thousands of years earlier than the conventional dating of the Sphinx to the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BCE. According to this interpretation, the walls bear silent testimony to a period when the Sahara was lush, when rivers and seasonal rains sculpted the plateau and nurtured a landscape far removed from the dry sands that surround the site today. Yet the walls themselves tell more than a tale of water. Careful inspection reveals traces of human intervention, suggesting that the monument's guardians, long before the modern archaeologist arrived, recognized the fragility of the stone and sought to restore it. Sections of the walls bear patches of more recent limestone, shaped and fitted with remarkable precision, a quiet echo of an ancient awareness that these stones were sacred, that they were vessels of history requiring careful stewardship. Even the repairs are enigmatic. Who undertook them, and under what cultural or religious imperative? In their layered complexity, the walls become both canvas and chronicle, preserving the overlapping traces of natural and human forces alike. The geology of the Sphinx enclosure is itself a text, readable to those trained to decipher its lines. The deep channels, in particular, tell of slow but persistent rainfall, carving the lower strata over centuries, perhaps even millennia. These furrows are not uniform. They meander, sometimes interrupted, sometimes merging, echoing the erratic rhythm of storm and flood. They bear no signature of human tool marks. This pattern challenges conventional timelines and invites a re-examination of Egypt's environmental history, a reconsideration of when and how the Sphinx and its enclosure came to take their present form. Beneath each layer lies a question. How long have these stones stood? And how many seasons of rain, wind, and human care have they endured? Intriguingly, some scholars note that the vertical erosion on the walls aligns with the faint traces of bedrock faults and joints. These natural weaknesses would have directed the flow of water, channeling it into the vertical striations that now define the enclosure's interior surfaces. The interplay of geology and hydrology becomes almost poetic, as if the very bedrock conspired with the elements to write a history visible to the patient observer. It is a history that does not announce itself in grandiose monuments or inscriptions, but in the quiet curvature of stone, in the subtle shadows cast by irregular channels, in the tactile memory of water's slow persistence. Layered upon these natural signatures are human marks, chiseling, patching, and possibly even attempts to realign or reinforce sections of the walls. The evidence is fragmentary yet telling. Blocks of differing hardness, traces of mortar or clay in certain crevices, subtle differences in surface texture. These interventions imply a continuity of care across generations, a recognition that the enclosure was not simply an architectural backdrop, but an active participant in the Sphinx's ongoing presence. The walls, therefore, are neither purely natural nor purely man-made. They occupy a liminal space, a meeting point between earth and culture, where the forces of geology and human intent intertwine. Walking the perimeter of the enclosure, one cannot help but sense the temporal depth embedded in these stones. Every vertical groove, every softly rounded edge, evokes epochs of transformation. During moments of early morning, when the sun casts long shadows across the pit, the walls seem almost fluid, as if they might rise and shift with the memory of the waters that carved them. It is not merely erosion one observes, but a layered palimpsest of environmental and cultural history. One can imagine the ancient Nile flooding across the plateau, filling low areas with fertile soil, nourishing vegetation, and leaving behind torrents that slowly etched the limestone. Centuries later, human hands would intervene, restoring and preserving the stone, aware perhaps of a sacred imperative that has since been lost to the centuries. The enclosure walls thus become more than static stone. They are chronicles of environmental upheaval and human reverence. They speak to a time when the landscape of Egypt was mutable, a place where climate could shift dramatically, and where humans were already engaged in acts of preservation and veneration. The Sphinx itself, carved from the same bedrock, shares in this deep temporal narrative, its form inseparable from the geological and hydrological processes that shaped the pit around it. Each feature, from the subtle bulge in a wall to the broad, rounded groove descending near the northern corner, is evidence of a dialogue between nature and civilization that has endured for millennia. Even today, the enclosure walls continue to provoke debate and fascination. They challenge established chronologies, urging scholars to reconcile the physical evidence of erosion with historical records and oral tradition. They invite speculation about Egypt's prehistory, a time when heavy rains and verdant plains may have framed the earliest human activity on the plateau. And yet, despite the meticulous study of geologists, archaeologists, and historians, the walls retain a profound mystery. They are silent witnesses to a past that is only partially recoverable, reminding us that the story of the Sphinx is as much about absence and erosion as it is about presence and creation. As the sun sets over Giza, casting long shadows into the pit, the walls seem to breathe with a quiet, enduring rhythm. They hold the heartbeat of a land that has known cycles of abundance and aridity, of human care and neglect, of memory and forgetting. In their layered silence, they suggest that time is not linear but cyclical, that history is not merely written by kings and scribes, but by wind, water, and the patient persistence of stone. They are both guardian and record, both witness and storyteller, reminding all who approach that the Sphinx is part of a continuum, an ever-unfolding dialogue between the earth and those who inhabit it. The enclosure walls, in their muted complexity, remain unresolved enigmas. Their vertical furrows and subtle repairs hint at a world long vanished, one of rain-swept plains and ancient custodians, of geological forces that predate civilization as we understand it. And as night falls and the plateau grows quiet, the walls stand not as mere backdrops to a colossal figure, but as living records of a deep and hidden past, one that continues to pulse beneath the surface of the familiar desert sands, waiting for those who will listen closely enough to hear its slow, unending story. Chapter 30. Beneath the Gaze of Eternity. The memory of stone. The Sphinx sits upon the desert plateau, a sentinel cast in stone, its gaze fixed toward the eastern horizon, where the sun rises like an unbroken promise over the Nile. Millennia have passed since its form was first hewn from the living rock of the Giza Plateau, yet it endures, silent, monumental, and somehow alive within the shifting sands. Its face, though weathered by time, wind, and human hands, retains an ineffable authority, as if each line and fracture were a message carved directly into the consciousness of those who pause before it. Archaeologists and travelers alike have come to measure it, to map its geometry, to hypothesize about its origins, yet the Sphinx refuses to yield its fullness. It is not merely a monument, it is a question pressed into the earth, a riddle older than the first hieroglyph. Beneath its massive body, ground-penetrating surveys and modern sensors whisper of hidden spaces. Echoes of cavities have been detected, voids that remain unexplored, chambers that modern excavation has not yet touched. Some dismiss these anomalies as geological accidents, natural fissures in the limestone bedrock, but others imagine doorways to a forgotten epoch, corridors that might once have led to vaults of knowledge now lost to time. Perhaps they contain nothing more than the echo of silence itself. Perhaps within those unentered spaces lie fragments of a history that challenges everything we think we know about human civilization. Every scan, every reading, every speculative theory reminds us of a tantalizing uncertainty. The Sphinx may guard secrets not merely of kings and priests, but of our own origins. History has approached the Sphinx in cycles of reverence and neglect. The monument has survived invasions, floods, and centuries of burial under drifting sands. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, recorded tales of a colossal statue, already ancient in his eyes. Yet the sands had already reclaimed parts of her body long before his account. The Greek historian described a guardian of hidden knowledge, a monument both enigmatic and instructional, its purpose perpetually interpreted through the lens of human imagination. Later, in medieval chronicles and Renaissance drawings, the Sphinx became a cipher, a riddle inscribed upon the desert, a symbol of endurance against the erosive forces of nature and time alike. Each generation, encountering her gaze anew, saw itself reflected in her silent expression. Archaeological restoration, particularly in the 19th and 20th centuries, has sought to stabilize her body and prevent further erosion. Yet every intervention has been, in a sense, an interpretation, a rewriting of the monument in contemporary terms. Stones replaced or reinforced, fissures patched, noses and paws reconstructed, each act of preservation carries the imprint of the preserver. In some respects, the Sphinx is not only a relic of antiquity, but also a mirror of human desire, a canvas upon which we project our curiosity, our fears, our reverence for what endures beyond a single lifetime. She is simultaneously witness and participant, silent yet demanding engagement, and in that paradox lies the essence of her power. The myths surrounding the Sphinx are as layered as the limestone beneath her. Some traditions speak of her as the guardian of a royal tomb, watching over Pharaoh's passage into eternity. Others imagine her as a repository of divine knowledge, a silent oracle through which the gods once whispered their counsel. Plato's references to Atlantis and the ancient mysteries hint at a world whose memory might still be encoded in stone, though now inaccessible to ordinary eyes. Even the Egyptians themselves, from the Old Kingdom through the New, inscribed their own interpretations upon her presence, through temples, offerings, and sacred alignments, acknowledging that the monument's significance could never be fixed, could never be fully known. She is at once a monument to power and a reflection of curiosity, a cipher that reshapes itself in each human imagination. Perhaps the greatest secret of the Sphinx is not buried beneath her pores or within hidden chambers, but resides in the human response to her presence. Time, as measured by kings and priests, by dynasties and empires, is shallow compared with the depth of memory she evokes. We project onto her face our longing for continuity, for a connection to an origin that predates our own narratives. Her gaze is eternal, but it also invites introspection. To wonder at the persistence of human inquiry, to acknowledge that every story, every civilization, every language eventually drifts into silence, yet the impulse to record, to remember, to preserve, persists. In that persistence, the Sphinx becomes less a monument of stone than a monument of consciousness. Explorations continue, both literal and theoretical. Laser scans, seismic imaging, and subterranean mapping have opened new windows into what might lie beneath her shoulders and body, yet every discovery leads to more questions than answers. Some researchers speculate that hidden chambers could contain remnants of tools, inscriptions, or ceremonial spaces, traces of a civilization whose depth exceeds our present understanding. Others warn that the Sphinx may simply be a geological anomaly, a mass of rock shaped by wind and water, human imagination imposing significance where none was originally intended. And yet, the ambiguity is precisely what captivates. The very possibility of hidden knowledge keeps the monument alive in our collective imagination, a presence that refuses to be reduced to mere artifact or fossilized curiosity. Across centuries, the Sphinx has borne witness to the full spectrum of human experience. Empires have risen and fallen around her. The sands have claimed and reclaimed the plateau, burying and revealing her in turn. Pilgrims and rulers, adventurers and archaeologists have all approached with awe, some hoping to decode her secrets, others simply seeking communion with something that predates them. Every footprint left in her shadow is an acknowledgement of continuity, that even as civilizations crumble, the impulse to seek, to understand, to remember, endures. And in that seeking, we confront a profound realization. The Sphinx's silence is not absence. It is presence, eternal and patient, a reminder that history is not only what is written in stone, but also what is carried in memory. Perhaps the Sphinx's final lesson is this: that time is deeper than history, and memory older than the written word. That our fascination with her is not simply curiosity about the past, but a reflection of a more profound hunger, to perceive the continuity of human consciousness, to acknowledge that even in the desert's emptiness, we are accompanied by echoes of the mind and spirit that have always sought to endure. Each generation comes to reinterpret her, yet each interpretation, however speculative, reaffirms a singular truth. The Sphinx stands as an emblem of humanity's unending desire to remember, to bridge the chasm between the ephemeral and the eternal. And so, beneath the gaze of eternity, she waits. Her face, serene yet inscrutable, invites observation without surrender, reflection without conclusion. Chambers may lie undiscovered, and knowledge may remain buried beneath layers of sand and stone. Yet the memory of the Sphinx is not confined to her physical form. It resides in the enduring curiosity, the quiet awe, and the restless imagination of all who pause long enough to meet her gaze. Perhaps her greatest secret is not what she hides beneath the sand, but the awareness she evokes within us, that the human journey is as vast, as layered, and as mysterious as the stone that has watched over the desert for millennia. And in that awareness, we glimpse a truth that is neither fully ours nor fully known, a resonance that will endure long after the winds have shifted the dunes once again.